Chapter 378. Hearing the voice, Jinying didn't get angry. Instead, she trembled slightly and suddenly looked back. When she saw Jin Wei coming from a distance with an arrogant face, all kinds of bad memories of her childhood in the Jincheng Imperial Palace immediately came to her mind, which made her little face as pale as snow. Royal brother, why are you here? Aren't you? Jinying was so scared that she began to stammer. Until Su Li gently held her little hand, she calmed down and regained her senses. The Jincheng Imperial Palace was no longer under the control of the Empress, and she was not as weak as before. What was there to be afraid of? Seeing that Jinying recovered so quickly, Jin Wei's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't show it immediately. He sneered and snorted, "My good sister, do you want to ask why I am not in the Ymen Mount?" After that, his pneuma shook, and he exuded the pneuma of Lianqi realm. The first hurdle of Lianqi realm? Jinying's eyes suddenly widened. She made rapid progress by relying on the Hualing pool. What did Jin Wei rely on? How could he directly break through? Seeing Jinying's reaction, Jin Wei finally felt that his identity and status were back in his hands. He couldn't help laughing and said proudly, "Thanks to Master Wang Yu, I have been accepted as her last disciple. Fan Zisang is a traitor, and I will kill him sooner or later. You are just an ordinary disciple of the master. Call me senior fellow apprentice." Su Li was calm. With her eyesight, she could naturally see at a glance that Jin Wei's cultivation was spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. It was the end of his life when he reached the peak of Lianqi realm. If he didn't rely on external forces, it was not a problem for Jin Wei to reach Zhuji realm with his talent. He destroyed his future to improve his cultivation, and he was still proud. Obviously, he didn't know anything. Wang Yu, Su Li glanced at the silent hall behind her. Her eyes were deep, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jinying was shocked and angry when she heard Jin Wei's words. Her lips trembled with anger, and she didn't know what to say. Finally, she put on a straight face and stubbornly said, regardless of the old man in the costume of a supervisor standing behind Jin Wei, "I only have one senior fellow apprentice, not you." You. Jin Wei's smile disappeared, and he was even angrier. After changing his expression several times, he finally became serious and said coldly, "Little bitch, like your mother. Steward Wu, teach her a lesson." As he said, he turned his eyes and fell on Su Li, who was standing quietly. He said covetously, "And this little beauty? Take her back to the bedroom." He immediately nodded with a smile. He stepped forward and slapped Jin Wei's face, and grabbed Su Li with the other hand. He was Wang Yu's henchman, and Wang Yu let Jin Wei do whatever they wanted. Naturally, he would not disobey her, even if what was happening in front of him had seriously violated the sect rules. Master, Wei. Jinying retreated in fear and shouted. Jin Wei laughed and said, "All of this is tacitly allowed by the master. How can he come to save you?" His face was full of pleasure, but at the same time, there was a hint of lust. She thought that she would never be able to get Jinying again in this life, but she didn't expect that after just a few months, not only did Jinying become her plaything, but she also had an unexpected harvest. Stop! At this critical moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the horizon. At the same time, a flying sword turned into a white light and flashed. Poochie! The fifth steward's arms fell off. Ah! The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment. The scream of the fifth steward suddenly spread to the sky. Jin Wei, who was still fantasizing in his mind, was scared and ran away without saying anything. He did not care about the fifth steward at all. But before he ran far, a cold snort came from the nothingness. When did such a scum appear in Huajian sect? Let me clean them up. Before he finished his words, the sword light lit up again. Jin Wei was scared out of his wits and cried, "Master, save me." Clang! A red light shot out from the hall on the top of the mountain and blocked the white light. With a clang, two flying swords were inserted between the legs of Jin Wei. In the next moment, a voice more tragic than the fifth steward's resounded through Danxiao Mount, causing the disciples of all peaks to stop what they were doing and look up curiously. Danxiao Mount? What's going on? Li Guang of Fujian Mount put down the half of the dagger in his hand irritably and sighed, Well, it's not suitable to study runes today. I remember that Wang Yu should be on the peak. How could something go wrong? He had doubts in his mind, but he did not hesitate. He flashed out of the hall and flew to Danxia Mount. At this moment, on Danxia Mount, a cold and tall young man floated from the nothingness. When he saw Wang Yu flying out of the hall, his eyes showed undisguised hatred. You can't distinguish right from wrong and are selfish. Old witch Hong Yu, you are still as disgusting as before. Su Li, who stood still as if she was scared, saw the person, and an unexpected surprise flashed in her eyes. Why did he appear here? In her mind, it should be the first elder of the main peak who stopped him, but she did not expect. Wang Yu did not seem to hear the young man's sneer. Instead, she stared at the familiar face of the young man and frowned. After a while, she finally remembered the identity of the young man. She panicked and trembled. You are Beixing. Huh. Su Li tilted her head and glanced at Wang Yu. Wasn't he Bei Xiao Liang? Bei Xiao Liang grinned when he heard the words, showing his teeth glowing with cold white light. I haven't seen you for 100 years. I'm really honored that Martial Uncle Hong Yu still remembers me. Wang Yu was instantly distracted. How could Bei Xiao Liang let go of such a good opportunity? He pinched the sword gesture with his fingertips, and the flying sword turned into a white rainbow, stabbing at the former's throat like lightning. Su Li raised her eyebrows and did not stop him. But things in the world never went as one wished. Second brother. A vigorous voice sounded from behind Bei Xiao Liang, full of excitement and longing. Bei Xiao Liang, who almost succeeded, immediately trembled. The sword gesture disappeared, and the flying sword fell to the ground with a clang. Wang Yu recovered from the shock. When she saw Li Guang behind Bei Xiao Liang, the haze in her eyes became more intense. But in the blink of an eye, the haze disappeared, and her expression changed to that of anger. Senior fellow apprentice Li, your disciple is really arrogant after going to the 25 sects. She even wanted to kill me just now. What Wang Yu said seemed to be true, and he also saw the scene just now. He could only suppress the joy in his heart for the time being, frowning and asking, Second brother, is it true? In the face of his master's accusation, Bei Xiao Liang sighed in his heart. He turned back and stared at Wang Yu coldly, saying word by word, Master, if I say that the so-called genius with acquired physique of sword who was accepted by the 25 sects was fabricated by Wang Yu, will you believe it? What? Li Guang's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Nonsense. Wang Yu looked exasperated, as if Bei Xiao Liang was really deceiving everyone. I spoke for you in front of that senior in vain, and helped you rise to the top in one step. Now that you have become a practitioner of Jindan realm, you come back to slander me. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Benefactor? Bei Xiao Liang almost vomited when he heard Wang Yu's words, and his tone became colder. You imprisoned me for 10 years and made my life worse than death, and you want me to recognize you as my benefactor? How dare you? Wang Yu's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she snapped, When did I imprison you? All these years, I have contributed to the sect conscientiously and never left. If you want to slander me, you have to find a suitable explanation, right? Li Guang stood aside, and the more he listened, the more confused he became. On one side, it was his disciple whom he regarded as his own, and on the other side, it was his junior sister apprentice whom he had been with for nearly 1,000 years. Which side should he believe? A glimmer of light flashed in Su Li's eyes, and she listened with great interest. It seemed that finding Wang Yu was more interesting than she thought. Li, I personally brought Wang Yu into the sect. She has a clean background and a good talent, but Hua Yang's voice came into Su Li's ears through the ancestral rune, and her tone was a little disappointed. She also saw that Wang Yu was a little weird now. It doesn't matter. People always make mistakes. I'll deal with the matter of Wang Yu. What's the matter with the young man named Beixing? Su Li interrupted her. Hua Yang breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I have some impression of Beixing. He made a name for himself in the sect more than 400 years ago. Although he doesn't have the heavenly spiritual root, he has a superb state of mind and fast practice. After breaking through the Zhuji realm, he traveled with Wang Yu and was accepted as a disciple by the 25 sects. Since then, he has never come back. Now it seems. The so-called 25 sects, Su Li curled her lips slightly and took over the topic, it's just an excuse. Hua Yang was silent and furious. If Su Li hadn't stood on the scene, she would have shown up and questioned Wang Yu. Don't worry too much. Although he was imprisoned for 10 years, he lived a good life after escaping. How do you know? Hua Yang was stunned. I saw him before. While the two were talking, there was a new change on the top of Danxia Mount. Master, you don't believe me? Senior fellow apprentice, my friendship with you for 1,000 years is not as good as this little bastard's 300 years. Bei Xiao Liang and Wang Yu stared at Li Guang. Li Guang was full of bitterness. In desperation, he finally looked at Jin Ying and Su Li. As for Jin Wei, he had fainted because of the pain at the moment. You two little girls should be Jin Ying and Su Yu. Now I want to ask you, why did they fight just now? Seeing this scene, Wang Yu's eyes immediately brightened. She secretly transmitted the sound to Jin Ying and Su Li, you can't lie against your conscience about how I treat you. Just now, when Jin Wei made trouble, I happened to be practicing in isolation. Sorry to scare you. Jin Ying suddenly felt pressured. Thinking that Wang Yu did treat her disciples well in ordinary days, her doubts in her heart faded a lot. But she still felt very disgusted that Wang Yu saved Jin Wei's life with her sword just now. Therefore, she naturally turned her eyes to Su Li. It was better for her junior sister apprentice to make the decision for such a big event. Seeing this, Li Guang asked bluntly, "Little girl Su, you say it." In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Li, including Bei Xiao Liang. Su Li raised her eyebrows. It was hard to tell whether she was too scared or she was really indifferent. Chapter 379. Master. Master, I don't know how she treats me. Senior fellow apprentice Jin bullied me. Su Li's expression froze for a moment, and she seemed to have just reacted. Her face was full of panic, and her voice came out in a stutter. Wang Yu was angry when she heard it. She secretly scolded Su Li for being so weak that she was scared out of her wits by this scene. Forget it, Li Guang sighed. It was better to investigate by himself than to expect a teenage girl to explain the reason. Master, you said that they are all apprentices of Wang Yu. Even if they can tell us the reason, we can't believe it. For now, we can only ask the Lord to come out and preside over it. Then we will know who is right and who is wrong. Bei Xiao Liang temporarily put aside his inquiry about Su Li and stared at his master seriously. Li Guang was speechless. The Lord had been practicing in isolation for a long time, but this was a secret of Huajian sect, and it couldn't be said on such an occasion. Wang Yu sneered secretly. If Hua Yang was still alive, how could she dare to be so blatant? Su Zini's means were not simple. Bei Xiao Liang sensed Li Guang's embarrassment and frowned. Everything seemed to go back to square one, and no one could tell who was the villain. Su Li stood on one side and held Jin Ying, who was pale, without saying a word, like an outsider. She was not stupid enough to expose herself in such a crowded environment. After a moment of stalemate, Li Guang sighed in his heart and said softly, "Second brother, you just came back, and you must be very tired. How about going back to the mount with me to have a rest? I will send a letter to the headmaster. No matter what the result is, I will give you an explanation." Bei Xiao Liang's body tightened, and he stared at Wang Yu, who was fearless. Finally, he couldn't stand the faint pleading in Li Guang's tone and nodded in agreement. After his eyes stayed on Su Li for a moment, he flew away with Li Guang. When the figures of the two disappeared into Fujian Mount, Wang Yu's calm face was completely gloomy. Seeing Jin Wei, who had fainted, and the two shivering female disciples, she was so angry that she swung her sleeves and left. Although she very much wanted to punish Jin Ying and Su Li, who failed at the critical moment, Bei Xiao Liang was still on Fujian Mount. She was not stupid enough to take action at this time and be caught. At that time, even if the Lord did not come out, the first elder of the main peak would have the right to deal with her, which was not what she wanted. We're only missing one offering, yet something has to go wrong at this time. Wang Yu returned to the main hall with urgency in her eyes. It's not long before the appointed time. At this moment, after Jin Ying and Su Li were taken back to the bedroom by the maids, They were immediately strictly guarded, which made Jinying feel a little bad. But under Su Li's hint, she did not try to resist and obediently went back to her room to practice. Su Li also returned to the quiet room and sat cross-legged. She took out 2 universe rings from her pocket, which were obtained from Su Zini and the elder who was half a step to Yuanying realm. The Su family is still the same as before, overflowing with wealth. Scanning the storage of spiritual stones in their universe rings with her psychic awareness, Su Li sighed in her heart. If she still followed the ordinary path of cultivation, these resources would be enough for her to practice to the late stage of Jindan realm. But now, for the 17th hurdle of Lianqi realm, it was just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, she quickly shifted her attention to an area carefully kept by Su Zini. Suddenly, her eyes focused, and a rune with a pale yellow halo fell out with a slight weight in her hand. This seems to be the key to a cave, and it's not complete. Su Li looked at it carefully for a moment and suddenly remembered that Su Zini asked Hua Yang for star-stacked tactical matrix before. Was it related to this thing? The use of star-stacked tactical matrix was not only to protect the sect. When she was a holy girl, she once used star-stacked tactical matrix to break the inhibition of several caves and won a large number of cultivation resources for Yushu sect. If that's the case, then everything will work, Su Li guessed with 80% certainty. With Su Zini's wealth, there was no need to focus on the extremely troublesome star-stacked tactical matrix. It would be much easier to get the resources from the higher-ups of the 25 sects. However, since it has come to the step of breaking the inhibition, all the keys should have been born, and Su Zini also has contact with other people who hold the keys. Thinking of this, Su Li quickly opened the universe ring of the elder who was half a step to Yuanying realm, but didn't find a similar key in it. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept her alive and searched her soul. Su Li felt a little pity, but she didn't worry about it. If Su Zini really had contact with other key owners, sooner or later someone would find out about Huajian sect if Su Zini didn't show up. I don't know if the resources of a cultivation cave can help me step into the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and officially Zhuji realm. Su Li put away the 2 rings and looked at them leisurely. Although she was now only 1 level away from the legendary 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm, she felt that there was a natural moat in between when she really practiced, and the energy needed was immeasurable. She had prepared hundreds of Zhuji elixirs for herself before, plus the universe rings of Su Zini and the Elder. There were 300 Zhuji elixirs. Ordinary practitioners could transform the genuine energy of Zhuji realm at most 300 elixirs. No matter how deep the foundation was, it was absolutely enough. At the 17th hurdle of Lianqi realm, she could choose to break through to Zhuji realm at any time, but seeing the legendary realm in front of her, how could she be reconciled? Of course, if it took too long or she really couldn't break through, Su Li wouldn't fight to the death like the ancient disciple Black Lotus mentioned. She was still young now, and she could afford to delay for a while. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Li took out a top-grade spiritual stone and held it in her hand, and fell silent. At the same time, on Fujian Mount. Master, is what you said true? Headmaster hasn't come out for 100 years. Bei Xiao Liang's expression changed slightly. For Huajian sect, Hua Yang was the pillar. If anything happened to Hua Yang, Huajian sect would definitely suffer an unprecedented impact. Li Guang nodded with worry. If not, how could the headmaster not show up when there was such a big conflict on Danxiao Mount? I dare not disturb her easily, in case other sects notice something wrong. Bei Xiao Liang's heart sank. After a moment of silence, he said, Master, do you know what I saw when I was imprisoned by Wang Yu? Second brother, she is your senior master after all. Li Guang's face was slightly ugly. He really didn't want to listen to Bei Xiao Liang continue to slander Wang Yu. Bei Xiao Liang's mouth was full of bitterness, and he roared with a trace of pain in his deep tone, Master, I saw first senior fellow apprentice there. As soon as this was said, Li Guang's body shook violently, his eyes were scattered, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. You, what did you say? Bei Xiao Liang showed guilt and deep hatred. First senior fellow apprentice was killed by Wang Yu in order to save me. He turned his palm, and a simple universe bag embroidered with the character Heng appeared in his hand. Li Guang stared at the universe bag blankly, and his eyes gradually turned red. Li Heng, the former first disciple of Fujian Mount, was his biological son. Li Heng had been missing for many years, and he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but he didn't expect that. It was Wang Yu who killed him. Master, I have refined the first-grade Jindan. Wang Yu is no match for me. I'm going to kill her now. Bei Xiao Liang gritted his teeth and walked out with his sword, but was stopped by Li Guang, whose eyes were red. Master. Bei Xiao Liang felt cold in his heart. He had proved that what he said was true. Could it be that the master still didn't believe him? Li Guang took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Wang Yu hid too deeply. I'm worried if you go. Bei Xiao Liang was stunned, and then his heart was filled with warmth and guilt. At the moment when he was stunned, Li Guang showed an unprecedented coldness on his face. He reached out and waved his hand. The small black sword on the sword rack in the hall buzzed and turned into a ray of black light that went into Li Guang's body. You and I will go together and kill her in person. Bei Xiao Liang's expression changed, and then he nodded fiercely. The two were about to go out of the hall side by side. However, at this moment, a slightly lazy female voice rang out. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Before the voice died away, the hall of the main peak of Fujian Mount was immediately covered by a transparent light curtain, which was extremely hard and could not be broken by people in Jindan realm. Such a change suddenly made Li Guang and his disciple absent-minded. Then they thought of something and suddenly looked behind them. A woman in a purple and gold Taoist robe stood quietly in the center of the hall. Her face was delicate and indifferent, with a trace of undisguised anger between her eyebrows. Headmaster? Li Guang was shocked. Sensing that Hua Yang's pneuma had become as elusive as the ocean, the sadness and anger in his heart were diluted a little. He asked in surprise, Have you broken through? Hua Yang nodded slightly. Congratulations, Headmaster. Bei Xiao Liang hurriedly saluted. Although he had to leave Huajian sect that year, he still regarded himself as a disciple of Huajian sect in his heart. Don't stand on ceremony. I will personally investigate the matter of Wang Yu. If, as Beixing said, she has made an unforgivable mistake. Speaking of this, Hua Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a flame burning in them. My anger is not so easy to bear. Hearing Hua Yang's guarantee, Bei Xiao Liang finally calmed down. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, Headmaster, I was lucky to escape that year. Wang Yu's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems, and she has mastered many secret methods. Headmaster, you must not take it lightly. Hua Yang smiled slightly. Don't worry. The Grand Elder of our sect will deal with this matter in person. No matter how many means Wang Yu has, she can't compare with the Grand Elder. She can't even escape from Huajian sect now. Grand Elder? I have been away for hundreds of years. When did the sect have a Grand Elder? Bei Xiao Liang looked at his master inquiringly, but Li Guang was also puzzled. The most powerful person in Huajian sect was Hua Yang. Where was the Grand Elder? Moreover, now that Hua Yang had broken through to Yuanying realm, what about the strength of the Grand Elder? Hua Yang knew that they were full of doubts, but she didn't explain. She just told them, don't tell anyone about my coming out of practice, including the existence of the Grand Elder. Do you understand? Hearing this, Li Guang and Bei Xiao Liang could only temporarily suppress their thoughts and salute helplessly. Chapter 380. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu didn't know that her every move was under the surveillance of Hua Yang, but she seemed to be used to being cautious and didn't do anything special. After a few days of fermentation, the news that Bei Xiao Liang had returned to Huajian sect also spread in the sect. The required sword body fabricated by Wang Yu was so famous that he was known by all the disciples in the sect in a very short time. Many disciples went to visit him out of admiration, but were all turned away. Bei Xiao Liang was not in the mood to do other things before he got his revenge. In the side hall of Danxia Mount. In the dim quiet room, Su Li suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of deep eyes. Then she looked at the thick stone powder piled up around her and couldn't help but sigh softly. In just a few days, she had devoured all the more than 30,000 upper-grade spiritual stones in the universe rings of Su Zini and Su Li, but the spiritual power accumulated in her pubic region was only pushed from 1% to 2%. After all, those were upper-grade spiritual stones. One upper-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and the spiritual power in upper-grade spiritual stones was purer than that of low-grade spiritual stones, so there was no need to remove too many impurities. 30,000 spiritual stones pushed 1%. Does it mean that if I want to reach the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm, I need at least 9 million upper-grade spiritual stones? Su Li muttered to herself. She was shocked and sighed secretly. She used to be in Yushu sect, so she had an estimate of the inventory of spiritual stones of the 25 sects. Even if the inventory of the 25 sects were added together, they might not have such a number of upper-grade spiritual stones. Little Su Li, the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm is not as simple as you think. As if sensing Su Li's worry, Black Lotus pretended to be old and childish, and the black ring appeared on the ring finger at the same time. After a period of rest, the luster on the surface of the ring was obviously smoother than before, but it still looked rough. What do you mean? Su Li frowned. 9 million upper-grade spiritual stones were exaggerated enough, but according to Black Lotus, it seemed that the condition was far from enough. Of course. Black Lotus snorted naturally. Do you think the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm is cabbage on the street? Even in the cultivation circle at that time, there may not be a monster of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm in 10,000 years. Do you think it is difficult? Su Li's face was slightly gloomy. It was so difficult. However, you don't have to worry too much. This king is a treasure of the clan after all. It just so happens that I have the method to break through the 18th level. As for the lack of spiritual power, if the sects in one domain are not enough, we can go to other domains. Hearing Black Lotus's obscene tone, Su Li raised her eyebrows and said abruptly, "You really have confidence in me. Do you think that I have the ability to deal with those old monsters in Huashan realm who are in charge of the major sects?" Black Lotus was speechless and embarrassed. He forgot that those Evilders in ancient times were supported by sects. Even if they went to other sects to plunder, they were not alone. With Su Li's current strength, it was simply courting death to fight against a big sect. Just as he was in a dilemma, Black Lotus suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His voice became solemn. "The smell on your body is a little strange." Su Li was slightly shocked, and her psychic awareness quickly spread all over her body to check carefully, but she did not sense any attached pneuma. "Are you sure?" "I don't feel anything." Su Li told the truth, but it surprised her. "I didn't feel anything. How could it be possible? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" The more Su Li listened, the more confused she became. She said in a deep voice, "I haven't encountered any crisis recently. Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Black Lotus suddenly fell silent. It seemed that his worldview accumulated in countless years suddenly collapsed. Whether it was Chuangxing Path or other things, why all the laws didn't work for Su Li? Black Lotus sighed deeply and was defeated. He said, "I clearly smell a trace of the divine thunder of the 5 elements from you. The divine thunder is extremely harmful to the ghost clan. How can you not feel it? Divine thunder of the 5 elements." Su Li tilted her head. It was another strange noun. "Yes." Black Lotus responded. He sent a wisp of pneuma around Su Li and then returned to the ring. His tone was more certain. "The divine thunder of the 5 elements is divided into 5 kinds: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The pneuma on your body is confirmed to be the divine thunder of the earth." Divine thunder of the earth. Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly and quickly recalled the objects she had recently touched in her mind. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and reached out to wipe Su Zini's universe ring. The token with a pale yellow halo reappeared. As soon as this thing appeared, Black Lotus immediately screamed. The ring swooshed into Su Li's body, and a slightly panicked voice came into Su Li's awareness. "See. Put it away. The pneuma of the divine thunder of the earth on this thing is extremely strong. I am too weak now and can't stand it." Su Li quickly put away the token and frowned slightly. She was a body of evil ghost and belonged to the Forbidden Ghost clan. According to Black Lotus, she should be more afraid of things with the pneuma of the divine thunder. But now, why didn't she feel anything when she held it in her hand? Whoosh. Su Li, are you? The token disappeared, and Black Lotus ring reappeared. Black Lotus's doubtful voice was with a trace of unprecedented fear. The human clan with the body of evil ghost can perfectly avoid the defects of the two races. Is it possible? Hearing Black Lotus frightening himself, Su Li didn't have much fluctuation in her heart. Everything was Black Lotus's speculation. Even if it was somewhat reasonable, it had to be verified when she became stronger in the future. Black Lotus, let's talk about my physique later. Don't forget the important thing. Where is the method to break through the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm? Called back to reality by Su Li, Black Lotus took a deep breath and finally calmed down temporarily. After a moment of silence, a mass of black light was thrown out from Black Lotus' ring. Su Li caught the black light, but she staggered and almost fell down. This. She was shocked and stared at the seemingly light black gauze in her hand. It was so heavy. The strength of her one arm was comparable to that of a monster in Yuaniing realm, at least 50,000 kilograms, but she almost couldn't catch the gauze. This is my trump card treasure, called Heavy Soul Robe. Take it and have a look. Black Lotus smiled and encouraged Su Li to wear it. Knowing that Black Lotus wouldn't hurt her, Su Li didn't hesitate and directly put on the gauze. The gauze, which originally seemed quite large, immediately shrank itself and stuck to the surface of Su Li's outer clothes. It was ordinary and inconspicuous. But at the moment when the gauze was adjusted, Su Li felt an indescribable weight pressing down on her. This pressure not only acted on the body but also on the soul. Even her soul, which had been strengthened in Chuangxing Path, felt dizzy at this moment. Taking a small step, Su Li gasped and said laboriously, "What is the use of this clothes?" Black Lotus didn't explain, but just smiled and said, "You will know after a while. Although it is a little hard, if you want to break through the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm, you must wear it until the breakthrough." Holding the wall and sitting down again, Su Li's eyes darkened. Finally, she just nodded and didn't ask again. "By the way, little Su Li, since you are not afraid of the divine thunder of the 5 elements, you can explore the cave where the token is located. If you can find the celestial crystal and spiritual stone accompanying the divine thunder, it will definitely make a big step forward on the road to the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm." Su Li's eyes immediately flashed a breathtaking light. "I see." For the next few days, Su Li didn't step out of the quiet room. Fortunately, Wang Yu seemed to have given up on her and Jin Ying, so no one disturbed her on the way. 4 days later, the stone door of the quiet room was pushed open. Su Li walked out as usual, but her steps were extremely slow, with deep exhaustion hidden in her eyes. The heavy soul robe suppressed her too much. Not to mention practicing, even moving her hands and feet would make her feel very tired. However, she could practice to Jindan realm on her own in the previous life, so her toughness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After 4 days of sleepless adaptation, she finally managed to maintain daily activities. As for practicing, she didn't think about it for the time being. Every time she practiced, the suppression of the heavy soul robe would increase. Black Lotus didn't remind her. She almost vomited blood and was seriously injured when she tried it. "Hey, junior sister apprentice, you are out of practice." Jin Ying couldn't help but be surprised to see Su Li. Although she felt that Su Li walked a little slowly, she didn't care much. After all, Su Li gave her the impression that she was unhurried. When Su Li saw Jin Ying, she smiled and asked, "How are you recently?" "Nothing. I'm just a little bored. It seems that Master forbids us to leave the hall. I don't know what to do." Jin Ying jumped to the edge of the high bench and said carelessly with her legs in a panic, but there was some unconcealable worry in her eyes. She could feel that something was wrong with Wang Yu. "Forbids us to leave?" Su Li's eyes flickered slightly. She communicated with the ancestral rune, and Hua Yang immediately responded, "Li, Wang Yu is still hiding in the hall and hasn't left. But just 2 days ago, she sent a communication rune out. I tracked her for 100,000 miles, but it was cut off. Su Li pondered for a moment and replied, "It doesn't matter. When the person she contacted comes, there will be clues." "Okay. I will continue to pay attention." Hua Yang's voice faded away. Su Li ordered LVU, who was hiding in Danxiao Mount, to monitor Wang Yu, and then immersed herself in the difficulty of adapting to the heavy soul robe. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the past half a month, Bei Xiao Liang didn't leave and lived alone in the hall of the first disciple of Fujian Mount. As for the original first disciple of Fujian Mount, he had already died in the secret realm of shattered spirits, and the new first disciple had not been selected, which saved a lot of trouble. "Your Highness, the headmaster only allowed you to go out for a month. Now half a month has passed." In the hall, Bei Xiao Liang sat cross-legged on the rush cushion, with a small flying sword lying across his chest and rotating slowly. Beside him stood an ordinary-looking old man, but his cultivation had reached Yuanying realm. Although he was only in the early stage of Yuanying realm like Hua Yang, he should not be underestimated. In order to protect the safety of the Holy Sun, Yushu sect had made a lot of efforts. Hearing the old man's question, Bei Xiao Liang opened his eyes and said slowly with deep eyes, "Wait a little longer. If the headmaster doesn't take action, I will do it myself." The old man shook his head helplessly and retreated respectfully, but he sneered at Hua Jian's sect in his heart. In this sect, except for Hua Yang, he didn't sense any existence of Yuanying realm at all. In his opinion, what Hua Yang said half a month ago was just a prevarication. Chapter 381. Li, Wang Yu is making a move. The sound came without warning. In the side hall of Danxiao Mount, Su Li saw Jin Ying, who had broken through Lianqi realm, happily put on the official disciple costume of Hua Jian sect. She smiled faintly, but her eyes suddenly burst with light. "LVU. Yes, Master." LVU, who was hiding in the forest to practice, immediately turned over and rushed in the direction Su Li pointed. At the same time, the all-spirits tactics ran quietly, and his pneuma immediately disappeared from the star-stacked tactical matrix. Hua Yang, who sensed this abnormality, couldn't help but be shocked. Li's new servant really has some special skills. After tracking Wang Yu's pneuma for a moment, Hua Yang suddenly felt that Wang Yu was shrouded in nothingness. Although she knew that Wang Yu was there, she couldn't see what Wang Yu was doing through the tactical matrix. "Li." Su Li put on the official disciple costume and the heavy soul robe. Her figure paused slightly, and then returned to normal. Her movements were calm, without the sluggishness half a month ago. "Don't worry, LVU will keep an eye on it." She was confident that even the first level of all spirits tactics couldn't be discovered by practitioners in Jindan realm and Yuanying realm. What's more, LVU was inspired by her, and now the all spirits tactics was only one step away from the second level. At this moment, Wang Yu received a response on the messaging jade rune. She covered her trace and came to the dense forest at the foot of Danxiao Mount, unaware that she had been watched. When she came to the usual meeting place, Wang Yu worriedly passed through the edge of the tactical matrix and saw a man dressed like a scholar standing not far away with his hands clasped behind his back. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly stepped forward and saluted, "Greetings, Immortal Bingshu." The man turned around, revealing an indifferent yellow face. He was the headmaster of Yuling's sect, Bingshu. Wang Yu and Bingshu had known each other for a long time. LVU, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. He didn't make any sound and continued to watch. "Ahem." Bingshu covered his chest and coughed slightly. He said slowly with no expression, "Junior, there is no such thing as meeting today in my deal with you." Wang Yu subconsciously tightened her body, suppressed her fear, and said quickly, "Senior, please don't be angry. If it wasn't for the unexpected incident, I wouldn't have dared to disturb Senior's cultivation even if I had 10,000 gut." What happened? Tell me." Bingshu responded and waved his sleeves. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Wang Yu's face became more gloomy. After a moment of hesitation, she said with difficulty, "The opening of the cave needs sacrifices. I found a suitable candidate, but I didn't expect that he was disabled and useless." Hearing what Wang Yu said, Bingshu was not angry, but laughed instead. Wang Yu, if I remember correctly, I have a good relationship with Wang Yu. That ancient cave dwelling will open soon, right? Yes, Wang Yu braced herself and answered, burying her head in her chest. She didn't dare to look up at Bingshu's increasingly sharp eyes. Earlier, you didn't mention that offering is required to open the abode. You hid this from me. Could it be that you want to obtain some benefits from me? I wouldn't dare. Wang Yu was in a cold sweat. I just think that I can handle this little thing, and there is no need to bother you, so, keep your thoughts to yourself. Bingshu snorted softly, which turned into thunder in Wang Yu's ears, shaking her delicate body slightly and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. While vomiting blood, Wang Yu was relieved. She knew that she had passed this hurdle. No matter what purpose she had hidden before, immortal Bingshu would not pursue it for the time being. With great benefits in front of him, immortal Bingshu would not be so angry that he would ignore the treasures of the ancient cave dwelling. Tell me, what kind of offering do you need? After a long time, immortal Bingshu's voice came out. Wang Yu was delighted and quickly said, it must be a person who has just stepped into Lianqi realm under the age of 16, male or female. This kind of person has not lost his inborn power and has just started to attract acquired spiritual power, so he is a good offering. Moreover, he can't have any resentment against me. The higher the trust, the better the effect of casting the spell. The more Bingshu listened, the more he frowned. Especially when he heard the last one, his brows were almost wrinkled. Where could he find such a person in a short period of time? Wang Yu also understood the difficulty of this matter, and couldn't help but say embarrassedly, I have accepted 2 good seeds and carefully cultivated their feelings, but I didn't expect that the ungrateful Fan Zisong not only ran away by himself, but also led the 2 little girls astray, which is extremely difficult to deceive. So I settled for the second best and found a brainless inferior. Speaking of this, Wang Yu thought of the day when Bei Xiao Liang appeared, Li Guang questioned, and Jin Ying and Su Li were wavering, and she couldn't help but hate them. She trusted Fan Zisong so much that she didn't notice the changes of the 2 girls. What a blunder. I see. Immortal Bingshu's brows loosened. It's not difficult. Since the 2 girls have just joined the sect, they won't have a deep memory of anyone. I'll teach you an enchanting skill. After that, immortal Bingshu didn't wait for Wang Yu to respond and pointed between her eyebrows. Wang Yu immediately sensed a profound mystic chant pouring into her mind, and she was immediately attracted to it and concentrated on understanding it. At this moment, she didn't find that while she was understanding, she also inhaled a group of inconspicuous green light, which penetrated into the depth of her awareness sea and disappeared. Seeing this, LVU was very afraid and left quietly. He wasn't a practitioner who hid in a region, and his knowledge was far greater than that of ordinary practitioners. From immortal Bingshu's action, he had already seen something, and dared not to stay any longer. Fortunately, the all-spirits tactics was indeed a very precious mystic method, and even the mysterious immortal Bingshu didn't find the existence of LVU. After returning to his residence, LVU immediately reported what he saw to Su Li in detail. Su Li sat at the table and listened to it, holding her chin thoughtfully. The unfathomable immortal Bingshu? She wanted to see the true face of this person in the selection battle of the secret realm of shattered spirits last time, but immortal Bingshu didn't show up the next day. She didn't see this person with her own eyes, so she couldn't judge the truth of this person. It seems that Wang Yu has been thinking about the boy with immortal latency for a long time. She likes us because we have the opportunity to step into Lianqi realm in a short time, and Fan Zisong also helped Wang Yu unconsciously. Su Li figured out the reason and couldn't help but smile meaningfully. She said to Jin Ying, who was looking at her curiously, Jin Ying, how about playing a game? A game? Jin Ying blinked her eyes and didn't understand. The next morning, Wang Yu came to the side hall with a soft and gentle smile on her face. She pushed the door open and walked in. With immortal Bingshu's indoctrination, she had completely mastered the enchanting skill in just one night. The opening of the cave was imminent, and it was time to take action. Ying, I'm here to see you. A gentle voice came out, and Jin Ying and Su Li ran out of the room almost at the same time, and saluted in unison, Master. Wang Yu was stunned when she saw the two in cyan clothes, and then she was ecstatic. These two girls had both broken through Lianqi realm. God was on her side. She took a deep breath and showed the kindest smile that she thought was on her face. She walked slowly to the two little girls and squatted down. "Let me see how your cultivation is progressing." As she spoke, she pointed her hands between Jin Ying and Su Li's eyebrows like lightning, and shouted in her heart. "Secret skill, enchanting." Then she saw that the clear eyes of the two little girls quickly became blank and confused, like puppets who lost the ability to think on their own. It works. Wang Yu was refreshed and seized the time to tamper with their memories. She wanted to change all the memories of Fan Zisang into herself, so that they could establish the most intimate relationship. At the same time, immortal Bingshu, who was far away in Yuling's sect, coughed softly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. At the same time, in a blessed cave far away from Huajian's sect, a roar suddenly came from an elegant house standing in the beautiful mountains. "What's going on?" The dignified elder in black looked gloomy. He looked at the servants kneeling on the ground and said in a stern tone, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. You don't even know the whereabouts of your master. What's the use of keeping you? Elder, please spare my life." The mammy kneeling in the front looked miserable when she saw the broken soul token in the elder's hand. According to the rule of Su family, if the master died, all the servants must be buried with him. They had no way to live. Sure enough, the elder in black looked serious the next moment. "Miss Chi died mysteriously. As servants, how can you continue to live?" Ignoring the begging of the crowd, he stretched out his hand and slapped out. The wind turned into a horrible pressure and swept over. In the blink of an eye, all the servants were crushed into meat patties, and blood was everywhere. After killing dozens of people in one breath, the elder in black still looked gloomy. The 7 young ladies of the Su family were equivalent to the title of the holy girl of the sect, and they were all precious treasures of the Su family. Although the one who died was the last among the 7, it was still an immeasurable loss. "Come on. Find out where 7th young miss went on her last trip." As the elder in black gave the order, the whole accord immediately began to work in full swing. The way of cultivation was originally against the natural order. It was too normal for the geniuses in the family to die young. The elder in black was not angry because of Suzini's death, but because he didn't know where Suzini died. If Suzini's close elders asked and he couldn't tell them the reason, he would definitely be punished. "Damn Suzini, even after her death, she still won't let me have peace." Cursing bitterly in his heart, the elder in black flicked his sleeves and left. He couldn't stay at home until he got the exact news. At the same time, in the courtyard where the elder of Ymen branch of Zihon sect lived, there was a sound of things being smashed. Yu Lin, my granddaughter, in the adytum, Yu Wutao's old face was ferocious, and he clutched his chest with one hand, feeling heartbroken. His cultivation life was full of ups and downs, and he only had one descendant, Yu Lin. Yu Lin couldn't stand out in Zihon sect, so he arranged Yu Lin to go to Huajian sect, which had more benefits. Unexpectedly, Yu Lin died in Huajian sect. "Wang Yu, when I come out, I will make you give me an explanation." Chapter 382. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood. Wang Yu sat cross-legged in the quiet room. She spat out a mouthful of turbid air and opened her eyes. Her pale face showed a trace of redness. "I didn't expect that the secret skill would consume so much energy. With my cultivation, I almost couldn't hold on." A trace of fear flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Then she looked up and saw Su Li and Jin Ying standing aside obediently. Their expressions were full of intimacy and reverence. She couldn't help but feel that it was all worth it. "Bingshu, no matter how you calculate, you will never know how important these 2 sacrifices are." Wang Yu sneered in her heart. With a flash of light in her palm, a giant umbrella and a broken porcelain doll appeared in her hands. The 2 little girls who had been enchanted trusted her so much that they didn't need to be secretive when taking out these things. In any case, it was impossible for these 2 girls to return alive from this trip to the cave abode. Su Li, who was standing on the side, saw these 2 things with her eyes flashing slightly. Wang Yu is not brainless. She has already thought of a way out. The umbrella was a middle-grade concealment magic treasure, which could isolate the detection of tactical matrix. It was a rare thing. The broken porcelain doll was more precious, called life-substituting porcelain. Although the name was exaggerated, it made some sense. As long as a trace of spiritual power was injected into it, it could emit the breath of the caster for a long time to confuse the enemy's detection. With these two treasures, it was really easy for Wang Yu to escape from Huajian sect. Of course, Wang Yu couldn't expect that there would be a fatal flaw in her perfect plan, which was created by herself. It's getting late. Let's go. After arranging everything painfully, Wang Yu took a deep breath, opened the umbrella, and covered Su Li and Jin Ying with it. Then she pinched a gesture casually. Rumble, a stone staircase leading downwards appeared on the floor of the quiet room. A strange smell of blood mixed with a strange aura assaulted his nostrils. Jin Ying's face changed slightly, showing fear. But when she remembered Su Li's instructions, she immediately restrained her expression, held Wang Yu's hand tightly, and followed her down. Su Li also pretended to be nervous and followed her. Feeling the strength of the palms on both sides, Wang Yu smiled slightly, with determination in her eyes. Both the life-substituting porcelain and the identity of the head of Huajian sect are huge losses for me. The ancient cave, please don't let me down. As they walked, the three of them gradually disappeared from the bottom of the stone staircase, and the mechanism closed again. In the dark stone path, Su Li staggered a little, as if she couldn't see the road clearly. But her psychic awareness quietly tilted like Mercury and searched Wang Yu's secret station. The smell of blood is still strong. Over 100 years, more than 1,000 people have died here, and they are all practitioners in Zhuji realm. If I'm not mistaken, this is the place where Bei Xiao Liang escaped from. Su Li frowned slightly. Seeing such a slaughterhouse-like place and the torture mentioned by Bei Xiao Liang before, she thought of a very annoying practitioner. Obviously, Wang Yu just took this place as a shortcut to get out of the sect. She walked quickly with the two girls and came out of the adytum in less than 10 minutes. She drove the flying sword from a secret exit halfway up the mountain. Su Li and Jin Ying sat at the end of the flying sword, surrounded by the protective tactical matrix specially prepared by Wang Yu, so they didn't have to worry about being blown down by the strong wind pressure. Su Li quietly watched the scenery on both sides of the flying sword changing, and the distant memories in her mind gradually returned. Jiuzhou region, she couldn't be more familiar with it. Jin Ying looked at the strange scenery under the flying sword blankly. She was young and naturally couldn't have Su Li's knowledge. However, although she was simple, she was also smart. She suddenly understood that she had bet her life on Su Li. Su Li won't hurt me. Jin Ying cheered herself up and forced back the tears of fear in her eyes. At this moment, there was no room for her to regret. A day and a half later, Su Li saw that Wang Yu couldn't stop smiling, and knew that the destination was coming. Seeing the stone forest under the flying sword exuding a faint gloomy atmosphere, she gently pursed her lips. It turned out that the ancient cave was in this Blackstone River. The name Blackstone River was given by the practitioners in Jiuzhou region because they walked in it without seeing the sun all year round. In addition, the stone was dark, so it had such a straightforward name. Although the name was simple, Blackstone River was one of the most dangerous places in Jiuzhou region. There were very special stone ghosts wandering in it. They had low intelligence but high strength. Thinking of this, Su Li felt a vibration of the flying sword. Then it dived down and turned into a red light shooting into the Blackstone forest. The bright light in the sky quickly dimmed. When it landed, it had become as dark as the night, and one couldn't see his fingers. Master, Jin Ying's voice trembled violently. At this moment, she couldn't care less about Su Li's instructions and couldn't help asking for help. Wang Yu chuckled in her heart. Not only did she not have the slightest doubt, but she felt that this was a normal reaction. As for Su Yu, she was dull in nature, so it was normal that she didn't cry out. Snap! A spiritual stone lamp lit up and dispelled the surrounding darkness. Jin Ying saw the two people around her, especially Su Li. She finally calmed down and her fear faded. Follow me. It's not dangerous in the stone forest, but it's not something that you two little girls can deal with. Wang Yu reminded them in a gentle voice. She identified the direction and immediately turned to the sparse forest on the right. Looking at her familiar appearance, it was obviously not the first time for her to come here. Su Li kept silent and followed her. Suddenly, she felt that Jinying held her arm, and the coldness in her eyes eased a little. She gently patted Jinying's hand and sent a warm feeling. Jinying felt a little relaxed. She cheered up and followed Su Li. After an hour, an old man's laughter suddenly came from the forest. "Fairy Hongyu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Su Li crossed the last slope, and the view suddenly became clear. In the protective boundary not far away, there was a camp. There were more than 10 people moving in it. The old man who just spoke was standing in front of one of the tents, looking at Wang Yu with a smile. Seeing the old man, a trace of fear flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, but she smiled like a flower and apologized. "I'm entangled with worldly affairs. Senior Yuan, please don't blame me." "Oh, Fairy Hongyu, you must be joking. It's not the opening time of the cave yet. As long as you don't miss the important matter, you can come at any time." The old man responded very kindly. His turbid eyes suddenly turned and stared at Su Li and Jinying aggressively. Jinying couldn't help but hide behind Su Li. Then the old man seemed to be aware of it and smiled to cover up. "What's wrong with you? These 2 little girls are really beautiful." "What a pity." Wang Yu chuckled and overshadowed the old man's words. She bowed slightly and said, "Senior Yuan, if there is nothing else important, can you let me go?" "Oh, I'm so stupid. Come in quickly and don't be discovered by the stone ghosts." The old man patted his head and quickly stepped aside. Watching Wang Yu and Jinying go away, the smile on his face slowly disappeared and he sighed again. What a pity, but he didn't say what exactly was a pity. Wang Yu walked into the camp and directly occupied a tent. After slightly tidying up 2 shops for Su Li and Jinying to rest, she couldn't help but feel gloomy when she thought of the smile of the old man surnamed Yuan. "The opening of the cave is imminent. I hope that old madman doesn't cause any trouble for me." 2 days later, seeing that the old man surnamed Yuan didn't take any action, Wang Yu was a little relieved. She let Su Li and Jinying go out to walk. As sacrifices, they couldn't feel unhappy. It was obviously not a long-term solution to stay in the tent. "Junior sister apprentice, what is this place?" Walking to the mud road in the middle of the camp, Jinying looked around and couldn't help but ask in a low voice when she saw some practitioners who didn't look like good people. Su Li glanced at her and didn't speak. "Think about what I told you before." Hearing the sound, Jinying was slightly stunned and then calmed down. Su Li didn't tell her much, just one sentence, "Stay with me, and you won't be in danger." After comforting Jinying, Su Li inadvertently glanced over the tents. She didn't spread out her divine awareness, but only sensed that there were at least 3 Numas of Yuanying realm. Wang Yu is just in Jindan realm. Why does she have the confidence to cooperate with these people? With some doubts in her mind, Su Li continued to walk forward. When she was about to walk to the edge of the boundary, she suddenly stopped and fixed her eyes on a young man who was holding a sword and resting with his eyes closed in front of a tent. Jinying, who was behind her, bumped into Su Li's back and couldn't help but cry out in pain. She rubbed her forehead and also looked over. It seemed that the young man holding the sword felt the gaze and opened his eyes. When he saw 2 girls who were obviously in their teens, he was surprised. He hesitated for a moment and didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. He couldn't even protect himself now, so he didn't have time to care about others. Seeing the young man's expression change, Su Li turned her eyes and walked directly to the young man. This action immediately attracted the attention of the old woman in red in the tent. But when she saw that the 2 girls who came were just in Lianqi realm, she immediately thought of something. With a smile on her face, she closed her eyes again and ignored them. "Senior fellow apprentice, you look like a friend of mine. May I ask your name?" When she approached, Su Li hesitated for a moment and asked timidly. The young man looked cold and didn't intend to answer. But when he saw the 2 little girls looking at him pitifully, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted and sighed. "My surname is Dongfang, and my first name is Yi. Dongfang." Sure enough. Su Li's eyes flashed imperceptibly, but she looked disappointed. She whispered, "You are not Brother Wuxue." As soon as she said this, the young man who had been cold immediately breathed heavily. He suddenly stood up and asked impatiently, "Do you know Dongfang Wuxue?" The voice seemed to be a little louder, and even the old woman in the tent opened her eyes again and looked at Su Li. Chapter 383. Under this pressure, Su Li's little face showed a flustered expression, and she quickly waved her hand. Not Dongfang. His name is Wuxue. I was wrong." As she said, she took Jinying's hand and fled the place in 2 or 3 steps. "You scared her." The old woman narrowed her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't you want to go and have a look? These 2 girls are likely to have seen your father." Dongfang Yi was tempted at first, but when he heard this, he immediately seemed to be splashed with cold water, and his eyes became clear. He took a deep breath and snorted, "So what? I have nothing to do with him now. How can a mere trace compare to the opportunity in front of me?" The old woman suddenly laughed when she heard the words, "You are worth teaching. It's worth my effort to bring you here." Dongfang Yi ignored the old woman and sat down again to rest with his eyes closed. But his heart was far less calm than it seemed. His father had been missing for decades, and he had been looking for him for decades. Some time ago, he got the news that his father had been seen in the Blackstone forest. Old Lady Duhua happened to find him, so he came here. But he didn't expect that before he entered the cave, there was news of his father. "Yi, I have to leave. If I don't come back in 10 years, don't look for me." Dongfang Yi's heart tightened when he recalled his father's resolute words when he left. His mother died in childbirth for him, and he was brought up by his father with great care. The feelings hidden under his stern face became clearer as he grew up. Although his status in the Dongfang family plummeted after his father's disappearance, and he was no different from a servant, he never had any resentment against his father. "Father, where did you go?" Su Li sighed deeply in her heart, and the surroundings of the tent returned to silence. Su Li took Jinying back to Wang Yu's tent and took a nap. Although she left just now, she heard every word of the conversation between Dongfang Yi and the old woman. This Dongfang Yi is the son of Dongfang Wuxue, and it is not difficult to speculate that Dongfang Wuxue is missing. Su Li thought about it and contacted a lot of information. Those who entered the world in the reincarnation mirror were all the top talents in Qingshui Circle. Dongfang Wuxue was obviously a lucky person. He survived when the reincarnation mirror was broken, and he had a Taoist companion, married a wife, and had children. Dongfang Yi was not old. Based on her perception, she guessed that his bone age would not exceed 200 years. In other words, Dongfang Wuxue disappeared in the past 100 years, which had little to do with reincarnation mirror. It's a pity. If I could meet him, I might be able to find out what happened after I died through his mouth. With a trace of regret in her heart, Su Li opened her eyes and looked at the distance of nothingness. There was a trace of longing in her eyes that even she did not notice. At the same time, in a teleportation matrix of an extremely distant large region, Su Buwang looked at the names of other large regions that emerged on the formation map. He frowned tightly when he saw the name of one of the regions. Jojo region? It's the place that person went to back then. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and pointed to the big region next to Jojo region. Bad luck. I won't go to the place where that person has been. In the past few months, he had traveled through many big regions by the teleportation matrix, but he avoided all the places where Ling Li had been. He did the same when he encountered Jojo region, but he didn't know that he missed an excellent opportunity to meet the person he missed. Back to the Blackstone forest, on the 3rd day, a large number of strange numas suddenly appeared in the bounded domain camp. Su Li sensed that there were at least 50 practitioners of Jindan realm. When did the practitioners of Jindan realm in Jojo region become so worthless? Seeing Wang Yu giving an order and hurrying to the main tent of the camp, Su Li's thoughts were surging, and her expression was slightly dignified. Many of those practitioners of Jindan realm were familiar to her, but more were unfamiliar to her, and their dressing was very different from that of the practitioners of Jojo region. There are practitioners of other big regions participating. This ancient cave is not as simple as I thought. Glancing at the key of divine thunder of earth lying quietly in the ring with her psychic awareness, Su Li calmed down. No matter how big the scene was, she had seen it. A cave that only affected 2 or 3 big regions was not worth her mind to be shaken. Seeing that the main tent was isolated by a layer of tactical matrix, Su Li couldn't eavesdrop, so she simply sat back in the tent and meditated. Whether it was Sueyu tactics or soul tactics, she hadn't fully understood them. If she wanted to get started before Zhuji realm, time couldn't be wasted. Seeing Su Li's action, Jinying also sat aside to practice. She didn't dare to go out alone. At this time, in the main tent, beside the rough wooden long table, 11 practitioners with different expressions sat around. Wang Yu sat in the second to last position at the end. Glancing at immortal Bingshu, who was sitting in the third position with his eyes closed, a trace of shock and confusion flashed in her eyes. Among the 11 people, except for her and Bingshu, they were all mighty practitioners of Yuanying realm. Why could Bingshu surpass many practitioners of Yuanying realm and sit in the third position? Glancing over the faces of other practitioners, she didn't see any questioning expression, and her heart sank. A superior position and completely unequal intelligence. It seemed that she had underestimated immortal Bingshu from the beginning. Before Wang Yu had time to think about it, the silent elder sitting in the middle of the long table glanced at everyone in the field and slowly said, "It seems that a little friend had an accident and couldn't come. Fortunately, I have made 2 preparations. Time waits for no one. Let's start now." When he said this, although no one showed any different expression, they all listened carefully, which was a response. Seeing this, the elder couldn't help but smile and said gently, "Thanks for your invitation. Since you are here, I think you should have brought the means that I have agreed with you before, right? How can I violate the agreement made with Tian Sanren?" The elder surnamed Yuan, who talked with Wang Yu at the door 2 days ago, laughed and glanced at the other 9 people present with a meaningful look. "There are 6 levels in the ancient cave, and I'm responsible for the 3rd level. I wonder who is the same as me." The information revealed by the elder surnamed Yuan was very clear. There were 6 levels in the ancient cave, and 12 people came. That was to say, there were 2 people responsible for breaking the tactical matrix at each level. Before he finished his words, the old woman in red who brought Dongfang Yi here suddenly spoke. Her hoarse and unpleasant voice made Wang Yu's eardrums hurt. "I'm also responsible for the 3rd level. Do you have any objection, Yuan?" Yuan's face changed slightly, and he smiled again in an instant. He said, "It turns out to be fellow practitioner Poisonous Flower. It's fellow practitioner Tian who arranged to break the tactical matrix. How can I have any objection?" Hearing this, the old woman in red showed a gloomy smile on her wrinkled face. "That's good." Yuan immediately got goosebumps. Without looking at the old woman again, he sat down and stopped talking. But he cursed Tian Sanren in his heart. Why did he put him in the same group with this old monster? With this precedent, the other 5 groups became extremely harmonious after they recognized each other. Anyone with some experience could see that those invited by Tian Sanren were extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they were in Jindan realm, they might be ruthless characters who didn't want to show their strength. No one wanted to offend anyone before they saw the benefits. Seeing that Bingshu and another middle-aged practitioner were in the same group and responsible for the 5th level, Wang Yu's guess was immediately confirmed. Immortal Bingshu really had direct contact with Tian Sanren, but he pretended to know nothing in front of her before. Thinking of this, she was even more afraid of immortal Bingshu. When everyone stopped talking, Wang Yu came to her senses and found that no one was in the same group with her. She was slightly stunned and looked at the empty chair beside her. Could it be? Seeing that everyone has no objection to the grouping, I'm relieved. At this time, Heaven Rover said with a smile. Then he looked at Wang Yu and said apologetically, "Fairy Hong Yu, it seems that the 6th level of the cave can only be broken by you alone. The benefits in the 6th level will naturally be taken by you alone." Wang Yu was a little happy, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She quickly got up and saluted, saying decisively, "It's all thanks to your care that I can come to participate in the affairs of the cave this time. You can take 30% of the treasures in the 6th level, 30%. The smile on Tian Sanren's face didn't decrease, nor did it increase. No one knew whether he was happy or angry. Wang Yu is a bit smart. Yuan, who was sitting aside, rubbed his chin and thought. He sneered in his heart. But how could a mere 30% tempt the greedy Tian Sanren? The ancient cave was originally discovered by Tian Sanren, so he knew more information about it than anyone else. Although they had a good talk now, no one knew what would happen after they entered it. Since everyone has no objection to the arrangement, then tomorrow morning, please take your men and set off with me to go deep into the black stone forest. Tian Sanren stood up and cupped his hands. Everyone immediately got up and responded. Then the tactical matrix of the main tent was unlocked, and everyone dispersed. Su Li sensed the change at the first time. She opened her eyes and saw Wang Yu return to the tent with an indifferent expression. "Master, you're finally back." Jin Ying was awakened. She was relieved to see Wang Yu and behaved decently according to Su Li's instructions. Wang Yu's eyes flashed an imperceptible strange color when she heard the words. She smiled softly and said, "Have an early rest. We'll set off tomorrow morning. There are many opportunities in the cave, and even I will benefit. Whether you can go further on the road of cultivation depends on your own performance." Su Li was slightly refreshed. After waiting for so many days, it was finally time to set off. "Yes, Master, I will perform well and won't let you down." Jin Ying straightened up and promised so solemnly that she almost believed it herself. Chapter 384. In the early morning of the next day, the damp black stone forest exuded an amazing chill. As soon as Jin Ying followed Wang Yu out of the boundary, her face was slightly pale from the cold. She quickly ran her genuine energy to get better. After seeing this, Wang Yu gave each of them a protective jade rune to isolate the chill. Before reaching the 6th level, she still needed to maintain the necessary good impression with these two little girls. Su Li took the jade rune and activated it, even though her physical body was enough to resist the chill. When Tian Sanren and other practitioners of Yuanying realm arrived, they immediately set off for their destination without any delay. Today is the day of the year when the yin in the black stone forest is the heaviest, and the stone ghosts are not willing to come out. Su Li followed Wang Yu silently. Her eyes swept across the bottomless darkness in the stone forest, and a touch of thoughtfulness flashed through her eyes. After a while, Su Li withdrew her gaze and inadvertently glanced at the sallow-side face walking in front of the team who happened to turn his head. Her footsteps paused slightly, and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Except for Wang Yu next to her, no one noticed this abnormality. Another acquaintance, Su Li took a deep look at the back of the man, and quickly withdrew her gaze without stopping. But she kept a thought in her mind and listed him as a key observation target. In the quiet and depressing atmosphere, everyone's pace was extremely fast, and the cultivation of Lianqi realm couldn't keep up at all. Wang Yu could only ride her sword and put Jin Ying and Su Li on it. Half a day later, the team had gone thousands of miles deep into the stone forest. The surrounding yin had reached the point where it was visible to the naked eye, and the visibility was no more than 15 feet. Even if the psychic awareness of Jindan realm had been transformed into the divine awareness, the awareness sea would be polluted by the yin. "We're almost there," Tian Sanren said softly with a solemn face, for fear that the sound vibration would attract some troublesome things in the yin. As soon as he said this, all the practitioners were slightly refreshed, and at the same time, they were more careful, slowed down their pace, and continued to go deeper with Tian Sanren. But after a while, the black air suddenly began to fade, and a group of irregular boulders appeared in everyone's field of vision. "It's here, exactly the same as on the map." Someone was surprised and whispered, but he soon found that he had said something wrong. He panicked and immediately shut up. But it was too late to shut up now. "Haha, this little friend actually has the map of the ancient abode. After entering this time, we're all in the same boat. Little friend, won't you take it out and share it with me?" Heaven Rover said with a smile. At the same time, the other 8 old foxes of Yuanying realm also looked at him tacitly, especially Elder Yuan, whose face was extremely gloomy. Master, spare me. I didn't mean to hide it from you. The young man's face was full of terror. He immediately handed the yellowed roll of paper, which had become a hot potato, to Elder Yuan. The old man surnamed Yuan took it and glanced over it. Then he sneered, "Bastard. How dare you hide such a big thing from me? Are you hiding something else?" Hearing this, the young man's face changed instantly. He turned around and fled without saying a word. But how could he, a practitioner of Zhuji realm, escape from the evil hands of an old monster of Yuanying realm? Before he took 2 steps, he burst into a cloud of blood mist without warning. Jin Ying was so scared that she covered her eyes in horror and hid behind Su Li. After killing his disciple, Elder Yuan looked slightly relaxed, but he still didn't look good. He reached out and grabbed the young man's universe ring in his hand, and directly threw it to Heaven Rover. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know what this bastard did. Heaven Rover will check his ring personally. As for the map, we'll share it with you." Heaven Rover scanned the ring with his divine awareness, and his smile reappeared. "There's nothing else in the ring. You can check it yourself." Fellow practitioner Yuan was careless this time. "You should pay more attention in the future." Hearing this, Elder Yuan forced an ugly smile and responded, "Fellow practitioner Heaven, you're right. I'll pay more attention in the future." After the matter was settled, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Everyone surrounded the map and looked carefully. The huge stone matrix had been found, and they could enter the cave before today. They had enough time. Elder Yuan sat aside and didn't surround them, but his heart was gloomy. It was a bad start. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache for losing a stove in vain. But if he didn't act decisively just now and let these old monsters suspect that he and his bastard disciple had ulterior motives, the loss along the way would definitely be more than a stove. Forget it. If the news is right, the treasures in 1 level are enough for me to cultivate dozens of stoves. It's not a big deal that one died now. Just as Yuan forcibly comforted himself, Heaven Rover had finished studying the map and said with a little disappointment, "It seems that this map is only the route to enter the huge stone matrix from the outside world. We've already arrived, so the map is of no value at all. Tut, not only did we work in vain, but we also saw blood when we went out. What bad luck." A short and fat old man in a green robe with pustules on his face shook his head and said in an extremely bad tone. Hearing this, Yuan snorted coldly and didn't say much. "Well, don't be impatient, fellow practitioners. Although today is the best time to enter the cave, no one knows what will happen if they stay in the Blackstone Forest for a long time. Without further ado, I'll open the entrance of the cave now." As soon as Heaven Rover said this, everyone immediately stopped talking and watched him quietly. Seeing this, Heaven Rover's smile remained unchanged. He raised his hands and waved them in the nothingness, drawing circles of golden arcs one after another. At the same time, he chanted, and the spiritual power in the surrounding nothingness was immediately absorbed into it, rippling along with the arcs. As time went by, the arcs that originally seemed gentle gradually became sharp, cutting the nothingness with golden sparks flashing out. "Fellow practitioners, come and help me quickly." Heaven Rover looked serious and shouted in a low voice, changing the gesture in his hands. The old monsters of Yuanying realm immediately sensed that there seemed to be something in the nothingness, which connected with the golden arcs, and 5 defects appeared. They immediately changed their expressions and threw out the cave keys they carried without hesitation. 4 rays of light, gold, red, cyan, and green, flashed into the arcs, and the nothingness shook instantly. Su Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. The 4 jade talismans that flew out were obviously the same as the divine thunder of earth jade talisman she got. All the divine thunder of 5 elements jade talismans appeared. But these people obviously didn't know what they were and didn't sense the pneuma of thunder attached to them. "Where is the 5th jade key?" Seeing that there was still an empty groove, Heaven Rover's face was slightly gloomy. Wang Yu, who was still waiting for others to throw out the jade key, felt a thump in her heart. She didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly threw out the jade key in her hand, which blended into the arcs and reached perfection. The 5 colored rays appeared together and rotated slowly, merging into a white light. There were subtle electric arcs around the flowing light that flashed away. If Su Li hadn't known the pneuma of the divine thunder, she wouldn't have seen it at all. Oh my! The combination of the 5 elements and the thunder of tranquility. This cave doesn't seem simple. Little Su Li, you have to be careful. If you fail miserably, it will be bad. Black Lotus's bewildered voice sounded. Before Su Li had time to ask what the thunder of tranquility was, she was sucked in by the huge suction in the arc and disappeared. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Su Li's eyes became lively again. What she saw had changed greatly. It was no longer the gloomy and dark black stone forest, but a huge cave with no end at a glance. And they were on a lonely round platform. In front of the round platform, there was a stone road suspended in the nothingness, extending to the distance. No one knew where it led to. Except for this road, all the other places were empty and dark. No one knew where the stone platform stood. How high was it? Heaven Rover checked the team and found that there was no defect. He suddenly looked solemn and said, "Everyone, we have entered the ancient cave, but no one knows what dangers and opportunities are hidden in this cave. Only by working together will we be able to reap more benefits. In order to explore this cave, I have read many ancient books. Although I don't know who left this cave, judging from the setting of the round platform, this is a cave of inheritance. The outsiders who pass the test are likely to get the inheritance of the owner of this cave. As for how strong the inheritance of the ancient practitioners is, I don't need to say more, right?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone's eyes brightened, and there was a hidden greed in their eyes. The cave of inheritance. That was what almost every practitioner in the cultivation circle dreamed of. In Qingshui Circle, there were many mighty figures who changed their lives and soared to the sky because of the inheritance. This was definitely a shortcut to the supreme way. At this moment, everyone's mind became active. Even Jin Ying's eyes flickered with a trace of expectation. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Heaven Rover chuckled and said, "However, the level of cultivation in ancient times was much higher than that of today. Although we have reached Yuanying realm, if any of us were to take the test alone, there would only be death. So, only by cooperating can we get benefits from this cave." The people who still had fantasies immediately woke up, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed across their faces. Seeing this, Su Li chuckled in her heart. Heaven Rover had a good plan. He knew that these old monsters had lived for a long time and had thoughts of becoming demons. Even if they were temporarily blinded by the so-called inheritance, they would soon wake up. Enlightening them before they woke up would imperceptibly increase her right to speak and make it more convenient to command actions. In this way, even if Yuan and others understood Heaven Rover's intention, they would never feel bad. Ahem. The practitioners in Jojo region often say that Heaven Rover has profound attainments. Today I see that you deserve your reputation. Immortal Bingshu said slowly, speaking out what everyone was thinking. When Heaven Rover heard the words, he smiled carelessly and skipped the topic. He pointed to the stone road and said, "If I'm not wrong, the first level is behind the stone road. Without further ado, let's go there immediately." Chapter 385. In the silent space, a group of hundreds of people stepped on the stone road in an orderly manner and moved forward slowly. No one knew whether the first checkpoint mentioned by Heaven Rover was really in front of the stone road, so the speed of the whole team couldn't be increased. Su Li walked alone behind Wang Yu, but Jin Ying was held by Wang Yu. Jin Ying's performance along the way was obviously more in line with her. Behind Su Li was Dongfang Yi, who deliberately controlled his speed to lag behind. Su Li sensed that someone was staring at her back, but she didn't care. She kept walking forward calmly. After a while, the practitioners walked a long way on the floating stone road, and the original stone platform could no longer be seen. From a distance, they looked like ants crawling on a rope, small and lonely. Heaven Rover was about to propose to speed up, but suddenly the stone road shook violently, and everyone's face changed slightly. Then, The last person in the team suddenly lost his footing and fell directly into the endless nothingness with a scream. The shrill scream reverberated, making everyone's scalp numb. Hurry up. The stone road is collapsing. Everyone, speed up. Heaven Rover, who was walking in the front, shot out, and his nervous roar spread far away. In fact, there was no need for his deliberate reminder. At the moment when the unlucky guy walking at the end fell, everyone, without exception, burst out their fastest speed and exerted all their strength. Wang Yu was at the back of the team. Seeing this scene, she didn't care about Su Li, who was still behind her. She picked up Jin Ying and flew away quickly, causing Jin Ying to exclaim, "Master, junior sister apprentice is still behind." But Wang Yu turned a deaf ear to it and sped up. Only one sacrifice was needed. At present, she couldn't protect herself, so she had no time to care about Su Li's life. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly on her indifferent face. She was about to reveal part of her strength, but stopped at the critical moment. Then, she felt that she was picked up by the waist and embraced into a warm embrace. The only drawback was that the heartbeat of the owner of the embrace was too fast. "Hold on tight." Dong Fangyi gritted his teeth and burst out with the maximum speed. He didn't know why he saved Su Li. He couldn't protect himself, but he did so subconsciously. It will take a lot of time to leave this girl behind. Well, let's leave it to fate. Forcibly explaining to himself, Dong Fangyi smiled bitterly in his heart and fled desperately to the end of the stone road with the frightened crowd. "Ah! Help! Save me, master!" Screams kept coming from behind, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Dong Fangyi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he didn't intend to let go of Su Li. This kid, it's obvious that it's difficult for him to even escape by himself. Su Li shrank in Dong Fangyi's arms and thought with some amusement. She was about to give him some help secretly. Suddenly, she was dazzled. The old woman in red had appeared. Old Lady Juhua, who had escaped far away, suddenly came back. Regardless of Su Li in Dong Fangyi's arms, she reached out to grab Dong Fangyi's back collar, turned into a red lightning, and rushed out. Rumble, the stone path continued to descend, releasing rumbling sounds. Even though it was fast, there was a limit to how fast it could go. Everyone used their own life-saving methods and quickly landed on a flat piece of land at the end of the stone path. Thump! Old Lady Juhua waved her hand, and Dong Fangyi, who was holding Su Li, suddenly fell flat on his face. But at this moment, he had no time to make a move, and his heart was full of the joy of escaping. "You really don't want your life anymore. Did you waste 100 years of cultivation on a dog? Didn't your father teach you not to be compassionate easily?" Old Lady Juhua scolded with a sullen face. If that person hadn't said that there would be some opportunities with this kid on this trip, she wouldn't have to take this risk. Dong Fangyi smiled embarrassedly and quickly cupped his fists. "Thank you for saving my life, old lady." Old Lady Juhua snorted coldly and stood aside without speaking. Dong Fangyi didn't care, but his suspicion of Old Lady Juhua was much less. At least now Old Lady Juhua didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved him specially. "Brother Dong Fang, your palms are sweaty. Can you not wipe them on me?" A very low reminder sounded in his ear, and Dong Fangyi's tense mind suddenly paused. He looked down in amazement, and happened to meet Su Li's blank and somewhat disgusted eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect to be disgusted by this girl after saving her life. But judging from her appearance, it seemed that she hadn't figured out what had just happened. "Junior sister apprentice." At this moment, Jin Ying's voice came. Su Li turned around and saw Jin Ying running to hug her with tears in her eyes. She sobbed, "You scared me, junior sister apprentice. I thought you. Wang Yu didn't expect that someone would save Su Li in this situation." Seeing that Su Li didn't seem to realize that she had been abandoned before, she felt a little less embarrassed. She immediately cupped her fists to Dong Fangyi and said cheekily, "Thank you." The situation was chaotic and extremely dangerous just now. If you hadn't saved me, I would have lost a beloved disciple forever. It doesn't matter. It's just a piece of cake. Dong Fangyi waved his hand again and again with a faint smile on his face, but he was a little disgusted in his heart. He clearly saw the scene when Wang Yu left Su Li. This female practitioner didn't have any teacher-apprentice relationship in her heart. He was afraid that she had an ulterior motive in bringing them here. Seeing Wang Yu leave with Su Li and Jin Ying, Dong Fangyi pursed his lips and finally didn't stop them. Jindan realm, my strength is still a little weak. Dong Fangyi took a deep breath and hardened his heart. As old lady Juhua said, he didn't know whether he could survive or not. He could save the little girl once, but he couldn't save her many times. After a little cultivation, Heaven Rover counted the number of people and couldn't help but be shocked. There were originally more than 150 people in the team, but now there were only 81 people left. 9 by 9, 81, coincides with the extreme number. Is all this under the control of the unknown? Many people noticed the several numbers and were horrified. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Look, what's that? A young practitioner in Zhuji realm pointed to the distance and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a pyramid-shaped building. There is no way out. Let's go and have a look together. Heaven Rover said in a deep voice, and immediately got everyone's consent. They swept to the front of the pyramid building together. The surface of the building was extremely smooth and monotonous without any patterns, so the stone tablet next to the pyramid was extremely conspicuous. All the practitioners consciously moved closer to take a closer look, and Su Li naturally saw the words on the stone tablet. The words of the ancient cultivation era. This cave was indeed left by the ancient practitioners. What is the thunder of tranquility? Unfortunately, after entering the cave, the connection with the Black Lotus was broken again, just like the last time in Chuangxing Path. While Su Li was thinking, Wang Yu and other practitioners were shocked, and many of them couldn't hold it in and shouted with ecstasy. The ancient cave. It's really the ancient cave. I can enter the ancient cave in this life. Even if I die here immediately, it's worth it. Bah! Don't say such discouraging words. While the ordinary practitioners were talking fiercely, Heaven Rover and others had already focused their attention on the contents of the stone tablet. Fellow practitioner Heaven, you have studied the ancient classics of cultivation for many years. The words on the stone tablet are not difficult for you, right? Yuan asked tentatively. Heaven Rover immediately smiled and said, of course. Don't worry, fellow practitioner Yuan. Even if I'm wrong, there are still many people here who understand the ancient words. I'll tell you about the contents of the stone tablet first. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately listened attentively. Heaven Rover didn't delay and said according to the contents of the stone tablet, I'm Kang Lei. When the foreign race invaded, Kang Lei survived the war and felt hopeless. So, he spent thousands of years to build this cave of inheritance, and finally succeeded. If the predestined person can inherit my mantle, he should take the survival of a circle as his own responsibility and contribute to Qingshui Circle. If you are not predestined, I won't let you return empty-handed if you can pass the test. This tower is the first test, called Sanjin Tower. If you can reach the top of the tower within 100 breaths, you will pass the test. Everyone has only one chance to take the test in his life. The practitioners of later generations can only get rid of the slaves by strengthening themselves. I hope you won't let me down. When Heaven Rover said the last sentence, the eyes of the remaining 80 people suddenly brightened. This seemed to be very different from the 6 levels that Heaven Rover said before. They originally thought that every practitioner who was assigned to a level could monopolize the treasures of the entire level, but they didn't expect that everyone could have the chance to take the test. Heaven Rover didn't seem to expect it either. He looked a little embarrassed and said apologetically, what I knew before was just a speculation from the ancient books. It's normal to have some discrepancies. But for you, it's not a loss that one chance becomes 6. As he said, he looked at the short and fat old man in a green robe and a tall and thin man in grey, who were originally arranged in the first level, and said with a smile, the first level is obviously a test of speed. You two are the fastest practitioners among all of us. You might as well try it first. If you can't pass, the rest of us don't have to try. The old man in a green robe laughed when he heard the words. One of the injured pustules suddenly burst, and a lump of flesh came out from it. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ugly monster with a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its murderous roar spread far away. The practitioners in Jojo region all say that Heaven Rover is well informed. You are really worthy of your reputation. You even know my treasure of speed. Fine. Thanks for your praise, I'll give it a try. The old man in a green robe patted the head of the monster, and a green light flashed in his old eyes. The ugly monster immediately roared and turned into a light, rushing to Sanjin Tower. The tall and thin man looked at the monster climbing up the Sanjin Tower with an indifferent and unfathomable face. No one knew what he was thinking. The rest of the practitioners couldn't help but feel a little shocked, and their pupils shrank with fear. The monster was really fast, and it seemed to be powerful. Wang Yu glanced at the old man in a green robe covered with pustules without a trace. Chapter 386. Bang! On the golden stairs of the Sanjin Tower, the monster that was still moving at a high speed suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist without warning, staining the stairs with a touch of bright red. The green-robed elder was counterattacked, and his complexion changed slightly. He forcibly swallowed the blood that rushed into his throat, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. What happened? Why did the puppet explode? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. No one saw clearly how the puppet of the green-robed elder died. Only Heaven Rover's eyes flashed with an expression that it was true. Except for Su Li, who was sensitive, no one noticed his change. He slowly stood up and analyzed in a deep voice, although I don't know if Kang Lei was powerful in the ancient cultivation era, this is the inheritance cave of an ancient cultivator after all. It's not realistic if he can easily pass the first test. The green-robed elder calmed down when he heard the words. He snorted and sat down beside him. He said coldly, "A puppet is nothing, but it makes my pneuma and blood unstable. I need to tease it. Since everyone has a chance to try, those who are interested might as well go and have a try." After that, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, regardless of other people's reaction. After he calmed down, he even had a hint of complacency in his heart. He manipulated the puppet to pass the level instead of going in person. That was to say, every time he went there, he was an independent individual. If he could really take advantage of this loophole, as long as he had enough puppets, he could keep trying. Compared with others who only had one chance, the probability of passing the level was much higher. However, there were too many people at this moment. If he tried in front of everyone, it might cause others to be jealous and attack him together. He made up his mind that he would come back to test his conjecture when others tried other levels. Regardless of what the green-robed elder was thinking, the atmosphere in the field became strange as he spoke. The inexplicable self-explosion of the puppet just happened not long ago. Before they figured out the reason, how dare they rashly go up? After all, they only had one life. Heh, what a bunch of cowards. How can you walk further on the path of cultivation if you are so timid? The tall, thin man suddenly laughed mockingly, revealing a mouthful of sinister white teeth. The expression of Yuan, who had the worst temper, immediately changed. He was about to curse, but before he could say anything, the tall, thin man turned into an arc of light and dashed up the golden stairs of the three golden pagoda. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had surpassed the speed of the original puppet. Moreover, he was not injured at all, and continued to move forward at a high speed. Seeing this scene, many people suddenly changed their expressions. Even Heaven Rover's eyes were slightly solemn, as if he had met the tall and thin man for the first time. This person is very strange. He is not from our Jojo region. I just liked his speed before, so I invited him. Does anyone know his background? Heaven Rover secretly transmitted the sound, but no one responded. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he didn't show this emotion on his face. Su Li stood in the crowd inconspicuously. She tilted her head slightly, and a trace of profound meaning appeared in her eyes. This trip to the ancient cave dwelling seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Her eyes flickered slightly. She turned her head and naturally glanced at a bunch of strange combinations. It was a woman in purple who exuded a charming aura, and a cold-faced boy in white with white hair. She found that since entering the cave dwelling, everyone had spoken, except for these two people, who seemed to be mute, didn't say a word all the way. If she remembered correctly, these two people should be assigned to the 4th level by Heaven Rover. For the sake of an ancient inheritance, all sorts of monsters are coming out. Zhong Xian muttered. While Su Li's thoughts were tumbling in her mind, the tall and thin man had already stood at the top of the 3 golden pagoda. His calm face couldn't help showing a trace of joy at this moment. He got the reward for clearing the level. This thought emerged in everyone's mind. Driven by interests, many young practitioners who were envious immediately went up the stairs of the 3 golden pagoda. On the other hand, none of those old and shrewd practitioners in Yuanying realm moved. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally restrained the desire in her heart. Her strength was not speed. If nothing went wrong, the 6th level was her home field. Why should she fail miserably for the short-term interests in front of her? Whoosh! The tall and thin man's figure flashed down from the top of the 3 golden pagoda, and his expression had returned to indifference. At the same time, a few practitioners with low cultivation suddenly showed a look of horror before they went up 1/3 of the stairs. Before they could leave any last words, they suddenly exploded and died. The horrifying and bloody scene instantly made the remaining young practitioners who wanted to go up shiver and feel cold all over. The tall and thin man sneered unabashedly when he saw this. Do you really think that anyone can get the reward of immortal Kang Lei? Stupid. It seemed very easy for him to rush up the tower, but no one knew that he had secretly used several trump cards on the way. However, the loss was definitely worth it to get that thing. Do you still want to try? Heaven Rover smiled kindly and glanced at the rest of the people. But he didn't feel embarrassed when he didn't get any response. He pointed to the direction on the stone tablet that appeared out of nowhere and said, "Since no one has tried again, let's go to the 2nd level. Fellow practitioner Heaven, you seem to know too much about this ancient cave, don't you?" After adjusting his breath, the green-robed elder opened his eyes and stared at Heaven Rover with a gloomy smile. He didn't believe that he could know the detailed test of every level in the ancient cave in advance just by consulting the classics. Hearing this, Heaven Rover still looked calm. He shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems that fellow practitioner Wen is not going to leave this level." The green-robed elder was shocked. In this sentence, Heaven Rover clearly pointed out that he had seen through his purpose and used it as a threat. But he couldn't say it out loud to confuse the doubts in his heart. Humph. I know my own ability, and I only have some advantages in speed. Since I have to gamble with my life to pass the level, why should I go to the other 5 levels to die? He vaguely explained his previous doubts. Heaven Rover smiled slightly and didn't pursue it. He nodded and said, "Since fellow practitioner Wen has made up his mind, I can't persuade you anymore." After saying that, he really didn't look at the green-robed elder and left with the rest of the practitioners. Seeing this scene, several young people who had followed the green-robed elder hesitated for a moment, and finally followed Heaven Rover's pace with their teeth clenched. It was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. How could they be willing to give it up? The green-robed elder was eager to do so. He was not angry at the betrayal of several young practitioners. In the cave of inheritance of such a level, practitioners who had not reached Jindan realm were like cannon fodder. He didn't need to be angry at a few dead people at all. However, Heaven Rover led the crowd to find the 2nd level very easily according to the guidance. The process was incredibly easy, as if there was no other danger in this cave except for accepting the test. The 2nd test stele, seeing the stele of the same style, Yuan and others looked as usual, but each had their own ideas. Along the way, the guidance had clearly disappeared, but Heaven Rover led them here with ease. It seemed that he had been here many times. Old Lady Duhua, there is something wrong with Heaven Rover. We have to be careful. Yuan secretly transmitted the sound. Old Lady Duhua didn't look at him, but glanced at Dongfang Yi beside her, and then slowly transmitted the sound. "I have cultivated for more than 3,000 years, and I have seen the world. I will not be plotted against by a junior. If there is something fishy, you and I can join hands. What Yuan wanted was the last sentence. Hearing this, he felt a little relieved and stopped transmitting his voice. The rest of the practitioners also communicated secretly. The team that was originally united to pass the test began to be divided from this moment on. While communicating, Heaven Rover had finished reading the content on the stele. Yuan Laogui's physical strength could be regarded as the top in the Yuanying realm. Although old Lady Juhua was best at using poison, she had cultivated herself into the drought demon body in her early years, so her physical strength was not worse than Yuan Laogui's. As expected, the second level was a test of the physical strength. I will pass if I can hold on for 10 seconds after entering the bell. Yuan looked at the golden bell suspended on the altar behind the stele, with a smile on his old face. He strode to the altar and entered the scope of the bell without any hesitation. Clang! The melodious bell rang from the altar and stopped in everyone's ears. It contained an inexplicable beautiful melody, which made people involuntarily immersed in it. But Yuan, who was in the scope of the bell, changed his face. With a deep roar, his skin showed a black luster like iron and stone. Suppress. As he said this, Yuan's muscles, which were still shaking wildly, immediately quieted down. But this moment of silence did not last long, and the second bell rang. Ding! Even the people outside the scope of the bell couldn't help but feel their blood and qi boiling. Unsurprisingly, Yuan, who was under the bell, directly spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. This big bell has a kind of effect of purifying the physical body. Su Li narrowed her eyes and looked at the big bell with a little more enthusiasm. Since she left Chuangxing Path, her physical body had not been improved for a long time. What a terrible golden bell! Looking at Yuan, who was spitting out blood, old Lady Juhua's eyes flashed a touch of solemnity and hesitation. If she went there, she would not be much better than Yuan. Su Li glanced at old Lady Juhua, who was full of fear, thoughtfully. It seemed that if one's physical body was not strong enough, he would only be seriously injured in the face of this big bell, and could not enjoy the benefits of refining. On the altar, the ninth breath, Yuan reluctantly stuffed a healing elixir into his mouth, and managed to suppress his injury. But he saw the ripples of the golden bell, and another bell sound was quickly brewing. His expression immediately turned into horror, and he wanted to rush out of the range of the golden bell. But before he took action, the terrible third bell rang, and in the blink of an eye, his physical body was shattered and annihilated in the nothingness, without leaving a trace of blood. Gudong. Chapter 387. Phew, Heaven Rover let out a long sigh and remained silent, as if he hadn't completely digested the unexpected death of Yuan in a short time. Old Lady Juhua also looked solemn and had no intention of going up to try the golden bell. Her physical body was almost the same as Yuan Laogui's. Even Yuan Laogui had lost his life carelessly. What was the point of her trying? Yuan's voice seemed to linger in her ears. In such a short time, such a big change happened. Even with thousands of years of experience, old Lady Juhua couldn't help but sigh at this moment. There were not many opportunities to witness the death of an old monster in Yuanying realm. I didn't expect the second level to be so dangerous, Heaven Rover's familiar voice sounded, and there was no lack of regret in his tone. Then he turned to old Lady Juhua and asked, "Fellow practitioner, Yuan's death may be just an accident. The road of cultivation is difficult and dangerous. Maybe this level has different powers for different people. Would you like to have a try, fellow practitioner Juhua?" Hearing Heaven Rover's obviously provocative words, old Lady Juhua sneered in her heart. Heaven Rover, you really treat us as fools." But she looked helpless and shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to. In terms of physical body, I'm almost the same as fellow practitioner Yuan. Why should I go to court death? That's a pity." Heaven Rover sighed, looked at the stone tablet that didn't show the guidance of the next level, and continued hypocritically, "No one has passed the level, so there is no way to know the guidance of the next level. I can't let you go to court death. For now, I can only rely on my speculation and take one step at a time. Ha ha, Immortal Bingshu stood up and chuckled. Fellow practitioner Heaven, don't be modest. Do whatever you want. Even if we can't find the next level, we will never put the blame on you. Yes. Senior Heaven, please take us to the third level. As soon as Immortal Bingshu said this, everyone immediately agreed, and even the old monsters in Yuanying realm nodded with a smile. No one showed their real thoughts on their faces. Didn't he see that Yuan just made a guess and was soon dead? Although it was not necessarily Heaven Rover who did it, it didn't prevent other practitioners from making associations. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I didn't expect that at this time, everyone would still be willing to listen to this old man. Heaven Rover was moved. He flipped his palm, and a light flashed above his palm. Immediately, a black and white compass appeared in his hand. This plate is known as the treasure-seeking plate, and it possesses an unfathomable guiding effect. Whether or not we can find the next stage will depend on it. As he said, Heaven Rover injected the power of Yuanying into the compass. The pointer on the compass trembled and turned rapidly. It didn't take long for it to be fixed in a certain direction. Over there. With a flash of light in his eyes, Heaven Rover followed the direction of the compass without hesitation, and the others immediately followed him. Su Li looked at the aged back of Heaven Rover, and her eyes flickered. Others might not notice it, but at the moment when Heaven Rover cast the spell, she clearly sensed a fluctuation that was very similar to the divine thunder of Earth. The fluctuation lacked the heaviness of the divine thunder of Earth, but she was not sure which divine thunder of 5 elements it was. However, the only thing she could be sure of was that this Heaven Rover definitely had some unspeakable relationship with this cave of inheritance. On the desolate and boundless gloomy plain, everyone trekked for 5 days under the leadership of Heaven Rover before they finally saw the stone tablet. Heaven Rover's tense expression was visibly relaxed, and he said in a deep voice, after wandering for a few days, I finally found a stone tablet. Gee, before he finished speaking, old Lady Duhua made a sound of surprise. She looked hesitant for a moment and said, this seems to be, not the third stone tablet. What, not the third level? Everyone's face changed slightly. Heaven Rover seemed to have just noticed this, and he quickly looked at the stone tablet. But this made him laugh bitterly and explain, fellow practitioner Duhua is right. This is the 4th stone tablet, corresponding to the 4th level. He actually skipped the 3rd level. Wang Yu was a little incredulous. Anyone who knew a little about the Cave of Inheritance from antiquity times knew that the inheritance in ancient times was particularly strict. Those who accepted the test had to pass the level step by step according to the master of the cave, but now they were obviously led astray by Heaven Rover. Heaven Rover took out the compass and saw that the pointer on it pointed to the stone tablet in front of him motionlessly. He suddenly showed a helpless expression. It seems that we have to skip the 3rd level and start from the 4th level. Fortunately, Senior Kang Lei did not say that we need to take the test in order, so it is not cheating, and it should not trigger the punishment inhibition of the cave. As soon as he said this, a soft and charming voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that the seductive woman in purple who had never spoken finally spoke, but her tone was not friendly at all. Senior Tian, it's easy for you to say that. The 4th stage is this servant's home ground. If we're talking about taking risks, it should be this servant. Senior wants to send this junior to his death with just a few words, isn't that too much? With the last light hum, a pink phantom seemed to flash through the nothingness. The young male practitioners with poor cultivation were immediately fascinated by it, and some even drooled. Their bodies reacted, showing their ugliness. It's another powerful figure with an unknown origin. Wang Yu stood next to the seductive woman, and couldn't help stepping back at this moment, with fear in her eyes. Before coming here, she thought that with her inherited means, even if her cultivation had not reached Yuanying realm, it was enough to deal with everything. But when she came here, she realized that there were too many capable people in the cultivation circle, and her means were nothing compared to this group of people. Fellow practitioner Xian, don't be anxious. Heaven Rover chuckled. In the face of the seductive woman's question, he was not angry at all, It's normal for you to be worried, but my guess has some basis, but it comes from ancient books. Even if I tell you, you probably won't believe it. If that's the case, this old man has a compromise. Speaking of this, Heaven Rover pointed to the stone tablet and continued, as the stone tablet said, the fourth level is a test of the soul. In terms of the attainment of the soul, I am far inferior to fellow practitioner Xian Meiji and fellow practitioner Snowchild. But even if I can't pass the level, I think I can survive in the fourth level. As long as I can keep my life, it can prove that what I said before is true. At that time, fellow practitioner Xian and fellow practitioner Snow can attack the level. How about that? Heaven Rover's words were reasonable and well-founded, and he was even ready to take risks. Xian Meiji couldn't find any loopholes, so she immediately looked a little relaxed and nodded. Since Senior Tian has already put it this way, how can I not agree? Heaven Rover laughed and looked at the white-haired boy in white with an inquiring look. The latter still remained silent, but after thinking about it, he nodded slightly in response. With the affirmation of the two, Heaven Rover didn't hesitate and walked to the dark stone room on the altar of the fourth level without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he entered the stone room. The next moment, the black stone room distorted in everyone's horrified eyes and disappeared directly. The person who led the way suddenly disappeared. Even the old foxes of Yuanying realm, who had been calm all the time, couldn't help but change their expressions and look gloomy. That old thing couldn't have escaped, right? I've noticed something wrong with him for a long time. If I had known it, I would have stayed with Senior when and been closer to the exit. Now we have no sense of direction in this damn place. Will we be trapped here to death? In the inexplicably quiet atmosphere, as time went by, a sense of panic slowly spread. Xian Meiji stared at the altar intently. She was neither angry nor went up to the altar. At this moment, Snowchild, who was like a sculpture, suddenly moved. His movement immediately attracted the attention of most old foxes of Yuanying realm, but when they saw that Snowchild just sat down and waited, they were speechless. Seeing this, Xian Meiji showed a trace of surprise in her eyes. She turned to smile and said, "Giggle, Brother Snow, it's so boring to sit alone. I'll come to accompany you." As she said, Xian Meiji actually twisted her waist and sat next to Snowchild, ignoring the disappeared black stone room, which made everyone confused. Su Li also sat down. But she was just in Lianqi realm on the surface, so no one noticed her action. The stone room is still there, but it is shrouded by a special force, which can't be sensed. This force is somewhat similar to the illusion I encountered in Chuangxing Path. The kind of power that turned from false to real was particularly impressive to Su Li, so she saw through the details of the altar at a glance. Heaven Rover obviously won't die so easily. I'd like to see what his purpose is after this play. Just as Su Li was secretly planning, Immortal Bingshu and others were also sensible people. Seeing the abnormal reactions of Xian Meiji and Snowchild, they all dispelled the idea of leaving and found a place to rest and wait quietly. Time passed slowly. When Su Li finished sorting out the last paragraph of the foundation chapter of Sueyu Tactics, the fourth altar finally responded. Boom! With a heavy muffled sound, the black stone room reappeared, and then everyone saw Heaven Rover, who turned into a grey shadow, escape from it. As soon as he landed, his face was slightly red, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, covering his chest and coughing a few times, Heaven Rover's eyes flashed with a strong lingering fear, and he regretfully said, "The illusion of the fourth level is too terrible. I tried my best to stay awake and escape. If I were a little later, I'm afraid I would be lost in it." Illusion? The black stone room was full of illusions. Hearing what Heaven Rover said, many Yuanying realm old foxes' eyes flickered. Being able to get to this step, they all had treasures to protect their souls more or less, so they all had the same idea. Xian Meiji smiled, as if hundreds of flowers were blooming, extremely bright. Senior Tian is really decisive. Since Senior has already fulfilled his promise, I have to go and see how terrifying the illusion that Senior mentioned is. As she said, her beautiful and bright eyes turned to Snowchild. The latter's face did not change, and he directly returned to his original place to sit down to show his meaning. "You go." Xian Meiji covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Snow, you really know how to cherish the fairer sex at such a young age. I'll be back soon. I won't let you wait for 5 days. After that, Xian Meiji floated down to the altar and also entered the 4th level of the test. Chapter 388. Xian Meiji really didn't talk nonsense. Just 2 days later, the familiar seductive figure flashed out of the stone room that reappeared, and she was unscathed. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously looked at the stone tablet, and saw the location of the 5th level shown on the stone tablet. Ha 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 ha. Fellow practitioner Xian is really powerful. I think you have already got the reward of this level. Heaven Rover said with relief and kindness, without any jealousy. Xian Meiji's charming eyes flashed, and she said with a soft smile, Senior Heaven, why do you stare at me? I'm afraid that what I got is not half of the value of Brother Huang. 100 celestial stones. If Brother Huang is willing, I am willing to exchange the thing in my hand for 150 celestial stones. What do you think, Brother Huang? As soon as Xian Meiji said this, the tall and thin man who had passed the 1st level suddenly changed his face and looked gloomy. After a moment of silence, he slowly spat out 3 words, You want to die. Xian Meiji showed a look of fear, but her eyes were full of playfulness, and her tone was a little more gloating. Brother Huang is really terrible. I just want to make a deal. Since Brother Huang is unwilling, forget it. As she spoke, she glanced at others and saw that everyone else faintly showed eagerness and greed. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. She thought that people didn't really want to make a deal with the tall and thin man. As long as a person passed the level, he could easily know the information of others who had passed the level, and the thing in her hand was also very precious. If it was revealed by Snow Child or those who had passed the 5th and 6th level, the situation would become extremely dangerous. In this case, she could only take the initiative. If the tall and thin man became the target of public criticism, her pressure would be much less. Bitch, how dare you? The tall and thin man realized his situation, and his eyes were cold. He turned around and fled without saying a word. So decisive. Xian Meiji was stunned, and her plan failed. Her beautiful face was a little ugly. Others also looked at the tall and thin man who disappeared in the distance and sighed with pity. No one expected that the tall and thin man would be so decisive and flee directly. In a hurry, he took the lead. With his speed, no one on the scene could catch up with him. Even Su Li asked herself that when it came to speed, she was only equal to him. Under the premise of falling behind, there was no possibility to catch up. 300 celestial stones, Su Li's eyes flickered. There were indeed celestial stones in this cave, but 300 was still too little for her to be interested. But Wang Yu couldn't help showing a trace of excitement on her face at this moment. Celestial stones. It's actually celestial stones. She, Wang Yu, got the inheritance by chance and was knowledgeable. Naturally, she knew the role of the celestial stone. It was a purer and milder practicing resource than the best spiritual stone. The pure spiritual energy made it easier to break the bottleneck. Wang Ti Wang, King of King Pure Spiritual Qi, made it easier for people to break through bottlenecks. The value of each celestial crystal was more than 10,000 times that of a supreme-grade spiritual stone. Such a treasure was basically priceless and hard to come by. T Celestial T. Damn it, why wasn't I the one who passed the first test? T. Of. T. Meister. King saying, Child, T. Wang Yu looked excited and full of regret. If she had known this, she would have tried the first level even if she had played all her card. Well, since fellow practitioner Huang doesn't want to be with us, let's go our separate ways. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be discouraged. We've only tried the 3rd trial. Once we've found the remaining 3 trials, you can try it out yourselves. If you do your best, there's bound to be one who'll get what he wants. If the rewards you receive aren't satisfactory, this old man can also guarantee that you'll be able to trade without any worries. The voice of Heaven Rover sounded at the right time, like a gentle spring flowing through the heart, soothing the irritable mood. Everyone's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Senior Tian is right. We have many opportunities. Senior Huang is so short-sighted to leave the team. Yes. Scoundrel, we don't want to be with him. When expressing their views on the tall and thin man, everyone had the same idea. Even Wang Yu couldn't help but criticize him, which made Heaven Rover look at her. After that, Snow Child entered the altar. Everyone waited for less than 2 days, and the white figure reappeared. Judging from the length of time, his strength was obviously above Xian Meiji. Back in the crowd, Snow Child was still expressionless. He only looked at Xian Meiji for a moment, and then looked at Heaven Rover. His words were extremely simple. The 5th level. Heaven Rover was stunned for a moment, and then began to lead the way. Since Snow Child didn't mean to mention the reward of Xian Meiji, he certainly couldn't ask. Xian Meiji breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, but she didn't dare to relax completely. She had said before that what she got was worth 150 celestial stones. Now Huang Shan suddenly escaped, and Snow Child's strength was above her. It was hard to guarantee that no one else in the team would be interested in her. With the guidance, it was much easier for Heaven Rover to find the 5th level. After only half a day, he arrived at the place where the next stone tablet was. Unlike the previous 2, the place to accept the test this time was not an altar, but a palace. After reading the contents of the stone tablet at a glance, Heaven Rover suddenly laughed and said loudly, "Everyone, we can all accept this test." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Heaven Rover quickly explained the meaning of the stone tablet. This test is designed to test talent. We, the cultivators, go against the heaven. Without talent, we can't move a step forward. As a descendant of Kang Lei, if your talent is not up to standard, even if you get my inherited practice method, you definitely can't practice it. So, if you can't get my recognition in this level, you will directly lose the qualification to inherit. I, Kang Lei, have practiced for tens of thousands of years and collected countless practice method. 3 million low-grade practice methods, 500,000 middle-grade practice methods, 180 top-grade practice methods, 3 top-grade practice methods, and 1 holy method of nature's punishment school. The conditions for practicing the holy method are extremely harsh. In order to select a suitable successor, I specially exchanged 3 top-grade practice methods for a simplified version of the holy method of nature's punishment school, which can also be called a pseudo-holy method. Whoever can master it will be qualified to take the next test and inherit the orthodoxy of Kang Lei. When everyone heard what Heaven Rover said, they were all shocked, even Snow Child, who had been silent, was no exception. My God! The top-grade holy method of the ancient cultivation era. What I'm practicing now is not even a top-grade practice method, let alone a top-grade practice method. There are 180 top-grade practice methods in this cave. How powerful were the ancient cultivators? Nature's punishment school? Are there many schools of ancient holy methods? Why haven't I heard of any of them? The fierce discussion made the palace as lively as a vegetable market in the blink of an eye. Heaven Rover did not stop them. He also stared at the stone tablet with fiery eyes. I've waited for this step for too long. The holy method of nature's punishment and the inheritance of immortal Kang Lei can only be mine. Immortal Bingshu coughed violently twice, and an abnormal blush appeared on his sallow face, showing that he was extremely uncalm inside, and there was a trace of disbelief. Holy method. In this kind of remote Jojo region, there is a school of holy method inheritance. It is clearly recorded in the classics of the sect that in ancient times, this area of Jojo region was still a sea, and there was no human habitation at all. Are those records false? While falling into self-doubt, Immortal Bingshu's eyes were also shining. He was the top genius of the sect. In terms of talent and temperament, he was the strongest in the sect. He could definitely pass the 5th test and become one of the candidates for the inheritance of the cave. While being overwhelmed with emotions, Immortal Bingshu couldn't help but look at Heaven Rover with suspicion in his eyes. Was it a coincidence that he was arranged in the 5th test, or, junior sister apprentice? Why are they all so excited as if they are possessed? What is the holy method? What mental method do we practice in Huajian sect? Jin Ying and Su Li were undoubtedly the calmest in the field now. The former was ignorant, while the latter didn't care. Su Li glanced at Jin Ying, whose eyes were full of curiosity. She thought for a moment and replied quite seriously, "The holy method should be a very powerful practice method. If I am not mistaken, the practice method we practice is at most the middle grade." "Ah, so low." Jin Ying's little face frowned, and she immediately clenched her small fist and hummed, "Then I also want to practice the holy method." As soon as she said this, the young practitioners around suddenly let out a low laugh, but no one cared about a little girl like her. Su Li couldn't help smiling, and wondered what the holy method of nature's punishment school was. Not surprisingly, the so-called nature's punishment was probably the same as Chuangxing Path, which was a kind of ancient holy method of cultivation school. But now she couldn't contact Blackface, so she didn't know which school was stronger or weaker. However, she was sure of one thing. Kang Lei, the owner of this cave, was by no means a nobody in ancient times. Just when everyone was still talking fiercely, a deep and heavy male voice suddenly came from the silent palace. "This palace is used for practice by the examinees. Where the rush cushion is, the practice method will appear automatically. The time limit is 1 month. If you can get into the practice method, it will be given to you as a lucky chance. If you can't get into the practice method, I will also pick out the practice method as a reward according to the level of practice." There was a moment of silence in the palace, and everyone was shocked. This. Immortal Kang Lei is still alive? It's impossible. The first stone tablet clearly says that Immortal Kang Lei is dead. Yes. Hearing someone refuting, Heaven Rover's eyebrows also relaxed. This palace may have the means left by Immortal Kang Lei, but it is not immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, rush cushions appeared everywhere in the palace, and the number was exactly the number of people who entered the palace at this moment. The practitioners who were still looking for rush cushions immediately stopped, and their eyes showed urgency. Everyone. Chapter 389. I didn't expect that even 2 little girls in Lianqi realm who know nothing have futons. When Su Li sat down, she clearly heard the whisper of a young practitioner behind her, but Jinying didn't feel it. She excitedly began to communicate with the practice method in the futon and slowly immersed herself in it. 1 month was very tight, and no one wanted to waste it. Soon, except for Su Li who was still awake in the entire hall, everyone else entered the state of meditation. Su Li evoked a trace of psychic awareness and probed into the futon. It didn't take long for a pseudo-holy method with thousands of ancient characters to appear in her mind. Although they were ancient characters, there was a special power in the characters. Even if she didn't know the characters, she could understand the meaning. Obviously, Kang Lei also considered the changes of the characters with the changes of the times, so he used this way to convey information. It's a little interesting. This pseudo-holy method is indeed much better than the current practice method. But I have the holy method of Sueyu tactics, so it's quite boring for me to read the pseudo-holy method. After reading the whole mental method, Su Li was quite helpless. She thought that she could get another mental method that could be verified with Sueyu tactics, but from the pseudo-holy method, she could see the whole picture. The so-called nature's punishment holy method was probably far inferior to Sueyu tactics. However, after all, it is a school of holy method. Even if I don't practice it, I can give it to Master and Jinying. As the thought flashed through her mind, Su Li reluctantly prepared to practice the pseudo-holy method, but this pseudo-holy method is too simple. 3 days are enough for me to get started. The first 27 days will be used to comprehend Sueyu tactics. After making up her mind, Su Li no longer cared about the pseudo-holy method and immersed herself in the comprehension of Sueyu tactics. She was also comprehending the mental method. From the outside, she was no different from others, so she didn't have to worry about being exposed. While the group of people were still practicing in the ancient cave, far away in Huajian sect, the 1-month period agreed by Beixiao Liang and the protector elder of Yushu sect had arrived. "Elder, hasn't Wang Yu done anything yet?" Beixiao Liang frowned and hadn't relaxed in the past few days. "Indeed, how can I mistake the pneuma of Hong Yu? She has been staying in her bedroom, and her pneuma is faint." It's very likely that she is practicing in isolation. The Law Protector Elder spoke in a deep voice. Forcibly disturbing the seclusion of others is a taboo in the cultivation world. You don't want to fall out with Huajian sect. I think it's better to give it a long thought. You should go back to the sect to practice and improve your strength first. When you become a practitioner of Yuanying realm or even a higher level, Wang Yu will be a piece of cake. How can you be constrained? Bei Xiao Liang was silent for a moment and finally sighed. He understood that the Protector Elder was right, but he hadn't gotten his revenge, and the anger in his heart hadn't been quelled. How could he cultivate in peace? No matter how high her cultivation was, she couldn't cover the whole Qingshui circle. At that time, as long as Wang Yu left Zhozhou region, who could find her? Seeing Bei Xiao Liang hesitating, the Elder of Protector shook his head secretly. When he was about to speak again, the alarm suddenly rang in Huajian sect. Clang! Dang! Dang! The hasty bell immediately made Bei Xiao Liang stand up in shock. He said to himself incredulously, "Is someone attacking the big tactical matrix for protecting the sect?" The Protector Elder also stood up slowly with a solemn look. Through the big tactical matrix, he could clearly feel that there was more than one practitioner of Yuanying realm bombarding outside the tactical matrix. Why did a small Huajian sect attract such a strong enemy? Is it possible that our Yushu sect is the enemy, and Bei Xiao Liang's whereabouts have been leaked? The Protector Elder thought for a while, but Bei Xiao Liang flew out of the palace to Liguang's palace without saying a word. Boom! Boom! The sound of bombarding the big tactical matrix was getting louder and louder. The disciples of Huajian sect had never suffered such an attack. Some young disciples immediately ran out in a hurry and looked at the big tactical matrix for protecting the sect, changing color in the sky with pale faces. Who dares to make trouble in my Huajian sect? Before the third bombardment fell, a white rainbow shot out of the main peak and stopped steadily at the edge of the big tactical matrix. An old man in a white robe appeared. It's the First Elder. The First Elder came out. Many low-level disciples were shocked, but the old man called the First Elder didn't look good when he saw a group of people coming aggressively in the tactical matrix. There were 9 people in total, all of whom were above Jindan realm. He couldn't sense the pneuma of 2 of them. Only the practitioners of Yuanying realm couldn't be sensed by him at the peak of Jindan realm. Headmaster has broken through, but she alone can't deal with 2 practitioners of Yuanying realm. Thinking of this, the First Elder sneered coldly, "I don't know which 2 seniors have come to bombard the tactical matrix of our sect without saying a word. Do they fancy this barren land?" The leading purple-robed elder looked gloomy. Hearing that the First Elder's tone was not respectful at all, his eyes became colder. He took a step forward and introduced himself word by word. "I'm Yu Wutao, the Elder of Zihon sect." The Elder of Zihon sect, the second sect in Zhozhou region? The First Elder's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that the background of these people was so horrible. But the people outside the tactical matrix still seemed to feel that this deterrent effect was not enough. Another white-robed elder of Yuanying realm also stood out, narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm Su Huabin, the director of Su family." Su family. Another behemoth comparable to the 25 sect. The First Elder's face was stiff, and his heart thumped. Why did the leaders of these 2 big forces come to the door on the same day? "Your Huajian sect is really good." Yu Wutao stared at the First Elder with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Not only immortal Hong Yu who breaks her promise, but also the headmaster is so influential. "You are the only elder who comes to receive us. How arrogant you are. Damn it." As he said, he turned over his hands with 2 swords in his hands, and continued to bombard the big tactical matrix for protecting the sect without hesitation. He could easily break the big tactical matrix for protecting the sect of a small sect. The First Elder's heart sank, but he didn't panic when he saw Yu Wutao continue to attack. The tactical matrix of Huajian sect was personally arranged by that person, and it was not easy for those in Yuanying realm to break it. On top of that, the First Elder's face relaxed slightly, and he regained his calmness. Su Huabin frowned when he saw this, and felt that something was wrong. Did Hua Jian sect have any trump card? While he was wondering, a cold and unpleasant voice suddenly sounded from the hall of the main peak of Hua Jian sect, and spread throughout Hua Jian sect in the blink of an eye. Many old people who had stayed in Hua Jian sect for hundreds of years heard this voice, and immediately couldn't help but get excited. Although the disciples who had been in the sect for less than 100 years had never heard the voice, they quickly reacted when they saw the reactions of the senior fellow apprentices and uncle masters around them. They stared at the sky above the sect with expectation. When Yu Wutao and First Elder heard this voice, their faces changed slightly. Then they saw a purple phantom floating out from the top of the main peak. After a few flashes, it appeared beside the First Elder and stood in the air. Headmaster. The First Elder showed reverence on his face and hurriedly saluted. Su Huabin was slightly stunned, and his eyes showed surprise. He hadn't paid attention to Hua Jian sect before, so he didn't know that the headmaster of Hua Jian sect was a female practitioner. Yu Wutao was much calmer. He took a deep look at the beautiful face, which seemed to be the same as 1,000 years ago. His heart sank slightly, and he couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that Hua Yang, the talent in those days, has come to this point. It really surprises me. Hua Yang smiled and said calmly in the face of the two old guys who had been immersed in Yuanying realm for many years, I used to be on the Tianjiao list in Zheozhou region. If I don't break through Yuanying realm, won't I be defeated by ordinary practitioners like you? Hua Yang's words were sarcastic, and Yu Wutao's face changed slightly. Before he could retort, the former turned her eyes again and said to the butler of Su family, the butler of Su family comes at the right time. A few days ago, Su Zini, the seventh holy girl of your family, tried to break into the sect to assassinate me, but was killed by me. She only has a half step to Yuanying realm with her, and she dares to come to my Huajian sect to make trouble. Doesn't she look down on my Huajian sect? When Su Huabin heard this, his anxious mood immediately calmed down, and he nodded with a smile. It turns out that the seventh miss of my family really died in your sect. Thank you for telling me the truth, Headmaster Hua. You really helped me a lot. Hearing the softening in Su Huabin's words, Yu Wutao's eyes widened slightly, and he was about to ask by sound transmission. However, Su Huabin waved his hand and continued with a smile, don't worry, I'll be fine. I will kill 3,000 disciples of Naiman branch and 1,000 inherited disciples of your sect in return. What do you think, Headmaster Hua? As soon as this remark came out, Hua Yang's smiling face immediately became cold, and a green jade flower appeared in her palm. If you want to kill my people, ask me first. Star-stacked tactical matrix was invincible, but Hua Jian's sect didn't have so many spiritual stones to consume. If Yu Wutao and others attacked wantonly, it wouldn't take long for the energy of the entire tactical matrix to be cut off, and then it would collapse. At that time, many weak disciples of the sect would die, and the whole sect would be in danger of being destroyed. This kind of situation must not happen. Hua Yang gritted her teeth and was about to rush out of the tactical matrix, and First Elder and others also followed her with dignified faces. But at this moment, a long laugh came from Fujian Mount, and then Yu Wutao and others saw Bei Xiao Liang coming on a sword, followed by a cold-faced old man, whose pneuma couldn't be detected. Another practitioner of Yuanying realm? Yu Wutao's eyes almost popped out. Wasn't Hua Jian sect a low-grade sect? Why did two practitioners of Yuanying realm suddenly pop out? What kind of low-grade sect was this? You are Bei Xiao Liang, the holy son of Yushu sect? Su Huabin suddenly looked horrified and asked in surprise. After all, he was the general manager of Su family, and his status was far above Yu Wutao's. He knew almost all the talents of the major sects. Bei Xiao Liang was the recently promoted holy son of Yushu sect, and he recognized him at a glance. As soon as Su Huabin said this, everyone was shocked, and everyone's eyes focused on Bei Xiao Liang. For a moment, the tense atmosphere actually eased. Chapter 390. Ha ha ha, nephew Bei, you are wrong. Since Hua Jian's sect is under your protection, we will not offend you. We will leave now. Su Huabin winked at Yu Wutao, who was unwilling to leave, and turned to leave without saying a word. Not to mention Yu Wutao, even Hua Yang and Bei Xiao Liang, who had revealed their identity, did not expect this decisiveness. Yu Wutao's heart was full of resentment, but without Su Huabin's help, he couldn't stay. Seeing Su Huabin walking away, he could only snort and leave angrily. This Su family's chief steward is still as shameless as he was back then. The crisis receded, and Hua Yang seemed to think of something in the past. She narrowed her eyes and sighed softly. Bei Xiao Liang frowned and remained silent. Su family and Zihon sect had a close relationship, and their attitude towards Yushu sect was very strange. He didn't think that he scared Su Huabin away. It's not that simple, he muttered to himself, and didn't mention Wang Yu to Hua Yang for a while. He still cared about the survival of Huajian sect. After Yu Wutao left, he quickly caught up with Su Huabin, who deliberately slowed down. He asked with an ugly face, "Butler Su, what do you mean? You and I have a deal." "Elder Yu, calm down." Su Huabin interrupted Yu Wutao with a smile and lowered his voice. "Huajian sect is not as simple as you think. Even if Hua Yang is the only one supporting, we may not be able to break through the tactical matrix for protecting the sect, let alone now there are two." As soon as this was said, Yu Wutao was stunned, and then his face was full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, "It's just a small sect. How strong can the tactical matrix for protecting the sect be? If we bombard it together, it will be destroyed in less than a minute." Su Huabin scolded Yu Wutao for being stupid in his heart. He had already said so, but Yu Wutao still didn't understand the meaning. But on the surface, he still explained the origin of the tactical matrix of Huajian sect to Yu Wutao carefully with a gentle smile. After listening, Yu Wutao immediately stopped talking. After all, he came from the era of Holy Girl Su. How could he not know such an evil means? But he didn't expect that a small sect should have such a background. Would the revenge of his granddaughter Yu Lin be left unsettled? Su Huabin looked at Elder Yu's unwilling expression and knew that the time had come. He smiled and said, "Elder Yu, even if we retreat today, it does not mean that we will let this matter rest." Elder Yu's eyes lit up. "Chief Steward Su, are you saying, Su Zini is the seventh miss of the Su family after all? It's not so easy to let go of this debt. This time, I'm here to investigate the cause of seventh young mistress death. Once I return to the clan and report to the clan, the victim's family will naturally come knocking on my door. When that time comes, Elder Yu will come forth to assist us." Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Good. Good. That's great. Elder Yu laughed loudly. With the help of the seniors of Su family, no matter what tricks Huajian sect plays, they can't escape the fate of annihilation. Then this old man will wait for Chief Steward Su's good news in the Zihon sect. After some discussion, the two of them went their separate ways. Although Hua Yang and Bei Xiao Liang felt that this matter was strange, they didn't know that the danger of the destruction of the sect was approaching. The sect had returned to its usual peace. For cultivators, a month's time was but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the appointed time for the fifth test in the Manor of Inheritance's main hall had arrived. Swish! All the futons disappeared at the same time, and the practitioners who were still immersed in the Enlightenment were immediately awakened. After checking the progress of their practice, almost 80% of them looked gloomy at the same time, while the other 20% who were more scheming were expressionless, and no one could tell whether they were happy or angry. Jinying looked dejected. She didn't even sort out the whole mental method of the pseudo-holy method in a month, let alone pass the threshold. Now that the time was up, the memory of the holy method was erased again, and her hard work for this month was in vain. 3 people passed. The voice within the palace rang out once more. Hearing that only 3 people had entered, the young cultivators who had failed all felt a little better in their hearts. It must be known that there were more than 10 Dao Masters and nascent soul-old monsters present. There are 5 Yuanying realm practitioners, but only 3 people passed. Even such a powerful existence can't pass the threshold, so it's normal that we can't practice. The young practitioners with low cultivation adjusted their mentality and immediately walked out of their disappointment. Looking at the Yuanying realm practitioners with different expressions, they actually felt that they were watching a play. 3 people, besides me, There are 2 more people who passed the threshold. Heaven Rover looked calm on the surface, but he was shocked and angry in his heart. He was determined to get this cave. He thought that it would be easy to use these Yuaniing realm practitioners to get the inheritance, but he didn't expect that it would become a situation where he led a wolf into the house. I have practiced for 100 years to pass the threshold. Which 2 bastards? Took only 1 month to pass the threshold, and they are so talented. He glanced at the other Yuaniing realm practitioners, but he didn't get much information. These people were all old and shrewd, and they wouldn't show the change of their mood on their faces. At this moment, he even had an impulse to kill all of them on the spot, but the 6th and 2nd levels had not been passed yet. He could only deal with one of them at most, and the rest would be left to the 3rd level. These people couldn't die for the time being. Forget it, wait a little longer. When the 6th level is passed, these people will almost die without me doing anything. With a sneer in his heart, Heaven Rover took a deep breath and restrained his thoughts again. Just when Heaven Rover was struggling, all the practitioners who had not passed the threshold received the 1st level of reward. 30%, the mental method of the upper grade? It's actually the upper grade mental method. Haha, the mental method I practiced before was not even the middle grade. Many people were overjoyed, and the reward given by the palace obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. 60%, the top practice method. It's not bad. Dongfang Yi was overjoyed. The practice method of the Dongfang family was just at the upper grade. Although he couldn't become the inheritor now, it was a great gain to get a top practice method. Old Lady Juhua naturally saw that Dongfang Yi got a good mental method, but he reacted at this time, which proved that he was not the one who passed the threshold. Along the way, this kid is very scheming, and he is by no means pretending. It seems that only the 10 people selected by Heaven Rover will pass the threshold, and even Heaven Rover himself. Old Lady Juhua thought very quickly, but no matter how she guessed, she could never guess that the 3rd person who passed the threshold would be the sacrifice brought by Wang Yu. Su Li looked inside her body and helplessly looked at the genuine qi of the pseudo-holy method that was suppressed under her pubic region as soon as she practiced it. This was the result of her deliberate control, otherwise this wisp of genuine qi would have been swallowed by Sueyu tactics. Although the genuine qi is weak, it is the same as the pneuma in the jade token of divine thunder of earth. I wonder what will happen if I mobilize this wisp of genuine qi and inject it into the jade token? Su Li thought about it, and at the same time, Heaven Rover had led everyone to the last level, the 6th level. This level is to test the power of the tactical restriction. 2 days later, Heaven Rover stood in front of the 6th stone tablet and said loudly, in ancient cultivation, the tactical restriction was as important as the cultivation. After every practitioner's foundation was consolidated, he needed to learn the tactical restriction in order to excavate the relics of more ancient time. So, in the 6th level, I must test your cultivation of the tactical restriction. If you can break the tactical restriction of 1 level, you will pass. If you can break the tactical restriction of 1 level, all the treasures stored in the 6th level will be given to you. After Heaven Rover explained the content of the 6th level, there was a burst of heated discussion among the crowd. The tactical restriction is actually a test of the tactical restriction. I am a 3rd grade tactical matrix master of Junlo Group, and I must try this level. How can the tactical restriction be compared with the tactical restriction? And judging from the last level, it is obvious that the tactical restriction is more sophisticated, but the current tactical restriction of the cultivation circle is just some small tricks that look good but are useless. Is the tactical restriction of the ancient times different? Whether it is the same or different, we will know after trying it. After a while of heated discussion, someone couldn't hold back his desire and rushed into the stone gate of the tactical restriction test. He is still sensible and didn't go to the stone gate of the restriction. As soon as this thought flashed through Su Li's mind, she was shocked to see the young practitioner who claimed to be a 3rd grade tactical matrix master just now rushed into the gate of the restriction very recklessly. The ignorant are fearless. How can the tactical restriction of the ancient tactical restriction be compared with the current tactical restriction? Heaven Rover and Su Li almost laughed in their hearts at the same time. They didn't know how Heaven Rover knew about the tactical restriction for the time being, but Su Li had been despised by Black Lotus because she used the tactical restriction, so he gave her a lesson about the tactical restriction of the ancient times. In the ancient cultivation era mentioned by Black Lotus, although the word tactical was first in the tactical restriction, it was just a relatively low-level universal trick. Tactical restriction. It was the all-encompassing and powerful crafty skill of that era. Its functions ranged from the small tactical restriction for daily use to the horrible tactical restriction that could destroy the world and destroy the mountains and rivers. Now that Kang Lei used the tactical restriction as a test, it would never be a useless tactical restriction. It was very likely to be the killing restriction. If Black Lotus were here and heard Su Li's analysis, he would definitely drool and shout that he had made a fortune. Every incantation of the killing restriction was extremely rare. Now there was an ownerless killing restriction in the Cave of Inheritance. If he could sense it, he might be able to deduce the incantation of the killing restriction and make a big harvest. Unfortunately, the sensing of Black Lotus Ring had long been isolated, and he couldn't even manifest it. Tactical restriction. Wang Yu looked at the stone door of the tactical restriction that was temporarily occupied, and her heart was surging. Others needed to have a high level of tactical restriction to break the tactical restriction, but she was different. As a spell practitioner, as long as there are enough sacrifices, I can break the tactical restriction no matter what level it is. She looked at the two little girls who were unscathed all the way, and almost laughed out loud. With these two girls, she could try to break the tactical restriction, and then all the treasures in the 6th level would be hers. Ha ha ha. Fan Zisang, my good disciple. I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for your contribution of the flower pond, how could I get such two perfect sacrifices? In this way, the countercharge is only 10% of the usual, and my ability to break the tactical restriction should reach the master level. Sensing Wang Yu's scorching gaze, Su Li raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, and a smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 391. Ah. Following two hurried and short screams from the two doors, the 6th checkpoint once again entered an empty state. Bright red blood flowed along the cracks under the stone gate with bone powder. It was like mercury, without staining the ground at all. In the blink of an eye, all the blood blended into the ground, as if the tragic death of the two people was just an illusion. They were crushed into blood powder. Many people were horrified and woke up from the state of excitement. They finally remembered that the test level was not only an opportunity, but also a danger of death. Senior. When everyone was silent, Wang Yu stood up confidently and said to Heaven Rover with her fists cupped, "It's enough for me to pass this test. The 30% gain that I said before is still valid." After that, she no longer looked at Heaven Rover's meaningful eyes, and strode to the stone gate of the test with Jin Ying and Su Li, who looked confused. Wang Yu is clearly in Jindan realm, but she can be invited by Heaven Rover in person. What special ability does she have to break the tactical matrix? Old Lady Juhua pondered, but Dongfang Yi's face changed slightly. Why did this female senior take two little girls in Lianqi realm to break the test? Could it be? Old Lady, as soon as he was about to ask, he saw that Old Lady Juhua's face also changed slightly. He couldn't help but look up and saw Wang Yu and the other two enter the stone gate of the restriction. This. Dongfang Yi's eyes widened. Old Lady Juhua's expression returned to calm, but her sigh sounded from the sound transmission. You want to save those two girls? Not to mention that others don't agree, even now, it's too late. Dongfang Yi's face turned pale, and countless cruel scenes flashed through his mind. He clenched his fists for a long time, and finally put them down powerlessly. If I can also have the strength of Yuanying realm, at this moment, he finally realized what his father said in his childhood, as a practitioner, if you don't have enough strength, everything is in vain. After Wang Yu and the other two entered the stone gate of the restriction, they passed through an ordinary tunnel and finally came to a stone with a radius of less than 30 meters. The stone surface was engraved with complex black runes. Wang Yu glanced at it roughly, but couldn't recognize any of them. Is this the ancient restriction? As expected, It is completely different from the current restrictions. Wang Yu didn't panic at all. With a smile on her face, she looked at Su Li standing beside her, and her eyes gradually became fierce. Suddenly, she used her fingers as a sword and cut Su Li's wrist fiercely. In a split second, blood splattered across the sky, and the rich red landed on the black rune restriction. Ouch! After Su Li screamed in pain, she didn't do anything else. She let the blood flow into the inhibition and gradually filled the entire rune of the inhibition. This was the proper reaction of being enchanted. Junior sister. Jin Ying forgot Su Li's instructions. Her face changed slightly and she was about to rush to Su Li, but Wang Yu knocked her out and threw her aside. If it weren't for the fact that you've been rather close to me along the way, my first target would have been you. Wang Yu smiled coldly, with no expression on her face. She slowly performed the spell practice. She didn't know to what extent the enchantment given by immortal Bingshu would work, so even if Jin Ying showed abnormalities, she didn't care much, and focused on breaking the restriction. To be on the safe side, she also cast a paralysis spell on Su Li, making her body stiff and unable to move, so that she could take blood. The ancient restriction must not be underestimated. So, I will use the third-grade spell. The countercharge will at most make my cultivation drop to the middle stage of Jindan realm. This loss is absolutely worth it. Wang Yu pondered, and pinched out several skull marks in her hands. They were connected together, like a net made of skulls, which became more and more complicated. She was concentrating on condensing the spell, so she didn't notice that Su Li, who should have been stiff and bleeding to death, suddenly moved. She took back her hand first and wiped her wrist with a finger. In the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared. Then, she turned around and stood in front of Wang Yu, looking at her with a smile. Seeming to feel the gaze, Wang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't want to interrupt her thoughts, she still opened her eyes to have a look. What she saw scared her out of her wits. Su Yu. Wang Yu screamed in horror, and her voice changed with fear. Why are you awake? You can move, you. Seeing the intact skin on her wrist, she couldn't help but be shocked. For a moment, the skull net became blurred and unstable, and was about to disperse. Forcibly stabilizing the spell, Wang Yu anxiously thought of a way to save her, but she heard the young girl in front of her suddenly laugh. Master, you should be very flustered now, right? I'm afraid the countercharge of the interruption of the spell is much more costly than the success of your spell. Wang Yu's pupils shrank violently, but this time she didn't scream again. After all, she was a person who had practiced for thousands of years, so she quickly recovered her calmness. While thinking, she spoke to stall for time. This Su Yu was so weird that she couldn't bring up any resistance for a while, and just wanted to escape. Your Excellency, since you even know the spell, why do you hide your identity in Danxia Mount? What I did before did offend you, but if you had told me in advance, there would have been no such misunderstanding. Su Li's little face showed surprise when she heard the words, and her expression also eased. It seemed that she was really persuaded by Wang Yu. Wang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the gesture was completed faster. That's right. She didn't mean to cut off the spell. The spell was also a skill to hurt people. Even if Su Yu was weird and couldn't completely treat her as a sacrifice, as long as the spell was cast, Su Yu would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Thinking of this, she smiled coldly, and continued to deal with Su Li on the surface. Su Li didn't seem to notice it, and slowly chatted with Wang Yu. Finally, after a cup of tea's time, the gesture of the spell reached the final stage. It's done. Wang Yu was delighted, and was about to pinch the last seal. Su Li's unhurried voice suddenly became cold and mocking. After talking so much, I almost forgot to remind you what the absolute premise of the spell is. Senior, you should not forget it, right? As soon as the words came out, Wang Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and her body shook violently like a sieve. How could she forget it? To cast the spell, the strength of the sacrifice must be far less than that of the caster, otherwise the caster would inevitably suffer a terrible backfire. Su Yu had always shown that she was in Lianqi realm, but she completely ignored this detail. No. Seeing that her fingers pinched the seal due to inertia, Wang Yu let out a desperate scream, but it was too late. Boom! An absolute scale phantom emerged and flipped between Su Li and Wang Yu. In just a breath, the scale completely tilted to Su Li, as if the weird existence that weighed the sacrifice didn't need to think at all. How could there be such a big difference? Wang Yu's face was pale, and her lips trembled as she wanted to say something to Su Li. The next moment, the raging backfire hit her, and with a burst of crackling, her bones were crushed in an instant, followed by her flesh and skin. When she became a mass of minced meat, a white flame appeared out of thin air and burned everything into nothingness. Su Li watched this scene calmly, and her expression was slightly gloomy. Wang Yu's soul was clearly gone, and her bones were gone, which was similar to her fate in her previous life. Without the Black Lotus ring, where would I be now? A slightly absurd thought flashed in her mind. Su Li shook her head, picked up Wang Yu's universe ring, and walked to the front of the inhibition. Looking at the runes of the inhibition that had completely dissolved, she smiled slightly. The backfire of the spell was equivalent to Wang Yu using herself as a sacrifice to complete the spell, and Su Li didn't need to pay any price. Su Li had thought about this ending since she guessed that Wang Yu was a spell practitioner. Crossing the inhibition and walking to the depth of the cave, Su Li saw the ownerless storage ring placed on a small stone platform at a glance. She went forward and picked it up with her psychic awareness, and was in a better mood. The feeling of getting treasures for free is not bad. The storage of celestial stones in it should be enough for me to break through to the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm. Unfortunately, it takes time to absorb and refine them. According to Black Lotus's estimation, it will take at least a year. Thinking of this, Su Li couldn't help but laugh at her own greed. If I didn't encounter this cave of inheritance, I don't know how many people it will take to step into the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm. It's really greedy. Putting away all the storage of the 6th level, Su Li was about to leave. Suddenly, a white portal appeared in front of her out of thin air, and the other side of the portal faintly exuded a sense of heat that was completely different from the cold cave. There seems to be a rather familiar pneuma. Su Li didn't want to enter, but after smelling this pneuma, she was slightly moved. After hesitating for a moment, she finally pressed her finger on the back of her hand, and suddenly a pattern of nightmare appeared. With a flash of black light, the shapeless nightmare appeared and stretched out in the cave with a low roar. The ability of possession was the unique attachment ability of the Nightmare clan, but they rarely used it, because they were arrogant in nature, and few nightmares recognized their masters. Now, Su Li was naturally an exception. Black, take her with you. Su Li pointed at Jinying who had fainted, and the nightmare made a reluctant roar, but it still obediently swallowed Jinying and put her in the nightmare space in its stomach. Although the nightmare space that accompanied it couldn't let people move freely, it was okay for Jinying to sleep in it for a month or two. Swish. After swallowing Jinying, the nightmare shrank back into Su Li's body. After doing all this, Su Li gathered her thoughts and stepped into the white portal without hesitation and disappeared. At the same time, Immortal Bingshu, who was waiting outside, frowned slightly. Why did the pressing method he gave to Wang Yu disappear? Could it be that this woman still had some tricks up her sleeve? Look, there is a change on the 6th stone tablet. The female practitioner just passed. A person pointed at the stone tablet and exclaimed, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Heaven Rover saw the 4 huge words on the stone tablet, his gentle old face showed a gloomy expression for the first time. Perfect clearance. Chapter 392. Wang Yu is missing. Someone couldn't help but go in and have a look, and immediately shouted in horror. Heaven Rover saw the exact positions of all the levels shown on the 6th stone tablet, and his face was extremely gloomy. He was fooled by a junior. She not only took away the treasure of the 6th level, but also disappeared. Sister Wang Yu is really resourceful. Senior Heaven, didn't you see through her at the beginning? Xian Meiji chuckled, and her voice was soft, but everyone in the field could hear the blame in her words. I'm not a sage. How can I not make mistakes? Heaven Rover quickly adjusted his state of mind, turned around with a smile, and glanced at Xian Meiji meaningfully, Not to mention Wang Yu, I don't even know the details of you. If there are any accidents later, don't be surprised. Haha. The middle-aged practitioner, who had no sense of existence with immortal Bingshu, suddenly laughed out loud. Senior Heaven is right. Since Wang Yu has a special way to escape, it's useless for us to investigate further. Why don't we go to see other levels? You know, there are still 2 levels that no one has passed. Yes. Immortal Bingshu thought it was reasonable, and then nodded. Instead of wasting time here, let's go to other levels. I think you have all remembered the landmarks along the way from the stone tablet. Okay. Old Lady Duhua's turbid eyes flashed. I'll take my unworthy junior to other places. Everyone. I'll say goodbye. She was still thinking about the 4th level to test the strength of the soul. Except for the 3rd level that she didn't know the content of, she was most likely to pass this level. As for Dongfang Yi, thinking of this, she glanced at Dongfang Yi, who hadn't acted rashly even if he was tempted since entering the cave. This kid's state of mind was indeed better than that of his peers, but there was nothing special about him. She didn't know why her old friend insisted that she take him with her. Seeing that old Lady Duhua was about to leave, the others also followed suit and left. Heaven Rover didn't stop them and let them go. Immortal Bingshu made up his mind to try the 1st level. He wanted to accompany the middle-aged practitioner, but found that the latter didn't want to, so he left alone. There was still a question in his mind. It was impossible for the means of the soul he had set up to be eliminated in such a short time, unless Wang Yu. Thinking about this, Bingshu's eyes flashed with worry and he left cautiously. In less than half a day's time, everyone had left. All the treasures in the 6th stage had been taken away, so there was no reason for them to stay here. Only you are left. Heaven Rover sighed when he saw the middle-aged practitioner. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator hurriedly walked over and bowed respectfully. Master. This practitioner, who had also reached the Yuanying realm, actually took Heaven Wanderer as his master and had been hiding in the team to take care of him secretly. Master, I've befriended enlightened Bingshu according to your instructions. Just now, he transmitted his voice to me and asked if he wanted to go to the 1st stage with me. Heaven Rover nodded slightly after hearing this, and his face was a little unsightly. I thought that the people to be afraid of on this trip were nothing more than him and Snow Child. I didn't expect that these 2 people didn't show any threat, but Wang Yu, he was now almost sure that Wang Yu had successfully passed the 5th level of the pseudo-holy method, and now she had passed the 6th level perfectly. Even if he could pass at least 2 levels, he was still weaker than her. This woman clearly came prepared. With a cold snort, Heaven Rover's killing intent for Wang Yu rose to the extreme. Unfortunately, he had not yet controlled the cave, so he couldn't know where the bitch had gone. From the beginning to the end, he had never doubted or even noticed the sacrifice around Wang Yu, let alone knowing that Wang Yu, whom he was cursing in his heart, had already disappeared. Go to the 3rd level first. Heaven Rover didn't regret it for long, and ordered in a deep voice. At this point, no matter how he tried to remedy it, it was useless. It was better to hold the chips in his hand first, so as to have a glimmer of hope for the inheritance. In the next few days, the 2nd and 3rd levels were passed one after another. But because the people were scattered, no one knew who had passed the 2 levels except for the people who passed the levels. Cough, cough, cough. In the belly of a mountain, old Lady Duhua covered her mouth and coughed violently, with a touch of red flowing down her fingers. Dongfang Yi looked worried. Seeing this, he quickly handed out the medicine bowl. Old Lady Duhua took it and drank it. Her injury seemed to have calmed down a little. She took a deep breath, and fear flashed through her eyes. The day before yesterday, she went to challenge the illusion of the 4th level, but she didn't expect that all the elixirs and magic treasures to protect the soul didn't work. She struggled to come out on the 5th day, but she was seriously injured and almost died. Oh! After separating, they passed the 2 levels immediately. These people really hide better than the other. Old Lady Duhua said sarcastically to herself. Old Lady Duhua was inevitably disappointed. Yuan had died here before passing the 1st test, and Old Wen was still entangled with the 1st test. Could it be that their generation had passed and the cave residence of inheritance was doomed to be unobtainable? Glancing at Dongfang Yi, who was tidying up the medicine stove, old Lady Duhua narrowed her eyes slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, her ears moved, and her expression instantly turned cold. After a few breaths, Dong Fangyi's face also changed. Someone is coming. Old Lady Duhua sneered, and there is more than one. Go out with me. Even if I die, I don't want to die in vain. Okay. Dong Fangyi responded heavily, threw down the medicine stove, and helped old Lady Duhua out of the mountain. But he saw a scholar with a sallow face covered in blood rushing toward the mountain. He is Immortal Bingshu? Dong Fangyi was stunned. He didn't expect that the person was not vicious as he had imagined, but escaped here. When Immortal Bingshu saw old Lady Duhua, he was also shocked, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But when he saw old Lady Duhua's heavy body, the glimmer of hope in his heart was immediately extinguished. Even reincarnation mirror didn't kill me. Does God want me to die? For a moment, countless figures and scenes flashed through Immortal Bingshu's mind, and finally fixed on the person who always had a gentle smile and treated him sincerely in the illusion of reincarnation. Knowing that there was no way to escape, and he even implicated old Lady Duhua, Immortal Bingshu stopped and almost fell down. Dong Fangyi hurriedly stepped forward to steady him. Looking at Dong Fangyi's face, which was 80% similar to Dong Fang Wushua's, Immortal Bingshu sighed in his heart, raised his head and smiled bitterly at old Lady Duhua. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect that there would be someone here. Old Lady Duhua stared at the back of Immortal Bingshu with burning eyes, let out a hearty low laugh, and said freely, it doesn't matter. I have lived for so many years, and I have understood a lot of truths. What I should meet. I can't escape. Since I can't escape, I don't need to escape. Even if I have to risk my life, I will bite a piece of flesh from the enemy. Hearing this, Immortal Bingshu was stunned, and then grinned, I really regret that I didn't get to know you earlier. It's not too late to get to know you now. Seeing the two coming figures, old Lady Duhua's pupils shrank, and her cane floated in her hand. She didn't forget to answer Immortal Bingshu. It turns out to be, seeing the person, Dong Fangyi opened his mouth slightly in surprise, and his mind was shocked. Sure enough, it's you, Heaven Rover. Old Lady Duhua lowered her eyes slightly, wiped the blood on the corner of her mouth, and said in a loud voice. When they met again, Heaven Rover's look was no longer kind, but full of coldness and killing intent. Old Lady Duhua, I want to kill him. Why do you have to get involved? Heaven Rover said with some scruples. Although his strength was above old Lady Duhua, if they really fought, he would still be injured. If he could persuade old Lady Duhua to leave without bloodshed, it would be the best. Old Lady, Dong Fangyi looked doubtful and couldn't help saying. Heaven Rover had shown a very good temper all the way. Maybe he had some personal grudges with Immortal Bingshu. Why should they get involved? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, old Lady Duhua immediately laughed out loud. Heaven Rover, do you think I can't tell good from evil from bad with this silly boy? If you really kill Bingshu, the next one to die will be me, right? Heaven Rover was silent for a while, and his voice was even colder. In that case, there is nothing to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged practitioner beside him rushed to him without saying a word. Dong Fangyi's heart immediately jumped to his throat. Both Immortal Bingshu and Old Lady were like an arrow at the end of its flight. How could they be the opponent of this middle-aged practitioner? I can't. Grandma saved my life before. Dong Fangyi gritted his teeth and thought about it. He was about to rush up, but at the critical moment, a white door suddenly appeared in front of Dong Fangyi. The middle-aged practitioner had always been cautious, and immediately retreated when he saw the door. But Dong Fangyi stared at the door in a daze. He sensed a breath. Although he hadn't sensed this breath for decades, he was really too familiar with it. Hurry up, come in, a faint voice came out. Dong Fangyi trembled violently, and his resolute eyes overflowed with tears. Without saying a word, he rushed into the door and transmitted the sound to Old Lady Duhua and Immortal Bingshu at the same time. Seniors, if you believe me, go in with me. Facing a desperate situation, Immortal Bingshu and Old Lady Duhua also decisively disappeared into the door with Dong Fangyi. Heaven Rover looked at everyone disappearing in front of him with a blank face. After a moment of silence, a burst of anger that couldn't be suppressed emerged from the bottom of his heart. What's going on? What the hell is going on? I have only been away for 100 years. How many changes have happened in this cave of inheritance? Looking at the ferocious old face of Heaven Rover, the middle-aged practitioner subconsciously took a few steps back and kept silent. He had never seen his master lose his composure like this. I am the lineal descendant of the Kang family. I am the real inheritor, the only one. Chapter 393. In a valley full of birds and flowers, there was a small hut. Many common elixirs were planted next to the hut, exuding a faint fragrance. Su Li was sitting quietly beside the stone table surrounded by wooden fences, meditating. The pale-faced young man sitting opposite her looked at Su Li, and he was a little nervous. Obviously, he wanted to ask Su Li for help. Until he heard the slight footsteps coming from outside the valley. Su Li's eyes flashed, and she finally said, I promise you. But you should also know that I can't give you a guarantee. The pale young man was relieved when he heard the words, as if it was the best result as long as Su Li promised. Then I have to trouble you, Your Excellency. If the situation is irreversible as you said, then, please take my son away from here safely. According to the agreement, I have recorded what happened that year here. Su Li's eyes flashed, and she took the jade slip handed by the pale young man. Then she stood up and walked silently into the house. After 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and said indifferently with her back to him, I understand the feelings of being a parent, and I am not a holy girl. Don't call me that again. The pale young man was slightly stunned. Thinking of all the things in the illusion of reincarnation in the past, he could not help but smile bitterly. Just as Su Li entered the house, a shout of surprise came from the gate of the courtyard in the valley. Dad. It's really you. Dongfang Yi stared at the pale young man's face and couldn't help but walk quickly. The pale young man instantly stopped thinking and turned to see the 3 people outside the door. His eyes fell on the face of the young man in the middle, and a smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. Yes, he was Dongfang Yi's father, Dongfang Wuxue. In the illusion of reincarnation, he incarnated as the 12th prince of Dahan country. In the real cultivation circle, he was the Avildor of Dongfang family. With his own luck, he got a good role in the illusion. The illusion of reincarnation had existed since ancient times. It was supposed to extend a world centered on the person with the highest luck in the illusion of inheritance. If someone could unify the illusion of reincarnation, the reincarnation mirror would automatically recognize him as its master. Of course, this rule was completely extinguished by the psychic mirror spirit. Under her control, it was impossible to produce such a person. Once there was a sign, it would destroy the future master in advance as it destroyed Su Li. However, even if it could not produce a real owner, the cultivation methods and treasures in the reincarnation mirror were also extremely coveted by people in the cultivation circle. In the room, Su Li thought of Dongfang Wushue's previous description and was silent for a while. She finally knew why so many people in the last life were keen to let her open the world in the reincarnation mirror. He had finally figured out a lot of things about his previous life that he had been confused about in this life. Yeah, you've grown up. Dongfang Wuxue did not forget the agreement with Su Li. He woke up after a little distraction, looked up and down at Dongfang Yi, and sighed, but did not get up to touch his son. Dongfang Yi didn't think so much. He came forward excitedly to hug his father, but he staggered and passed through Dongfang Wushue's body. Shadow. Dongfang Yi's face changed immediately. He knelt nervously in front of Dongfang Wuxue and carefully observed his father's body. When he saw the beam of light penetrate Dongfang Wushue's body, his face suddenly turned pale. Why is it a shadow? Dad, did you? Your father won't die so easily. Dongfang Wuxue didn't let him finish the second half of the sentence, and scolded with a smile. Dongfang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, he realized that his back was soaked. If he met his father again and found that his father was dead, it would be the cruelest punishment for him. Fellow practitioner Dongfang, it's my pleasure to meet you. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Old Lady Juhua came up and said softly. Anyway, they were out of danger, and this place was very suitable for healing. There was no need to worry about their lives for the time being. Fellow practitioner Juhua, you are welcome. Raising his head, Dongfang Wushua's face returned to normal, and he said with a faint smile, I also saw that you once saved my son's life along the way. We are even now. You can see the situation in the Cave of Inheritance. Old Lady Juhua was shocked, and subconsciously remembered that her old friend had repeatedly told her to take Dongfang Yi with her. It turned out to be true. Dongfang Yi's biological father was actually in this cave. Hearing her words, Dongfang Wushue just smiled without saying a word, but he felt bitter in his heart. If he could, he would rather give up this ability. Are you Dongfang Wushue? Immortal Bingshu, who was covered in blood, had many scabs on his wounds, and his hair was disheveled and stuck with blood clots. He was even more embarrassed than a beggar, but his face was calm. He looked at Dongfang Wushue and said in a deep voice, My name is Yang Zai. Dongfang Wushue's calm look immediately changed, and his tone was not as casual as before. He said in the same deep tone, It turns out to be Brother Yang, but Brother Yang. Yang Zai grinned and said, Not everyone is as lucky as Brother Dongfang. Back then, I was seriously injured when I came out of that place, and I haven't been able to recover. Now, I'm struggling at death's door in the cultivation world. Brother Dongfang, I'm sorry. When Dongfang Wushue heard this sentence, he immediately smiled meaningfully. He didn't say it explicitly, but secretly transmitted the sound. With Brother Yang's background, it should be easy to repair the damage to the foundation. Is it possible that Brother Yang betrayed his own force like me? Yang Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. Dongfang Wushue exposed his shame, but he was also calm. He replied, That practice is incompatible with my Taoist heart. People with different principles cannot make plans together. I have not regretted betraying my sect. And, although it is absurd, Su Li did have a lot of influence on me in the illusion that year, so that I can no longer treat my master and others as my close friends. Who on earth became whose furnace in such a scheme? Haha, it's really ridiculous. Dongfang Wushue slightly pursed his lips. Brother Yang, you are wrong. Not everyone still has the memory of the illusion like us. Those who came out of the illusion with the life ring as a substitute only remember the practice methods and secret skills. If there was no accident in that year, Yang Zai's expression changed immediately, so that's how it is. Dongfang Yi and Old Lady Juhua saw that Dongfang Wushue and Yang Zai suddenly remained silent at the same time. Naturally, they knew that the two were transmitting the sound. And it seemed that the two were old acquaintances. They knew each other but didn't know each other. Old Lady Juhua had lived for too long and had a clear mind. She didn't want to inquire about the relationship between the two, and directly sat aside to heal herself. Dongfang Yi sat aside worriedly, but he was worried about his father's not solid body. After half a day, the communication between the two talents of that year came to an end. There was a smile on each of their faces, but they didn't know the meaning. Dongfang Wushue looked at the room without a trace, and thoughts turned in his mind. Yang Zai clearly entered the cave with Su Li. I am afraid that Su Li has recognized him for a long time. Fortunately, he is not very clear about what happened in that year, and I have enough bargaining chips. However, with Yang Zai's help, I may have a greater chance. In the following period of time, Dongfang Yi and the other two stayed here to concentrate on healing. Although Yang Zai and Old Lady Juhua's injuries were serious, they were not troublesome. With the help of elixirs, they recovered to the peak state before entering the cave in just 1 month. As for Dongfang Yi, he was receiving the guidance of Dongfang Wushue to make up for the lack of inheritance in his childhood. However, Dongfang Yi was very uneasy to learn. He always felt that his father was making arrangements for his death, and his mind became heavier. Since you have recovered from your injuries, why don't you come over and sit down for a talk? Dongfang Wushue invited with a smile. Yang Zai and Old Lady Juhua naturally had no objection and sat down next to each other. For the first time in countless years, the square stone table was full. This cave was left by immortal Kang Lei. I think you know it from the stone tablet, but, when Dongfang Wuxue said this, his voice suddenly became low. Half of the contents in the stone tablet are fake. What? Dongfang Yi was the most impatient and couldn't help exclaiming. Yang Zai and old lady Juhua also changed their faces slightly. They had never doubted the authenticity of the stone tablet. Although I have a vague feeling when you enter the cave, as long as there is a sparrow, I can't feel it. Dongfang Wuxue then said a name, which made Yang Zai frown. Who is the sparrow? It is the heaven rover, you know. Dongfang Wuxue looked at Yang Zai and softly threw out a shocking fact. Heaven rover was possessed by the sparrow 100 years ago, and he was in this cave. And the person who came here with Heaven rover 100 years ago was me. The sparrow was originally the mansion spirit of this cave, responsible for waiting for the successor of immortal Kang Lei. But because of the long time, the sparrow gave birth to its own intelligence, broke away from the shackles of the cave, and became an evil spirit. Dongfang Wushue's tone was still calm, but the fists hidden in his sleeves were unconsciously clenched. After I came here with Heaven rover, I was caught by the sparrow. Heaven rover was possessed by it, and my soul was stripped away by it, replacing its original position. In the small courtyard, there was a long silence. I see. Old lady Juhua's face was pale. The truth was often far beyond imagination. A mansion spirit, who was arranged by the master to manage the cave, lived for countless years, and had a disloyal mind. He even tried to break away from the concept of spirit and become a human being, and become the successor of the master. Even in the ancient cultivation era, such an evil thing was definitely rare. Dongfang Wuxue continued, because of this, I can vaguely sense what happened in the cave, but I am not the real mansion spirit after all, and many things are not under my control. The sparrow stripped away my soul and wanted to make me a puppet with no consciousness, but it didn't know that I was protected by a rare treasure, and my mind was not scattered. If not, I'm afraid I can't save you by surprise. However, I appeared in front of the sparrow this time, so I'm afraid he already knows my existence. Dongfang Yi panicked when he heard it. What should we do? Dad, will the sparrow? Yi, don't worry. Chapter 394. That's good. Dongfang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and frowned. No, if the sparrow takes control of this cave, he will definitely take you out to avoid future troubles. What should we do then? Then we won't let him get the cave. Yang Zai sneered. The sparrow has schemed against everyone. If I'm not wrong, he invited us in just to use us to help him break the 6 levels, right? Yes. Dongfang Wuxue thought of the contents of the stone tablet 100 years ago and nodded gently. The iron law of the cave is that there are 6 levels. If a person fails in 2 of the levels, he will be recognized as a waste, and he will be killed if he tries again. No wonder. Yang Zai's pupils shrank. I stayed in the first level for a long time, but I didn't see many people. It seems that almost all of them are dead. Old lady Juhua was silent and sighed in her heart. If she hadn't been seriously injured in the 3rd level, she would have been killed instantly. Now it seemed that it was a good thing to pass the 3rd level. Dongfang Wuxue closed his eyes slightly, and all kinds of situations in the cave appeared in front of him. Not long after, he opened his eyes and said, when you came in, there were 81 people. Now, apart from you and the sparrow master and servant, there are only 4 people left. 2 of them are traveling together. They are a woman and a white-haired boy in white clothes. The other one is a tall, thin, and ordinary-looking man. These 3 people are in the boundless wilderness. After they are far away from the stone tablet, the sparrow can't sense their location, so they survived. Even fellow practitioner Wen is dead. Old lady Juhua couldn't help but feel sad. The elder surnamed Wen and Yuan were practitioners of the same generation as her. Although their relationship had never been good, after the death of these 2 people, the practitioners of Yuanying realm who were her peers, were all dead. No, Dad, you clearly said that 4 people survived, but you only told the whereabouts of 3 people. Who is the other one? Dongfang Yi couldn't help asking. Dongfang Wuxue looked at his son, smiled meaningfully, stood up and walked to the hut. You all come with me. Everyone immediately followed. When they came to the room, the light was slightly dim, but they could still clearly see a girl who looked no more than 14 or 15 years old lying on the bed. It's her. Dongfang Yi recognized her at once. He still remembered that Su Li came to ask him about Dongfang Wuxue in the camp. This woman isn't. Old lady Juhua frowned. She knew very well what kind of person Wang Yu was. How could she let the sacrifice go? Curse cultivators do have some ability, Dongfang Wuxue said in a deep voice. From then on, what he said was naturally a lie colluded with Su Li. At that time, in the 6th trial, the woman in red used the lives of 2 little girls to break through the restrictive spell. She went against the natural order of the world. I used the door to save one, but the other turned into a bloody mist. It was difficult to save her. After one less sacrifice, the woman took the girl's place and turned into a bloody mist. The restrictive spell was also broken. This explanation was flawless. Not only old lady Juhua and Dongfang Yi, but also Yang Zai, who was related to Wang Yu, believed it. Wang Yu really died in such a ridiculous way. Curse cultivation is really a trick that harms others and oneself. Originally, he wanted to learn the incantation after he controlled Wang Yu, but now, he gave up the idea. However, although I have saved this girl, Dongfang Wuxue spread out his hands helplessly, but I can't wake her up. Old lady Juhua nodded and said, the incantation is weird and unpredictable. Since you saw that the incantation had already started, although Wang Yu reaped what she sowed, the incantation inevitably had an impact on her. If the practitioner with high cultivation was strong, he wouldn't care, but this little girl has just reached Lianqi realm. Dongfang Wuxue couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He nodded and said, I think so too. I can't leave here. This girl will die if she stays here all the time. Please take her away. No matter what the result is, there is a glimmer of hope. Dongfang Yi looked at the quiet sleeping face on the bed and remembered the picture when they first met in the camp. He was silent for a moment, then directly picked up Su Li and carried her on his back. This move almost scared his father Dongfang Wuxue to death. When did his son become so bold? He even dared to touch the body of the holy girl. Did he want to die? In his heart, the feeling of awe for Su Li was still greater than any other emotion. He didn't even dare to think about physical contact, but his son put it into practice. Looking at Su Li lying on his back and still calm face, it seemed that she was really asleep. Dongfang Wuxue was full of uneasiness, but he didn't dare to show any strange expression. He immediately talked about the plan to break the situation. The sparrow is determined to get this cave. Now the cave has already entered a closed state, and I can't open a hole for you to get out. The only way is for you to get the inheritance of this cave before the sparrow. As he said, he looked at Yang Zai. Brother Yang, this is related to my plan. Please answer truthfully. Can you pass the 5th level? Yang Zai narrowed his eyes slightly and finally nodded gently. Old lady Juhua and Dongfang Yi were both shocked, but Dongfang Wuxue laughed and said, sure enough. I know that with your aptitude, the pseudo-holy method is nothing to you. Ha ha. Brother Dongfang, you flatter me. Yang Zai's expression didn't change much. After a polite greeting, he couldn't help but think of the practice method taught by Mr. Li in The Illusion of Reincarnation. After returning to reality, he found that it was a complete low-level holy method, and the so-called Mr. Li and Immortal Master were just one person. Since Brother Yang is here, I have to change my method, and I will have a greater chance. Like this, half a day later, Dongfang Wuxue waved his hand, and a white door appeared, leading to the dark cave. A group of 4 people waved goodbye. Dongfang Yi walked at the end reluctantly, but he had thought that he could rescue his father after this trip was successful. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the whirlpool to leave. Saint Su. Su Li, it's all up to you. Dongfang Wuxue watched the crowd disappear, and his eyes fell on the back of Dongfang Yi, praying secretly in his heart. Yang Zai might be able to cope with the real test, but in the end, he could only rely on Su Li. He saw it clearly in the 5th level. Su Li didn't spend any effort on this cave at all, and it only took her a little more than 2 days to master the pseudo-holy method. As the protagonist of The Illusion of Reincarnation, he knew that her talent must be above everyone else. But what he didn't know was that even with Su Li's talent in the reincarnation mirror, she couldn't achieve such an exaggerated level. Everything started from the Black Lotus Ring. After Yang Zai and others came out from Dongfang Wushue's place, they came to a long black stone corridor. According to Dongfang Wushue, this road led to the real center of the cave, and the purpose of the sparrow to pass the 6th level was also here. In the center, only those who passed the 5th level could take the real successor test, such as old Lady Juhua, could only follow Yang Zai as a bystander. No one knows the standard of passing the test, even the sparrow. It seems that I have to use my real strength, but my injury. Yang Zai frowned secretly, but just in a moment, his eyebrows stretched out. If the sparrow controlled this cave, he would either die or be a slave. With the pride in his heart, how could he be a slave to others? So, in the face of death, the old injury was nothing. Yang Zai smiled, and his pace suddenly accelerated. The old sparrow must have entered the center a long time ago. We have to hurry up. Old Lady Juhua and Dongfang Yi didn't quite understand Yang Zai's change, but they also agreed with him and rushed to the center at the fastest speed. Concentrating on the road, no one noticed that Su Li on the back of Dongfang Yi quietly opened her eyes. Her black pure eyes glanced at Yang Zai, and then closed again. In such a hurry, they soon came to the end of the black stone path, a tall golden gate. However, the stone gate, which should have been closed, now had a gap for one person to walk through. Seeing this, Yang Zai sneered and said, "Most of the runes on this gate were left by the ancient times. It is difficult for us to open it, and we have to thank the old man for opening the way for us." "That's right." Old Lady Juhua chuckled, and the 3 of them entered and disappeared one after another. Soon after, 2 figures, one tall and one short, also appeared in front of the gate. They were Xian Meiji and Snow Child. "Is this the real inheritance that the old man wants?" as the mansion spirit said. Xian Meiji smiled coquettishly, but her anger couldn't stop escaping from her eyes. No one would feel good being used by others, not to mention that they were not ordinary people, but the heavenly sons of cultivation of this generation. Snow Child looked indifferent, and even didn't move his eyebrows, but he walked extremely fast and entered the giant gate without hesitation. Then, the practitioner surnamed Huang appeared and entered the giant gate with a gloomy face. Although he was not strong enough, he had to stop Heaven Rover in order to survive. In the small valley, Dongfang Wushue poured himself a cup of tea made of spiritual medicine. He just looked at it without drinking it, and his eyes were burning. At this point, everyone was sent to the center according to the agreement between him and Su Li, and he could not sense the situation in the center. Next, they could only wait. Boom! On the bright rectangular stone path, the spiritual stone lamps on both sides seemed to be burning for tens of thousands of years without extinguishing. Not long after Yang Zai and others left, they heard a loud sound along the stone path. "It seems to be thunder," Dongfang Yi murmured, but old Lady Juhua nodded and said, "Immortal Kang Lei, there is thunder in his name." In ancient times, the name of cultivation was not chosen randomly. Maybe the former owner of the cave really had the ability to control thunder. Thunder is the nemesis of all evil spirits. Even if the sparrow possesses Heaven Rover, it will not feel good under the thunder and lightning, and the difficulty of the test will be increased accordingly. Our chances will be greater. Yang Zai heard what old Lady Juhua said and nodded secretly. While talking, the rectangular stone path came to an end, and a huge cave emitting light blue starlight appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 395. The extremely violent power kept twisting on the altar, as if it would burn its master as long as it rebelled a little. The sparrow stood on the altar with his face flushed. The feeling of thunder and lightning entering his body was not good. He even had a feeling that his soul was leaving his body, which showed the disadvantages of possession. "Go to hell!" A roar turned into a soul spike and shot out. The sparrow was caught off guard and was pierced by the spike. An inhuman howl immediately sounded in the whole cave. It was not Yang Zai and his fellows who did it, but Shuiqing Wanren, the servant who had been standing respectfully under the altar and followed the sparrow for 100 years. Yang Zai looked at this scene in astonishment, while Shuiqing Wanren was livid at the moment. He looked at the sparrow on the altar with hatred in his eyes. I should have known that my master had died long ago. You deserve to die. Shuiqing was the servant of Heaven Rover, but not by virtue of the soul contract. He was tragically saved by Heaven Rover when he was a child. Although Heaven Rover had no requirements for him, he voluntarily followed him as a slave. Even as time went by, his cultivation reached Yuanying realm, he did not have any disloyalty. In the past 100 years, his master suddenly became harsh to him, but he did not think too much and did not want to think too much. Until now, under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, the sparrow revealed the essence of its soul. He finally despaired. His master was really dead. Bastard, how dare you disobey me? A sharp howl came from Heaven Rover's mouth. After all, he was not a human being. He was seriously injured and enraged, so he immediately lost his mind. He pointed at Shuiqing Wanren with thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning in the altar were immediately triggered, and a large number of electric arcs shot out along the body of Heaven Rover. In the blink of an eye, the cave was full of thunder and lightning. Oh no! The surging thunder and lightning made old Lady Duhua's face change dramatically. Yang Zai's eyebrows twitched, and he opened a defensive shield. The thunder and lightning bombarded it, and the crackling sound was endless. After a few breaths, the shield was as thin as paper. I'll help you, too. Old Lady Duhua shouted in a low voice and slapped the ground with her hands. The power of Yuanying realm gushed out, and the shield that was about to be broken was immediately thickened, but the speed of thickening still could not keep up with the speed of weakening by thunder and lightning. I'll help too. Dongfang Yi touched the shield with one hand and injected his genuine energy into it, but he could not help being frustrated. After 30 breaths, Yang Zai and others were a little pale, but Dongfang Yi had fallen to the ground, panting heavily. Phew, Yang Zai took a long breath, gasped slightly, and looked at Heaven Rover, who had been electrocuted into a charred corpse on the altar. Although the evil spirit was crazy, it still had the instinct to protect itself after leaving Heaven Rover's physical body, and it took over Shangqing Rover's body for protection. Wanderer Shangqing won't be able to hold on for much longer. Furthermore, the lightning on the sacrificial altar has been triggered, and the evil spirits have already gone mad. Recognizing the situation, Yang Zai said in a low voice. Granny Duhua was about to speak, but suddenly she saw 3 figures coming to the shield together. As, he, Yang, and the thunder and as the lightning. As possible. As he. What kind of thunder and lightning is this? Why is it so powerful? Xian Meiji sat on the ground awkwardly, panting violently. They didn't see the whole situation. They had no time to prepare on the way here. If the 3 of them hadn't gone together to resist the thunder and lightning, they would have died on the road. Just in time. Old Lady Duhua smiled. With 5 people taking turns, we can hold on for a long time. Yes. The practitioner surnamed Huang also said, seizing the time to restore the power of Yuanying realm. Yang Zai glanced at them and didn't ask much. Unsurprisingly, these people were all brought here by Dongfang Wuxue. He couldn't put his hope on himself alone. One more meant one more hope. It seemed that this was the case. Snow Child didn't seem to consume much energy. His small white palm print was on the shield, and the shield's thickness immediately increased. Yang Zai suddenly felt relieved. He looked at him in surprise, but didn't speak. His attention returned to the altar. Giggle in the boundless thunder and lightning, Heaven Rover had already been electrocuted into ashes, but Shangqing Wanren was protected by the evil spirit in a special way, unscathed. He was still struggling in his eyes, but the time of struggle was much shorter. It wouldn't take long for him to be completely possessed. We can't wait. We have to find a chance to kill this evil spirit. Yang Zai's voice was low, and the 3 newcomers had different expressions. This scene was enough for them to imagine what had happened. In the torturous waiting, everyone was trying to restore the power of Yuanying realm, waiting for the opportunity, and the time of Shangqing Wanren's sobriety was getting shorter and shorter. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, 1 breath, half a breath, do it. Yang Zai shouted in a low voice, and the 5 people rushed out without hesitation. Those who could survive until here were all sensible people. If they still hid their selfishness at this moment, they really didn't want to live long. The sparrow, who was still controlling the body, opened his eyes. The whites of his eyes were pitch black, and he looked ferocious. "Lowly bugs, you ruined my plan. Go to hell." He twisted the 2 fingers of his right hand, and the blue starlight in the cave was immediately activated, converging into a blue spiritual whip, and lashing at Yang Zai and others like a spiritual snake. Yang Zai, who rushed to the front, immediately changed his face when he saw this. His hands turned into shadows, and he made a gesture in an instant. He shouted softly, "Inescapable net, come out." Swish! A giant net appeared out of thin air in the nothingness, shrouding the spiritual whip. But after the contact, the spiritual whip penetrated the giant net without any hindrance and continued to swing. TSK, 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 TSK. If such a small trick could trap my soul whip, how could I have survived until now? The evil spirit laughed wildly, and Yang Zai's pupils shrank suddenly. Oh no! This spiritual whip is aimed at the soul. Be careful, everyone. As soon as he said this, Snow Child in the crowd didn't retreat, but moved forward. He opened his mouth slightly and shouted softly, "Freeze." The spiritual whip, which had been waving rapidly, immediately froze in the air and stopped moving. The spell of words. There are still people who learn this crafty trick. Damn it. The evil spirit shouted angrily, obviously recognizing this technique. Yang Zai's heart was also slightly moved. He was also from a big sect, so he had naturally heard of this technique. The person who practiced this technique must be a man of few words, even mute. His voice could only be heard when he performed the technique. It turned out that this was the reason why Snow Child didn't speak all the way. With my cultivation, I can only hold on for 5 breaths. Hurry up. The 4 people received the slightly anxious voice transmission from Snow Child at the same time. Yang Zai came to his senses in an instant and laughed. 5 breaths, that's enough. He touched the storage ring with his finger, and a flying sword shining with cold sharpness immediately appeared in his palm. He didn't make any movement, but the flying sword shot out like lightning. It soared against the wind, and the thunder and lightning around it were also condensed on the surface of the sword. Void sword, cut. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword that turned into a lightning sword crossed the body of Shongqing Wanren and slammed into the hard stone wall. 5 breaths were up. Snow Child sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the spiritual whip breathlessly, but it hung down powerlessly, and then dispersed into blue stars floating above the cave. Crash! Shongqing Wanren's body was split in half, and his blood and internal organs were scattered on the ground. Void sword, you are Yang Zai of Void Sword sect who disappeared 1,000 years ago. Snow Child's voice transmission appeared in Yang Zai's awareness sea, and a trace of shock appeared on his indifferent face. Ahem, Yang Zai sat on the ground, and blood gushed out of his mouth freely. Hearing Snow Child's voice transmission, he forced himself to grin, and his expression was full of self-mockery. I don't want the name of Void Sword, but now I use Void Sword to save my life. It's ridiculous. The thunder and lightning in the nothingness gradually dissipated, and soon even mortals could receive it. Dong Fang Yi came over with Su Li on his back, with indescribable excitement in his heart. The sparrow had been destroyed, and everything seemed to be settled. Next, as long as he could get the recognition of thunder and lightning, he could save his father. But at this moment, an arc that could not be captured by human eyes suddenly appeared out of thin air, and suddenly shot into the mind of the practitioner surnamed Huang, who was the most relaxed. No, fellow practitioner Huang, Xian Meiji exclaimed, but she had no time to stop it. She watched the practitioner surnamed Huang being controlled by the sparrow and rushing to the altar. At the same time, a crazy howl resounded through the cave. Damn bug, why do you block my way? It's impossible for me in this life. You will all be buried with me. The sparrow angrily pulled open the transparent barrier to isolate thunder and lightning, condensed a white flame in his hand, and threw it into the barrier. After finishing this step, the practitioner surnamed Huang fell powerlessly on the edge of the altar, and became an empty shell without soul. That's the origin of its soul. Oh no, it wants to. Xian Meiji turned pale. She knew the sparrow's purpose, but it was too late to stop it. Fellow practitioner Huang was outstanding for his speed, and old lady Juhua couldn't catch up with him. Yang Zai and Snow Child, who had hidden their strength, were unable to fight again. Well, everything is over. Looking at the thunder and lightning barrier, a mass of white was constantly enlarging. Yang Zai smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. I can't believe I will die here. Snow Child bit his lips. The verbal compliance spell was powerful, but it also needed corresponding cultivation to support it. He could no longer reverse the outcome. Dad, Dongfang Yi was full of unwillingness and murmured. When he was about to die, he still thought of his father's predicament. Alas, at this moment, he suddenly heard a sigh and heard the direction of the sigh. His eyes widened at once. Boom! The white light occupied everything, and everyone was full of despair. They could hear nothing but a loud bang in their ears. Only Dongfang Yi struggled to hope for a miracle because of that sigh. And God really seemed to hear his prayer, or Su Li heard it. The white light dissipated. Yang Zai was stunned for a moment. He looked at his original injury, and then looked around. Nothing had changed. How could it be? After the thunder and lightning went out of control, he didn't suffer any harm? Or was he dead? I'm not dead. Xian Meiji pinched her arm and felt pain. She cried and laughed. There was no seduction on her face, but a sense of young innocence. Snow Child pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. Old Lady Juhua also sighed and chuckled. It seemed that, as her old friend said, she could live to the end of her life. Everyone was feeling the beauty of life and hadn't come back to their senses. Only one person stared blankly at the petite figure standing on the altar, touching the empty space behind her with a blank face. Chapter 396. It seemed that a century had passed, but in fact, it was just a moment. Everyone came back to their senses and finally noticed Su Li on the altar. The 5 people had different expressions, but more or less they were all shocked. It turns out that she is the one who hides the deepest. Yang Zai's calm state of mind was stirred. Su Li's bone age and cultivation were in front of him. Since Dongfang Wuxue entrusted her to the present, he had never doubted Su Li. Su Li's action was completely unexpected. She is not afraid of thunder and lightning. We can't stand the thunder arc that the light emits. Which holy sect is this little monster? Xian Meiji's beautiful eyes widened slightly, looking at the thunder snake that was constantly moving in Su Li's hand. The thunder arc was also limited to a small area by her and could not escape. All the figures of the holy sects flashed through Snowchild's mind, but none of them matched. He could only shake his head helplessly. The new generation excels the old. I am really old. If I can go out safely this time, I will quit the dispute and enjoy a happy life. Old Lady Juhua sighed bitterly. This trip to the ancient cave seemed to make her realize the reality, and she even had the idea of retiring. Dongfang Yi froze for a moment, came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, and walked to the altar. He was the only one who had talked to Su Li. Although Su Li showed a magical side at this moment, he was not afraid, but worried. After all, the thunder and lightning were so terrible. Don't come over. Su Li turned her head and said without taking 3 steps. Her voice was still the same, ethereal like a clear spring, but her tone was not as innocent as before. Instead, it was full of indifference, the kind of indifference that could only be found in the cultivation circle for many years. Dongfang Yi stopped and did not dare to go forward. He had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say for a while. Su Li had no time to care about others at this moment. The thunder and lightning were very powerful. At the moment of contact, half of her body was paralyzed and she couldn't move for a while. During this time, she had no power to protect herself, so she would not let anyone get close to her, even if Dongfang Yi had no malice to her. The pneuma of this thunder is not like the divine thunder of earth. Instead, it has a wet taste. Is it the divine thunder of water, Su Li tried to adapt her physical body to it, and her thoughts turned. Water conserves all things without competing. According to the attributes of the 5 elements, the attack of the divine thunder of water is on the weaker side. It's not a bad choice for me to take back the divine thunder of the 5 elements as a starting point. A bright light flashed in her eyes. The Black Lotus only mentioned the divine thunder of 5 elements to her, but he didn't mention the divine thunder of 5 elements. This meant that he was afraid that she had a way to control it. The 5 elements' divine lightning was extraordinary. Now that she had a chance to try it out, there was no reason for her to waste it. Kid, come back. She's still focused on suppressing the lightning. Don't disturb her. Old Lady Juhua's slightly gentle voice came from behind. Dongfang Yi felt a little comforted when he heard it. He retreated to Old Lady Juhua and waited quietly. 3 days and 3 nights later, Su Li moved her hands and feet freely for a while. She finally adapted to the intensity of thunder and lightning. After this forcible quenching, she could feel that her physical body had been improved again. Now even the giant bell at the 2nd level of the outer cave was useless to her. Su Li's strength was enhanced, but she was not very happy. As expected, forcefully suppressing the lightning will not allow me to obtain this cave dwelling. She sank into deep thought as her delicate brows furrowed. She could not sense any connection between herself and the cave. By the way, the pseudo-holy method. After a while of contemplation, Su Li thought of a breakthrough and tried to run the pseudo-holy method. At the moment when the pneuma of the pseudo-holy method appeared, the thunder snake, which had been completely quiet and dormant in Su Li's body, immediately rioted. The coercion produced by the combination of the two filled the entire cave in the blink of an eye, and the 5 people present turned pale with horror. Dongfang Yi, who had poor cultivation, was directly pressed to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. This is the pseudo-holy method. The 3rd one to pass the level is her. Sensing the familiar pneuma of the practice method, Yang Zai's mouth twitched, but he didn't feel much shock in his heart. What Su Li showed just now was enough to shock him. Now the information was not so eye-catching. Well, the thunder snake has become obedient. Although the coercion in the cave was bursting, Su Li herself couldn't feel it. She just felt that the thunder snake suddenly came alive. After contacting with the pseudo-holy method, it showed a trace of intimacy to her, and was no longer full of unwillingness and resentment as before. Does the thunder and lightning have spiritual intelligence? Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a trace of interest. She didn't know what it meant, but it didn't prevent her from distinguishing the good from the bad. Any dead thing in the cultivation circle was naturally better if it had spiritual intelligence. Young man, your talent surprises me. Accept my inheritance. An old and gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears, leaving Su Li no time to react. Her mind was taken by it. At the same time, a strong coercion burst out from Su Li, and the 5 people waiting in the cave all blacked out and became unconscious. After Su Li's consciousness passed through a period of not too long darkness, she came to a strange space with no top or bottom. In the center of the space, there was a little white light flashing, reflecting a faint figure. It was a middle-aged man who exuded a calm atmosphere. His broad shoulders were like a mountain, shrouding the strange space, reflecting a blue shadow, and moistening things silently like the spring rain. Su Li glanced at the black spot emitting black light on her body, which represented her own thoughts. She was moved, leaned forward, and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Senior, are you immortal Kang Lei?" The middle-aged man grinned and seemed to laugh. "You are very calm, and you don't seem to be afraid of me. Aren't you afraid of being trapped here forever?" Su Li smiled slightly. If being afraid is useful. Ho ho, immortal Kang Lei really laughed this time, and looked at Su Li with undisguised admiration. "Junior, it seems that you are more complicated than what I see now. Are you willing to be my successor?" He went straight to the point and was very straightforward. It was not easy for him to meet a fairly good junior cultivator, and he didn't have much time, so he naturally had to seize it. "Of course." Su Li chuckled and said indifferently, "It's not a burden to have more skills, as long as you don't mind that I am a female practitioner." When it came to inheritance, Immortal Kang Lei's expression became serious. As long as you can meet my standards, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. As he said, he shook his head. Although I never thought that the successor who inherited my mantle would be a delicate little girl after tens of thousands of years. Thunder is extremely irritable, even if it is the divine thunder of water. I think you have seen its power. Su Li nodded. Her physical body was much beyond the cognition of ordinary practitioners, and even she felt it was incredible. If she met such a lucky chance in her previous life, her performance would only be as bad as Yang Zai and others, and she couldn't seize the opportunity to get the inheritance at all. Very good. Immortal Kang Lei nodded. In this case, I will teach you the real holy method of Thunder School. Remember, this method is called Changkong Thunder Tactics, which is the most important method of my sect. If you succeed in practicing it, you will be invincible among the thunder-controlling practitioners of the same rank. You will be honored for it. As he shouted, he pointed between Su Li's eyebrows with one finger. Countless years of experience and insights of practicing Changkong Thunder Tactics poured into Su Li's mind. Compared to cultivating on one's own, the cultivation speed of this inheritance was countless times faster. This girl is really lucky. With my last remnant soul to teach her the practice method personally, even if she can't break through the cage in the future, she can dominate Qingshui Circle. Immortal Kang Lei's figure became brighter, and there was more relief on his face. Finally, his own inheritance and the inheritance of Changkong sect were not cut off. Su Li didn't feel anything and was still immersed in understanding the practice method. She subconsciously pinched the gesture with both hands, trying to condense the first genuine energy of Kang Lei. Immortal Kang Lei, who was about to disappear, couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this scene. After all, it was a holy method of a sect. Even if she was an Evildor, it was impossible to condense genuine energy in just a quarter of an hour. This girl was still too young. As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, his eyes suddenly widened and showed a look of horror. This genuine energy of Kang Lei? Looking at the thumb-sized blue lightning ball that appeared in Su Li's hands, Immortal Kang Lei was suddenly stunned, but the shock brought to him by Su Li was obviously not over. When the blue lightning ball was sent into the pubic region along the meridians by Su Li, the genuine energy of Kang Lei, which symbolized the supreme holy method, was immediately pressed at the bottom of the pubic region by the original black genuine energy, and there was no room for resistance. Immortal Kang Lei, he did not hesitate to wait for tens of thousands of years, and even didn't care that the mansion spirit became his inheritor, just to wait for an excellent descendant. Now the inheritor came, but this inheritor seemed to be too excellent. Good. Immortal Kang Lei's eyes brightened, and he looked at Su Li, who was still in meditation. Like a rare treasure, the top holy methods are reduced to a foil. The greater the opportunity you have, the more impossible it is for the inheritance of my sect to be cut off. I, the 42nd generation disciple of Changkong sect, will die without regret. Ha 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 ha. In the laughter, Immortal Kang Lei's figure faded away, and finally disappeared completely. In the strange space, only Su Li was quietly understanding the Changkong Thunder tactics. From this moment on, there was no Immortal Kang Lei in the world. After a long time, Su Li opened her eyes. Her starry eyes flickered for a moment, and then the light converged. Sensing the pneuma of the remnant soul fragments in the nothingness, she got up and bowed respectfully with sincere eyes. Senior, your inheritance will not be cut off. There seemed to be a response, and the remnant soul finished its last obsession, and the fragments also turned into clear air and dissipated into nothing. I don't know if there are ancient practitioners who uphold the principles now. While muttering to herself, Su Li's mind moved, and her mind went out of the space to return to her physical body. Looking at the people lying on the ground, she didn't care, and just meditated to integrate the divine thunder of water. She still couldn't control the cave now, and the divine thunder of water was the core of the cave. If she wanted to completely refine it, Su Li estimated that it would take several years. Chapter 397. Therefore, Su Li only wanted to put away the cave after refining 10%, and then she could refine it when she had time. As for Dongfang Wuxue, he could only suffer for a few more years. After all, he had endured for 100 years, and a few more years were not a big deal. Yang Zai woke up with a muffled groan. After rubbing his eyebrows and sitting up, he happened to meet Su Li's clear eyes. Somehow, he felt a chill in his heart. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Before Yang Zai recalled, Su Li suddenly said, "In a few days, I will be able to control the way to open the exit of the cave." Yang Zai was shocked when he heard this, and a sense of joy after surviving a disaster emerged from the bottom of his heart. But before he could get up to thank her, he saw the petite girl tilting her head. "But I don't want to let you out. What should I do?" Yang Zai's pupils constricted, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he completely calmed down. That's right, the female cultivator in front of him, who looked like a young girl, was actually a monster whose strength was even more terrifying than that of a nascent soul cultivator. He was once a proud son of heaven, so he naturally understood the personalities of these monsters. They were all very strange. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Fellow Daoist, I won't tell anyone about what happened in this cave." Ha ha ha, Su Li couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Yang Zai, you can't guarantee it. Then what will you do?" Yang Zai's expression turned cold. Even if he was facing a monster, the consequence of going against him was very likely to be death. He had his own pride. Su Li yawned, and a sense of laziness appeared in her eyes. The divine thunder of water in her body was being refined all the time, so she didn't have to deliberately keep sitting cross-legged. "Dongfang Wuxue made a deal with me. You can do it too," she said slowly, and her calm tone fell into Yang Zai's ears, which made him look colder. He said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, Dongfang Wuxue knows your details. You have colluded before." When he thought that Dongfang Wuxue entrusted his hope to him on the surface, but he secretly put all his hope on the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. Yes, he only needed to hold his breath. In terms of strength, he was indeed far inferior to Su Li. He was not qualified to be dissatisfied. Su Li raised her eyebrows and glanced at Snow Child, who had woken up but was still pretending to sleep. She whispered, "Do you also want to know my identity?" "Of course I want to. Which holy sect are you?" Yang Zai said bluntly. He was indeed curious. If this woman was willing to reveal her identity, it would be for the best. However, when he saw Su Li smile, he suddenly had a bad premonition. "Let me tell you, I can. However, you have to promise me something." Su Li's lips curved beautifully, and the dagger was revealed. Yang Zai thought to himself, "Sure enough," and asked openly, "What conditions?" Su Li narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Follow me and work for me." "How about I tell you?" Yang Zai's eyes widened and he stood up abruptly. Impossible. He was a dignified sky pride. Although he had already betrayed his sect, he would never submit to anyone. "Oh, really?" Su Li's tone was light, but it gave off a sense of pressure out of nowhere. "So, you have to choose between surrender and death." Yang Zai sneered and said proudly, "Even if I, Yang Zai, die, I will never recognize anyone as my master." "Good." Su Li clapped her hands gently and praised, "You have a good temper. Since you don't want to, then go to hell." As she said, she waved her hand gently. Yang Zai was suddenly stunned. She was so straightforward. Did she want to kill him? Wait. He cried out in horror, but it was too late. He was directly swept by a palm, and his whole figure disappeared out of thin air, not even a speck of dust fell. This scene suddenly scared Snow Child to open his eyes, and he even forgot to pretend to be asleep. Su Li clapped her hands with satisfaction. The newly mastered skill was not bad. Since this guy was stubborn, she would let Dongfang Wuxue persuade him. Over the valley, Dongfang Wuxue, who was waiting anxiously, suddenly changed his face slightly. He sensed a wave. Then, before he could react, he saw a black door appear out of thin air, and then a man with a sallow face with a horrified face was thrown out. Brother Yang?" Dongfang Wuxue asked doubtfully. Yang Zai, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly woke up, as if he had woken up from a fake death. His body trembled slightly. Seeing Dongfang Wuxue floating in the air without a physical body, he didn't understand it, and muttered to himself, "Am I dead?" Dongfang Wuxue stared at Yang Zai, and his eyes were more strange. He felt that Yang Zai in front of him was a little abnormal. In the blue cave, Su Li patted Snowchild's shoulder gently, squatted down and said softly, "Snowchild, I only know that your name is Snowchild. Which sect are you from?" A little fear appeared on Snowchild's face, and he immediately told his origin like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. He didn't want to die yet. Just now, Su Li's means of killing people without a word really scared him. "I am a talent disciple of Holy Snow sect in the Beihan region. I rank 9th on the Tianjiao list. Snowchild is just a cultivation name. My real name is Lu Yang. I have just practiced for 700 years this year. I sneaked out with Xian Meiji this time. I don't want to die. I will work for you." Su Li didn't respond after hearing it, and only glanced at Xian Meiji, who was still in a coma. At this moment, Snowchild, whose will to survive broke out, immediately told all the identity of Xian Meiji clearly. Although Xian Meiji was not a member of the Holy Sect, she also had the title of Little Holy Girl in the Beihan region. She was the eldest disciple of the smallest sect of Meizong, a high-grade sect. Although she was 700 or 800 years old like Snowchild, her mind was still simple and she had never experienced the bloodshed of the cultivation circle. The two bold people discussed and sneaked out all the way to the Jojo region where the blood accident of Samsara happened. Relying on the strength of fighting beyond levels, the two also made a living. It was rumored that they were two old monsters of Yuanying realm. Then they were invited by Heaven Rover, and these things happened. "Wu, don't kill me." Xian Meiji woke up and cried loudly. Her nose was bubbling, and she didn't look like a talent disciple comparable to Yuanying realm at all. Su Li rubbed her eyebrows and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought that by dealing with Yang Zai in that way, she could frighten the rest and better deal with the aftermath. But she didn't want to directly scare the two juniors to death. Holy Snow sect and Meizong are troublesome, but I have been in trouble for a long time. I don't feel itchy when there are too many lice. These two little troubles are nothing. With this thought flashing through her mind, Su Li smiled slightly and nodded gently. "Then you two will follow me for the time being." "Thank you, Senior." Xian Meiji was overjoyed when she heard the words. She saluted repeatedly and almost shed tears of gratitude. Although Snowchild couldn't speak, Su Li clearly saw the same emotion as Xian Meiji from his grateful eyes. Are the juniors in the cultivation circle so simple now? Su Li couldn't help laughing, shook her head and stopped caring about it. After Old Lady Juhua woke up, Su Li also asked her. Old Lady Juhua agreed directly after thinking for a while. After this trip to the cave, the arrogance in her heart had long dissipated. Now it was not a bad thing to follow an Evildor. As for Dongfang Yi, Su Li didn't mean to ask for his consent at all. Even his father had agreed. This guy couldn't be controlled by him. After instructing everyone to rest, Su Li was completely immersed in refining the divine thunder of water. With concentration, her speed was slightly improved. At the same time, in the valley, Yang Zai and Dongfang Wuxue stared at each other, and there was a deep helplessness in the latter's eyes. "Is what you said true? She really is Su Li, is Master?" Yang Zai still used the name in the illusion of reincarnation, and his eyes were full of ecstasy and excitement. "Yes, you have asked for the 88th time." Dongfang Wuxue replied weakly. If Yang Zai asked again, he really didn't want to nod. Yang Zai clenched his fists tightly. The state of mind that he had cultivated for 1,500 years seemed to be cultivated in vain. After hearing the news, he couldn't control himself at all. Master was still alive. There was nothing more shocking than this. Although it was only a short life, his experience in the small Qinghe province was more abundant than all his previous experiences of cultivation. The cultivation of the disciples of big sects was nothing more than boring meditation and practicing spells. Even if they went down the mountain to kill demons and devils, they were still feared by mortals and guarded against by peers. There was no warmth to speak of. In the Qinghe province, he saw too many feelings. His heart had entered the mortal world, and he didn't want to return to the way of forgetting emotions. After stepping into the emotional path, he also found that the so-called evil path was not as terrible as those sanctimonious people who claimed to be righteous in the sect said. On the contrary, it was more emotional. Who was the Buddha and who was the devil? No one could say clearly. He was grateful to Su Li from the bottom of his heart for the practice method she gave him at the beginning, which led him to a brighter path. However, such a talent was destroyed by a group of greedy people. How could he feel good in his heart? Therefore, he betrayed the sect. Even if he was condemned by thousands of people, he still stuck to the path in his heart and didn't want to let Su Li down. But now, Dongfang Wuxue actually told him that Su Li was still alive. Moreover, they just met. Holy girl Su's appearance is quite different from that of the previous life. Her bone age is less than 15 years old. Obviously, she is a reincarnated body and has recovered her memory. Dongfang Wuxue muttered, but Yang Zai suddenly raised his head and waved his hand. Let's go and find Master now. It's my honor to follow Master and work for him. Dongfang Wuxue looked at his empty body and smiled bitterly. How could he go out? Yang Zai was really stimulated too much, and his brain was not working well. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. With a tremor of the whole cave, the central area that was originally inlaid in the inner cave began to peel off slowly from the outer cave. It turned into a beautiful and exquisite palace at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell into the hands of Su Li, who was standing in the nothingness. Looking at the bottomless black pit, Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly and waved her palm to break all the pillars that supported the outer cave. Rumble, countless floating stone platforms smashed into the pit. After a few breaths, the whole pit was filled, along with more than 100 practitioners who came in to seek opportunities. Chapter 398. In the Blackstone Forest, a dazzling light flashed in the peaceful boulder matrix, which lasted for a few seconds before fading away. After the light returned to the original level, there were 5 more people in the middle of the boulder matrix. They were the survivors who walked out of the cave led by Su Li. There should have been 6 people, but Dongfang Yi wanted to accompany Dongfang Wuxue, so Su Li followed him. Anyway, with his cultivation, he couldn't help for the time being. Let's leave the Blackstone Forest first. Su Li glanced at the deepest part of the Blackstone Forest, and an imperceptible trace of doubt flashed across her eyebrows. Hearing this, everyone nodded and set off immediately. With the map contributed by Yuan's disciple, they didn't get lost. It only took them 2 days to get out of the Blackstone Forest. Outside the faint black fog, they could vaguely see the peripheral mountains of the dangerous Blackstone land. Su Li sensed the mark she secretly sat down before coming, and called softly in her heart. Immediately, a ghostly green shadow galloped over. Yang Zai and others suddenly changed their faces and were about to step forward to guard, but Su Li raised her hand and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. It's one of us." In the blink of an eye, the green shadow came to Su Li, and the light disappeared, revealing its true face. "Master, you finally came out." When Lvu saw Su Li, the boulder in his heart disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and said in a hurry, "Things are not good. Zihon sect and Su family have joined hands to fight. Headmaster Hua can't hold on any longer. Fight together?" Su Li's eyes were cold. "Go back to the sect immediately." Lvu immediately took out the spiritual boat given by Hua Yang and asked everyone to board. Then they flew to Huajian's sect quickly. At the same time, in the deepest part of the dark Blackstone Forest, a black lotus swayed gently in the cold pool. Beside the pool, a languid woman with a glass of blood-red fruit wine leaned on the soft chair. Her crystal-like amber eyes seemed to be rippling with blood, which was breathtaking. Her red lips gently sipped over the edge of the cup, and her chuckle echoed around. "Giggle, it seems that the weird cave has found a successor." Interesting, in the spiritual boat, Su Li sat cross-legged on the deck and narrowed her eyes. "Lvu, tell me the ins and outs." Originally, She had wanted to explore the deepest part of the black stone forest alone. But now that something had happened, she did not dare to delay and could only throw her previous thoughts to the back of her mind. It's Yu Lin. Yu Lin's grandfather is Yu Wutao, an elder of Ymen branch of Zihon sect. The Su family found out the origin of Su Zini's affair, and the two families forced him at the same time. Fortunately, Bei Xiao Liang used the identity of the little holy boy of Yushu sect to resist the first wave. But in the second wave, Yu Wutao and Su Zini's parents came to settle accounts, and Bei Xiao Liang's identity was useless. Now they have bombarded the star-stacked tactical matrix for 3 days, and the spiritual stone inventory of Huajian sect is almost exhausted. Su Li leaned on the edge of the spiritual boat and tapped her knuckles on the spiritual board. Her eyes gradually became cold. Not long after, she wiped the universe ring with her left hand and threw a ball of white light to LVU. Use this to hurry. LVU hurriedly caught it. Looking at it, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is actually a celestial crystal stone. A piece of celestial crystal was worth tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. He didn't even have a supreme-grade spirit stone, yet his master wanted him to use a celestial crystal to travel. This was too extravagant. What are you waiting for? Su Li frowned, and LVU immediately woke up. He did not dare to disobey, and put the celestial stone into the center of the spiritual boat with a painful expression. The next moment, whoosh! The spiritual boat immediately flew out like a runaway wild horse, and its speed was more than 3 times faster than before. When we arrive at Huajian sect, this spiritual boat will be useless. Yang Zai looked at the creaking inside the spiritual boat, and a touch of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Although he was confused by LVU's explanation just now, he also figured out a general idea. First, Su Li was no longer in Yushu sect. It was no wonder. After all, no matter who it was that had been tricked into such a miserable state and survived with great difficulty, how could they possibly return to that cage? Second, the so-called Huajian sect at present was very important to Su Li. Using a celestial crystal to travel explained the problem. Third, it was his chance to show off. Yang Zai's spirit was refreshed, and he looked into the distance with burning eyes. Snow Child and Xian Meiji were not stupid. After understanding the reason, they all prayed in their hearts that the strength of the so-called strong enemy was not too bad. Otherwise, how could they show their determination to follow Su Li in a short time? Old Lady Juhua laughed. Although she didn't know Su Li's identity, there was no doubt that the little master she was serving now was an Evildor. Evildor represented absolute luck. Unless the natural law was in the way, the rise was unstoppable. Although the Su family and Zihon sect were powerful, they had never had an Evildor. What was more, it was just an elder of Ymen branch and a branch of the Su family who came to find them. It was really an old man who was tired of living. Thinking of this, she leaned heavily on her crutch, and countless poisonous things appeared from the soles of her feet and attached to the surface of the spiritual boat. The speed of the spiritual boat was slightly improved. It should be known that the speed driven by the celestial stone had far exceeded that of Yuanying realm. It was not so easy to improve it again. Su Li looked at old Lady Juhua strangely, and the latter laughed. I can't compete with these rising stars in a fight, so I can only do a little bit. Su Li smiled. Grandma, you are modest. To be able to live to this age in the cultivation world, they really had some hidden skills. Huajian sect. Hua Yang's robe was stained with blood. Standing at the highest point of the main peak, she looked up at the nothingness with a dignified look. Behind her, the first elder, Li Guang, Yuan Shu, Bei Xiao Liang and others were still there. Elder Lv He of Yushu sect, who was responsible for protecting Bei Xiao Liang, had an abnormally pale face. Obviously, he was also injured. After 3 days of silence, seeing that Huajian sect had exhausted all its tricks, he sighed deeply and persuaded, Lord Hua, your big tactical matrix for protecting the sect is indeed very strong, but after the spiritual stones are exhausted, it becomes just a decoration. Now, why are you still insisting? Give up and go back to Yushu sect with the little holy boy. Only in this way can you save your life. Hua Yang shook her head speechlessly. This was the foundation she had worked hard for thousands of years. How could she give up so easily? Besides, it was not the time to give up yet. Her eyes were burning, and she looked into the distance. She had received Su Li's message. Being refused by Hua Yang again, he was angry, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He said helplessly, "Holy boy, please persuade her." At this time, what's the use of persisting? Will there be a miracle again? Bei Xiao Liang frowned and remained silent. 3 days ago, the 7th branch of Su family joined hands with Yu Wutao to fight. They were caught off guard and fought against the 4 practitioners in Yuanying realm. In a moment, they were all seriously injured and retreated. In the crisis, the headmaster immediately opened the 3rd layer of star-stacked tactical matrix, so they had time to breathe. But the consumption of the 3rd layer of star-stacked tactical matrix was extremely terrifying. In addition, there were always people attacking outside, so the consumption of spiritual stones doubled. In just 3 days, the inventory of Huajian sect was used up, and even the top-grade spiritual stones reserved by the headmaster for practice were used up. In such a desperate situation, he really couldn't figure out what trump card the headmaster had to turn the situation around. Was it that Grand Elder? Bei Xiao Liang showed sarcasm in his eyes. If there was such a Grand Elder, he must have escaped since he didn't come out to solve the crisis. Cowardly scoundrel. I should have brought my junior fellow apprentice's ancient sword. There might be a glimmer of hope. He snorted coldly and felt pity. During this time, he and Qi Chen studied the ancient sword together and could use a trace of its power. But they also remembered what the mysterious female senior in the secret realm of shattered spirits said. Before the ancient sword was recast, they dared not take it out to show off. If it was leaked, not only their lives would be in danger, but also their master would be implicated. Therefore, they had been keeping it a secret and hid the ancient sword in the sect. They didn't even report it to their master, Mo Qin. Crack. A crack appeared in the sky shrouded by star-stacked tactical matrix, and then it spread around like a spider web. Hua Yang's pretty face changed slightly. She searched the universe ring, but couldn't take out any more spiritual stones. Even the inferior-grade spiritual stones are gone. She felt bitter in her heart. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the sect suddenly showed panic, packed up their things and fled the sect. 20% of the disciples fled 3 days ago, and now at least 30 to 40% have left. Even if we can survive, the strength of the sect is less than half of what it used to be. First Elder sighed helplessly, and his heart was bleeding. But the actual situation was much more serious than what he said. When the nest was overturned, there would always be eggs intact. It seemed that the defeat was inevitable, and no one would wait for death stupidly. When most of the outer branch disciples left, some of the outer branch disciples who had just joined the sect also left quietly. In the blink of an eye, 70% of the disciples left, leaving only 30% of the old disciples who had a strong sense of belonging to Huajian sect. It's over. First Elder felt dizzy. Even if they could survive today, it would be difficult for these hundreds of disciples to survive. Bei Xiao Liang was also gloomy. He didn't expect that he would see Huajian sect defeated with his own eyes when he came back this time, and he couldn't do anything to help. If he went back to get Hanfeng's sword, it would be too late. Headmaster Yuan Shu, who had been standing aside in silence for a long time, finally spoke. He bowed respectfully to Hua Yang with a complicated expression. The extinction of the sect is irreversible, and the headmaster is stubborn. But I still want to continue my cultivation path, so I have to leave now. As soon as this was said, First Elder was shocked and angry, and he blurted out, Yuan Shu, how dare you flee in the face of danger? Who saved you in the crisis? Without the headmaster, you would have been dead for hundreds of years. Hearing this, the complicated expression on Yuan Shu's face suddenly disappeared, and he sneered, it's just a piece of cake for the headmaster to save my life. I have worked hard in Huajian sect for so many years, and it's time to pay it off. Goodbye. After that, he rushed out of the tactical matrix for the protection of the sect on his sword, bowed to the people of Su family from a distance, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Hua Jian's sect falling apart, Yu Wutao felt very happy and couldn't help laughing. Immortal Hua, even if you were a talent in those days, what can you do in the face of this situation? Bastard. First Elder was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was about to chase out impulsively, but was stopped by Hua Yang with a cold face. Let him go. Chapter 399. As soon as the words came out, many old disciples who had been shaken showed shame on their faces. They kowtowed to Hua Yang 3 times and fled. The remaining 30% of the disciples were reduced again, leaving less than 20%. Hua Yang looked at the more than 100 people who were left in the square, and felt a little relieved. If she were to put herself in their shoes, if she were to encounter such a crisis without knowing anything, she might not have stayed either. These 100 people were completely gambling with their lives. Headmaster, why do you? First Elder sighed and believed that Hua Yang was going to disband the sect. Hua Yang smiled and suddenly felt something. She looked up at the sky and whispered, regardless of their talents, they will be the real core of Hua Jian's sect in the future. First Elder was slightly stunned. Before he could respond, the cracking sound above his head was suddenly magnified. Ha 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 ha, Hua Yang, since you don't want to escape, then go to hell. Yu Wutao laughed wildly and punched at the center of the crack. The next moment, the light curtain broke like a mirror. The sky was full of flying fragments, reflecting the desperate faces of the disciples of Hua Jian's sect. Hua Yang's face turned cold. She flicked her sleeves and floated up. The universe ring between her fingers flashed with red light, and the blood-colored diamond stone, which had been repaired by Su Li, reappeared in her hand. Even if Su Li had said that this cup of bloodstone should not be used easily, she couldn't watch the remaining disciples of Hua Jian's sect die in vain. The 7th branch of Su family, who had been standing aside and watching coldly, felt frightened when they saw the blood-colored diamond stone in Hua Yang's hand. They were about to take action. Suddenly, whoosh! A flying sword shot over with terrifying power. Yu Wutao's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped and took a step back. The flying sword happened to brush his face, run through him and Hua Yang, and stuck straight in the center of the empty square of Hua Jian's sect. Yu Wutao touched his face and looked gloomy when he saw his hands full of blood. They are not friendly. Hua Yang put away the blood-colored diamond stone and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the nothingness where the flying sword came from with a smile on her face. Did they finally arrive? Heh! The Zihon sect and the Su family teamed up to bully a small sect. What an eye-opener. The sneer came from a distance. When Yu Wutao saw that the person was a scholar with a sallow face, he couldn't help but be shocked. After sensing that the latter's cultivation was only at Jindan realm, he was even more ashamed and angry. A junior in Jindan realm made him guard against him for a long time. If this matter was spread out, how could he live in Zihon sect? Ignorant child, how dare you interfere in my affairs? Die for me. When Yang Zai saw Yu Wutao taking the initiative to rush over, his eyes brightened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, laughing and fighting with Yu Wutao. Immortal Bingshu? This. Hua Yang was also surprised to see the person. Yuling's sect had always wanted to unify the 3 sects. Seeing that Hua Jian's sect was lonely, they should be happy. Why did they suddenly show up to help? Before she could figure out the situation, another charming voice came from the horizon, and 2 people appeared in the sky. One was a seductive woman, and the other looked like a child. His entire body was snow white, and his expression was cold. With a single glance, one could tell that the 2 of them were not simple characters. The pneuma of the 2 can't be guessed. Yuanying realm? When Su Lin, the head of the 7th branch of Su family, saw the people coming, his heart thumped, and he knew something was wrong. After thinking for a few seconds, he was about to step forward and clench his fists to test, but he saw that the 2 people in the air suddenly looked at him as if they were looking for prey. Then, without saying a word, they swooped down. Oh no! Let's fight together. Su Lin looked stern, and immediately called the 2 elders in Yuanying realm of Su family to fight together. But at this moment, Snow Child's lips hummed, and a clear word fix echoed in the nothingness. What? I can't move. Su Lin's pupils shrank in horror, and he could only watch the two elders fight. But at this time, Xian Meiji took a string of bells from her waist and shook them gently. The bewitching jingle sounded in the ears of the two elders. The two elders of Su family had no power to resist. They stopped like puppets without energy supply, and let Xian Meiji and Snow Child hit their chests with their palms respectively. They vomited blood and flew backward. Run. You can't beat him. Su Lin was shocked. After struggling with all his strength for 3 seconds, he finally broke free from the spell of Snow Child. Without saying a word, he took the two elders to escape quickly, without looking at Yu Wutao. Just a very excellent daughter died. He had many children, and he could cultivate them again. He could never lose his life here. The old man ran away so fast. Xian Meiji, who couldn't catch up with him, pursed her mouth and said unhappily. Snow Child nodded and couldn't help but send a sound transmission. These 3 practitioners are too weak. They haven't even reached the level of Yuan. I don't know if our performance is qualified in her eyes. Hearing Snow Child mentioned this, the pride in Xian Meiji's eyes immediately disappeared, and was replaced with deep worry. Brother Yang is so lucky. That old guy can't run away. Snow Child turned to look at Yu Wutao, who was covered with blood and exhausted, and continued to send a sound transmission with envy. At this moment, Yu Wutao, who was mentioned by Snow Child, was indeed facing a life-and-death crisis, and the crisis came inexplicably, which made him confused. Boom! With the help of Yang Zai's palm force, Yu Wutao spat blood again. His face was pale, and he could finally spare energy to speak. Fellow practitioner, wait a minute. Forgive me for my stupidity. We have no hatred or resentment. Why do we have to fight to the death? Yang Zai shook off the blood on his flying sword, and with a smile on his sallow face, he replied, if I remember correctly, you were the one who wanted to take my life first. Since that's the case, why can't I kill you? Hearing this, Yu Wutao was so angry that he almost spat blood again. How could he know that the combat power of a practitioner in Jindan stage was even higher than his? He had no power to fight back in the hands of this person. It was terrible. After thinking quickly for a moment, seeing that Yang Zai was about to fight again, he hurriedly stopped him. He couldn't hide the panic in his voice. Fellow practitioner, why do you do this? I am willing to compensate you to appease your frightened heart. How about it? Swish. A sword flashed across his neck as fast as lightning. The expression on Yu Wutao's face froze immediately. After a moment, his head was separated from his body, and blood rushed to the sky. Phew! When the flying sword returned to his hand, Yang Zai casually put it into the universe ring, and said lightly, nothing. If he wasted any more time, the spiritual boat would arrive. If he hadn't solved everything by the time Su Li arrived, wouldn't he be very incompetent? Who are you pretending for? Xian Meiji rolled her eyes. Although Snow Child didn't speak, his eyes were twitching. In the Cave of Inheritance, why didn't he see that Yang Zai was so sultry? On the top of the main peak below, everyone, including Hua Yang, was at a loss. Except for Hua Yang's speculation in her heart, no one knew what had happened. Seeing that Yu Wutao was simply beheaded, First Elder felt cold on his neck. He looked at Yang Zai standing in the nothingness, and his eyes were full of horror. Amidst this strange and awkward atmosphere, a spirit boat covered in cuts and bruises finally sailed over slowly. Su Li, who had changed her face, stood at the bow of the boat and glanced at Yu Wutao's body on the ground. She flicked her fingers at Yang Zai, and a white light shot over. Yang Zai caught it subconsciously. He thought it would be the storage room for the reward, but he didn't expect it was just a jade slip, which didn't record any mental method, but a series of spiritual medicines with unfamiliar names. When he was wondering, Su Li's sound transmission sounded in his ear. When these things are collected, the damage to your foundation will be recovered. It's up to you. Hearing this, Yang Zai couldn't understand what it meant. He nodded fiercely while trembling slightly. How could he forget that this person's medical skills were absolutely at the level of a miracle-working doctor? How could a damage to the foundation be a problem for her? As for you two. Su Li turned her eyes and looked at Xian Meiji and Snow Child, who were staring at Yang Zai enviously. They immediately lowered their heads in shame. Su Li looked at the two poor children and couldn't get angry. Her cold words became a little gentle. Don't do it again. Xian Meiji and Snow Child's dim eyes lit up at the same time, and they nodded in unison. Hua Yang was still in a daze and almost said Su Li's name. Then she was awakened by Su Li's eyes. She immediately reacted and said, Grand Elder, they are. Su Li glanced at Bei Xiao Liang, who was completely petrified, and shook her head. Let's talk about this later. Li Guang, who was still absent-minded, was suddenly awakened by such a call. He said respectfully, I'm here. Su Li pointed to the remaining disciples of the sect. Now there are few disciples in the sect. Yuan Shu betrayed the sect, and Wang Yu has been executed by me. You are the only one who can take the position of Mount Head. Do you understand? What? Junior sister apprentice Wang is dead. Li Guang was shocked and didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a while. Bei Xiao Liang was very surprised. Wang Yu didn't show up for a long time, and he had long suspected that she had escaped. He didn't expect that she had been executed by Su Li. This couldn't be better. She plotted against me. She only has herself to blame. Su Li said and glanced at LV he meaningfully. Then she said no more and called Yang Zai and others into the hall. Only First Elder and Bei Xiao Liang were still standing on the peak. Seeing the whole scene, First Elder was stunned for a long time. Then he murmured, it turns out that our Huajian sect really has a Grand Elder. When Su Li walked away, he breathed a sigh of relief. He broke out in a cold sweat as if he had been fished out of the water. He couldn't see through Su Li, so he wanted to secretly use the secret method of Yushu sect to find out the real cultivation of this woman, but he still didn't sense anything. Not only that, but he was clearly discovered by that glance just now. Fortunately, the little holy boy has an old relationship with this sect. Otherwise, he would have offended. He had a lingering fear. His strength was not much stronger than Yu Wutao's. With the protection of such a mysterious and powerful existence, even if all the members of Huajian sect die, it can definitely develop in a short time. The relationship between the little holy boy and this sect is absolutely beneficial and harmless. After the fear, he thought happily in his heart. He didn't notice the indescribable complexity in Bei Xiao Liang's eyes. Chapter 400. What happened next was much calmer. Li Guang went down the mountain to reorganize the remaining disciples. In fact, there was nothing to reorganize. Although Grand Elder didn't take action personally, they also saw that there were several old monsters of Yuanying realm among the strong men who surrendered to Grand Elder. Grand Elder must be more unfathomable. With such thoughts, all the remaining disciples were full of hope for the future. They didn't feel dispirited at all, and soon devoted themselves to the passion of rebuilding the new sect. Yang Zai stayed for a while and left. Yuling's sect was completely under his control. Since he decided to follow Su Li, he was no longer obsessed with the identity of a headmaster. After he went back to reorganize Yuling's sect, it could be incorporated into the new Huajian sect. Old Lady Juhua and Snow Child lived in Huajian sect, digesting the insights of the trip to Kang Lei's cave. At this moment, in the hall of the main peak, Hua Yang dismissed the resentful First Elder, and couldn't wait to ask, where did you get so many seniors of Yuanying realm? If they are willing to join Huajian sect, as long as the number of our disciples reaches a certain level, we can definitely rush to the top sects in Jiuzhou region, second only to the 25 sect. Su Li took a sip of the scented tea made by Hua Yang, and smiled deeply. My purpose is not only to join the top sects. Hua Yang was slightly shocked, and blurted out, what do you want to do? Su Li shook her head, it's too early to say now. As for those people, only old Lady Juhua and immortal Bingshu can stay, and the two juniors don't count. As she said, Su Li mentioned a little about the origins of Snow Child and Xian Meiji. Hua Yang was shocked and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was more curious about how Su Li subdued the two arrogant talents. It's no use thinking too much. My plan. I don't have much confidence. You will know it in the future, so it doesn't make much sense to say it now. You take these to heal first, and I'll go to check the tactical matrix. After Su Li said that, she threw a universe ring and turned to leave. Hua Yang was stunned for a moment. She stopped thinking and scanned the universe ring with her divine awareness. She saw that there were 300 celestial stones in it in addition to the healing ammunition. Su Li went down the mountain alone and went to the square where the disciples of the sect were before. Star-stacked tactical matrix is broken. What is broken is not the matrix core, but the center of the transformation of Wakan and the power of the tactical matrix. She vaguely remembers that it was set somewhere in the square. At this moment, the square had become empty. All the disciples had been taken back by Li Guang to Fujian Peak to heal. Although they did not participate in the previous battle, they were also affected. With a light snap, Su Li landed on the ground. Her cold eyes glanced over and her psychic awareness spread out. Soon, she found the place and went to the right. When she reached the edge of the square, she gently waved her left hand. The next moment, a red light flashed, and a rusty central device suddenly appeared and fell into her hand. Putting away the hub, Su Li suddenly said to herself, "Come out." Bei Xiao Liang, who was beside one of the pillars on the edge of the square, appeared awkwardly. He didn't expect that he could hide from Su Li's detection. After scratching his head, he directly walked over and bowed, saying, "Disciple Bei Xiao Liang pays respect to Grand Elder." Now the doubts in his heart had been completely solved. When they were in the secret realm of shattered spirits, Su Li treated him differently. She must have recognized that he used to be a disciple of Huajian sect. Su Li turned around and looked at Bei Xiao Liang up and down. She nodded gently and said, "It seems that you didn't slack off after you went back. Grand Elder, you flatter me. My achievements are nothing." Bei Xiao Liang hurriedly replied, not daring to be arrogant. "You have a good understanding, so you don't need to belittle yourself." Su Li was speechless. She could see that Bei Xiao Liang's pneuma was smooth and flawless, and she seemed to have touched a trace of Taishu. After Yushu, it was Taishu. Yushu tactics was the famous practice method of Yushu sect, but the real Holy Sun and Holy Girl level task would be given the more ancient Taishu tactics. Yushu tactics was the simplified version of Taishu tactics. Only when Yushu tactics reached the consummation could it be possible to practice Taishu tactics. Thinking of this, Su Li looked up and seemed to see through everything. She saw he who was healing on Fujian Peak. The personal protection of a Yuanying realm is not something that my master can decide. It seems that this boy will be taught Taishu tactics soon, so I don't need to teach him privately to avoid trouble. Thinking of this, Su Li took out a carrier rune and handed it to Bei Xiao Liang. There was a trace of gentleness on her calm face. "You should know what to do. If you are wronged in Yushu sect, come back." Bei Xiao Liang took over the carrier rune as if he had received a treasure. He responded with tears in his eyes, "I understand." A few days later, Bei Xiao Liang left. With Su Li's words, he left with peace of mind. A few days later, Yang Zai merged the whole Yuling sect into Huajian sect. The number of people in the two sects was very different, and it was quite difficult to get along. Hua Yang soon came to Su Li and said with a smile, "Now, whether it is called Huajian sect or Yuling sect, some people are dissatisfied. You are the Grand Elder of our sect. Why don't you give the sect a new name? Anyway, I named Huajian sect casually. It's good for you to change it." "Should I?" Su Li opened her eyes, thought for a moment, and said softly, "Let's name it Ni." The trajectory of her life was nothing more than going against the current. Whether she went against the mighty figures who controlled the chessboard or against the natural law, it was always the word Ni. Hua Yang looked at Su Li in a daze. At this moment, the pneuma naturally exuded from her old friend made her a little sad. Yes, some justice. No matter how much she paid, she would get it back. Good name. Hua Yang showed a big smile and turned to leave. As a result, the reputation of Ni sect spread quickly and quickly replaced Huajian sect and Yuling sect. Except for Meng sect, one of the 3 sects, who tried to figure out the meaning, it did not cause much trouble. New sects rose every day in Jojo region, and it was common for a small sect to be established. In the next year, Ni sect gradually got on the right track. The difficult running in at the beginning finally paid off. After everyone accepted their new identity as disciples of Ni sect, Li Guang had less trouble. In the past year, Su Li did nothing but refine the celestial stone wholeheartedly. This was the first real closed-door practice since her reincarnation. Jin Ying was released from the nightmare and mixed into the disciples of Naiman branch. A group of high-level people secretly looked after her, so her practice time was also smooth. Black, the nightmare, fell into a deep sleep. It seemed that the Dream Eater had entered the evolutionary stage. When it woke up, it should be able to help. One day, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of Ni sect, a violent fluctuation of spiritual power escaped. Even if there was a tactical matrix to block it, Hua Yang, who was outside, still felt frightened. It seemed that if a trace of spiritual power leaked out, she would be seriously injured. She stared at the blurred figure in the tactical matrix intently. She was so nervous and shocked that she had long been numb. 1 year was enough for her to accept the fact that Su Li was still in Lianqi realm. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that there would be a practitioner in Lianqi realm whose strength was comparable to the peak of Yuaning realm in the world. In the tactical matrix, Su Li's state was not as dangerous as Hua Yang imagined. Instead, it was extremely comfortable. The 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm. Tut-tut, you also prepared nearly 1,000 Zhuji elixirs to transform genuine energy. Breaking through to Zhuji realm will be a piece of cake, and there will be no danger. Black Lotus ring emerged from Su Li's ring finger, and he was full of energy. In this year, he also absorbed a lot of celestial stones. Although he was not sure about the complete recovery of Black Lotus ring, his life as the spirit of Black Lotus ring was not so difficult after all. Su Li glanced at Black Lotus ring and did not speak. She focused on the pubic region. With the consumption of Zhuji elixirs, the outline of the foundation of the pubic region slowly appeared. Black Lotus had long been accustomed to Su Li's temperament, and his enthusiasm was not cold at all. He continued to shake his head and said, in ancient times, there were many sayings about Zhuji realm. It was not as rough as you are now. If the talent is strong, the Zhuji platform can produce a vision and produce all kinds of incredible supernatural power. Su Li raised her eyes slightly. Just the ghost clan? She had never seen the supernatural power of any human clan. Of course not. Black Lotus cried out, his tone filled with disdain. All living beings in the world. Even if you human clan are born weak, you have a large number. There will always be a few outliers born. There are many Avilders with supernatural power. You haven't seen it because the practice methods of cultivation are too rubbish. Su Li pursed her lips. Black Lotus's words were a bit straightforward, but he was right. In his eyes, if the Qingshui circle was developed with the Qingshui circle in ancient times, it would be wiped out in less than 1 day. Was the gap too big? Su Li's eyes flashed, and she suddenly remembered the cage mentioned by immortal Kang Lei. Could it be, hey, what are you thinking about? Even if you don't have to worry about the process of Zhuji realm, you should at least see what the shape of your foundation is. It is the first time for me to see a practitioner who is still distracted when breaking through. You are the first one. Black Lotus interrupted Su Li's thinking angrily. Su Li came back to her senses, restrained her thoughts, and smiled slightly. Well, even if her guess was right, what could he do with his meager strength now? Let's worry about the future in the future. Hurry up. Tell me if there is any abnormal phenomenon. You have the body of evil ghost, and you have practiced to the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm. You are absolutely abnormal. If there is no abnormal phenomenon, I will look down on you. Su Li was not affected by Black Lotus, and she calmly looked at her pubic region. But this look still made her face a little strange. Ha ha ha, is it that the 12th grade Black Lotus gives birth to the abnormal phenomenon of the shadow of Black Phoenix? Black Lotus laughed and snorted. The phenomenon of Zhuji realm of each generation of the body of evil ghost is exactly the same. Now you know how powerful I am. How can this king's knowledge be something a mere junior like you can imagine? Su Li listened to the laughter coming from Black Lotus Ring, and suddenly felt that Black Lotus was a little pitiful. However, she still couldn't help interrupting. It doesn't seem to be. Black Lotus was like a drake being strangled, and he could no longer say a word. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.